Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. The Absence of Mr. Glass by G.K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The consulting rooms of Dr. Orion Hood, the eminent criminologist and specialist in certain moral disorders, lay along the seafront at Scarborough, in a series of very large and well-lighted French windows which showed the North Sea like one endless outer wall of blue-green marble. In such a place, the sea had something of the monotony of a blue-green dado, for the chambers themselves were ruled throughout by a terrible tidiness, not unlike the terrible tidiness of the sea. It must not be supposed that Dr. Hood's apartments excluded luxury or even poetry. These things were there, in their place, but one felt that they were never allowed out of their place. Luxury was there. There stood upon a special table 8 or 10 boxes of the best cigars, but they were built upon a plan so that the strongest were always near the wall and the mildest near the window. A tantalus containing 3 kinds of spirits, all of a liqueur excellence, stood always on this table of luxury. But the fanciful have asserted that the whisky, brandy, and rum seemed always to stand at the same level. Poetry was there. A left-hand corner of the room was lined with as complete a set of English classics as the right hand could show of English and foreign physiologists. But if one took a volume of Chaucer or Shelley from that rank, its absence irritated the mind like a gap in a man's front teeth. One could not say the books were never read, probably they were, but there was a sense of their being chained to their places like the Bibles in old churches. Dr. Hood treated his private bookshelf as if it were a public library, and if this strict scientific intangibility steeped even the shelves laden with lyrics and ballads, and the tables laden with drink and tobacco, it goes without saying that yet more of such heathen holiness protected the other shelves that held the specialist's library, and the other tables that sustained the frail and even fairy-like instruments of chemistry or mechanics. Dr. Hood paced the length of his string of apartments, bounded, as the boys' geographies say, on the east by the North Sea and on the west by the serried ranks of his sociological and criminologist library. He was clad in an artist's velvet, but with none of an artist's negligence. His hair was heavily shot with grey, but growing thick and healthy. His face was lean, but sanguine and expectant. Everything about him and his room indicated something at once rigid and restless, like that great northern sea by which, on pure principles of hygiene, he had built his home. Fate, being in a funny mood, pushed the door open and introduced into those long, strict, sea-flanked apartments one who was perhaps the most startling opposite of them and their master. In answer to a curt but civil summons, the door opened inwards, and there shambled into the room a shapeless little figure, which seemed to find its own hat and umbrella as unmanageable as a mass of luggage. The umbrella was a black and prosaic bundle long past repair, the hat a broad curved black hat, clerical but not common in England. The man was the very embodiment of all that is homely and helpless. The doctor regarded the newcomer with a restrained astonishment, not unlike that he would have shown if some huge but obviously harmless sea beast had crawled into his room. The newcomer regarded the doctor with that beaming but breathless geniality which characterizes a corpulent charwoman who has just managed to stuff herself into an omnibus. It is a rich confusion of social self-congratulation and bodily disarray. His hat tumbled onto the carpet, his heavy umbrella slipped between his knees with a thud. He reached after one and ducked after the other, but with an unimpaired smile on his round face, spoke simultaneously as follows. "My name is Brown. Pray excuse me. I've come about that business of the McNabs. I have heard you often help people out of such troubles. Pray excuse me if I am wrong." By this time he had sprawlingly recovered the hat and made an odd bobbing little bow over it as if setting everything quite right. I can hardly understand you, replied the scientist in a cold intensity of manner. I fear you have mistaken the chambers. I am Dr. Hood, and my work is almost entirely literary and educational. It is true that I have sometimes been consulted by the police in cases of peculiar difficulty and importance, but... this is of the greatest importance, broke in the little man called Brown. Why, her mother won't let them get engaged. And he leaned back in his chair in radiant rationality. The brows of Dr. Hood were drawn down darkly, but the eyes under them were bright with something that might be anger or might be amusement. And still, he said, I do not quite understand. You see, they want to get married, said the man with the clerical hat. Maggie McNabb and young Todd Hunter want to get married. Now, what could be more important than that? The great Orion Hood's scientific triumphs had deprived him of many things. Some said of his health, others of his God, but they had not wholly despoiled him of his sense of the absurd. At the last plea of the ingenuous priest, a chuckle broke out of him from inside, and he threw himself into an armchair in an ironical attitude of the consulting physician. Mr. Brown, he said gravely, it is quite 14.5 years since I was personally asked to test a personal problem. Then it was the case of an attempt to poison the French president at a Lord Mayor's banquet. It is now, I understand, a question of whether some friend of yours called Maggie is a suitable fiancé for some friend of hers called Todd Hunter. Well, Mr. Brown, I am a sportsman. I will take it on. I will give the McNabb family my best advice, as good as I gave the French Republic and the King of England. No, better. 14 years better. I have nothing else to do this afternoon. Tell me your story. The little clergyman called Brown thanked him with unquestionable warmth, but still with a queer kind of simplicity. It was rather as if he were thanking a stranger in a smoking room for some trouble in passing the matches, than as if he were, as he was, practically thanking the curator of Kew Gardens for coming with him into a field to find a four-leafed clover. With scarcely a semicolon after his hearty thanks, the little man began his recital. I told you my name was Brown. Well, that's a fact, and I'm the priest of the little Catholic church I dare say you've seen beyond those straggly streets where the town ends towards the north. In the last and straggliest of those streets, which runs along the sea like a sea wall, there was a very honest but rather sharp-tempered member of my flock, a widow called McNabb. She has one daughter, and she lets lodgings, and between her and the daughter, and between her and the lodgers, well, I dare say there is a great deal to be said on both sides. At present she has only one lodger, the young man called Todd Hunter, but he has given more trouble than all the rest, for he wants to marry the young woman of the house. And the young woman of the house? Asked Dr. Hood, with huge and silent amusement. What does she want? Why, she wants to marry him, cried Father Brown, sitting up eagerly. That is just the awful complication. It is indeed a hideous enigma, said Dr. Hood. This young James Todhunter, continued the cleric, is a very decent man, so far as I know, but nobody knows very much. He is a bright, brownish little fellow, agile like a monkey, clean-shaven like an actor, and obliging like a born courtier. He seems to have quite a pocketful of money, but nobody knows what his trade is. Mrs. McNabb, therefore, being of a pessimistic turn, is quite sure that it is something dreadful and probably connected with dynamite. This dynamite must be of a shy and noiseless sort, for the poor fellow only shuts himself up for several hours of the day and studies something behind a locked door. He declares his privacy is temporary and justified, and promises to explain before the wedding. That is all anyone knows for certain, but Mrs. McNabb will tell you a great deal more than even she is certain of. You know how the tales grow like grass on such a patch of ignorance as that. There are tales of two voices heard talking in the room, though when the door is opened, Todhunter is always found alone. There are tales of a mysterious tall man in a silk hat who once came out of the sea mists and apparently out of the sea, stepping softly across the sandy fields and through the small back garden at twilight, till he was heard talking to the lodger at his open window. The colloquies seemed to end in a quarrel. Todhunter dashed down his window with violence, and the man in the high hat melted into the sea fog again. This story is told by the family with the fiercest mystification, but I really think Mrs. McNab prefers her own original tale. That the other man, or whatever it is, crawls out every night from the big box in the corner, which is kept locked all day. You see, therefore, how this sealed door of Todhunter's is treated as the gate of all the fancies and monstrosities of the 1001 Nights. And yet there is the little fellow in his respectable black jacket, as punctual and innocent as a parlour clock. He pays his rent to the tick. He is practically a teetotaler. He is tirelessly kind with the younger children and can keep them amused for a day on end. And last, and most urgent of all, he has made himself equally popular with the eldest daughter, who is ready to go to church with him tomorrow. A man warmly concerned with any large theories has always a relish for applying them to any triviality. The great specialist, having condescended to the priest's simplicity, condescended expansively. He settled himself with comfort in his armchair and began to talk in the tone of a somewhat absent-minded lecturer. Even in a minute instance, it is best to look first at the main tendencies of nature. A particular flower may not be dead in early winter, but the flowers are dying. A particular pebble may never be wetted with the tide, but the tide is coming in. To the scientific eye, all human history is a series of collective movements, destructions, or migrations, like the massacre of flies in winter or the return of birds in spring. Now, the root fact in all history is race. Race produces religion. Race produces legal and ethical wars. There is no stronger case than that of the wild, unworldly, and perishing stock which we commonly call the Celts, of whom your friends the MacNabs are specimens. Small and swarthy, and of this dreamy and drifting blood, they accept easily the superstitious explanation of any incidents, just as they still accept, you will excuse me for saying, that superstitious explanation of all incidents which you and your church represent. It is not remarkable that such people, with the sea moaning behind them, and the church, excuse me again, droning in front of them, should put fantastic features into what are probably plain events. You, with your small parochial responsibilities, see only this particular Mrs. McNab, terrified of this particular tale of two voices and a tall man out of the sea. But the man with the scientific imagination sees, as it were, the whole clans of McNab scattered over the whole world, in its ultimate average as uniform as a tribe of birds. He sees thousands of Mrs. McNabs in thousands of houses, dropping their little drop of morbidity into the teacups of their friends. He sees, before the scientist could conclude his sentence, another and more impatient summons sounded from without. Someone with swishing skirts was marshalled hurriedly down the corridor, and the door opened on a young girl, decently dressed but disordered and red-hot with haste. She had sea-blown blonde hair, and would have been entirely beautiful if her cheekbones had not been, in the Scotch manner, a little high in relief as well as in colour. Her apology was almost as abrupt as a command. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir," she said, "but I had to follow Father Brown at once. It's nothing less than life or death." Father Brown began to get to his feet in some disorder. "Why, what has happened, Maggie?" he said. "James has been murdered, for all that I can make out," answered the girl, still breathing hard from her rush. "That man Glass has been with him again. I heard him talking through the door, quite plain, two separate voices, for James speaks low with a burr, and the other voice was high and quavery." "That man Glass?" repeated the priest in some perplexity. "I know his name is Glass," answered the girl in great impatience. "I heard it through the door. They were quarrelling about money, I think, for I heard James say again and again, 'That's right, Mr. Glass,' or 'No, Mr. Glass,' and then 2 or 3, Mr. Glass. But we're talking too much. You must come at once, and there may be time yet." "But time for what?" asked Dr. Hood, who had been studying the young lady with marked interest. "What is there about this Mr. Glass and his money troubles that should impel such urgency?" "I tried to break down the door and couldn't," answered the girl shortly. "Then I ran back to the backyard and managed to climb into the window-sill that looks into the room. It was all dim and seemed to be empty, but I swear I saw James lying huddled up in a corner as if he were drugged or strangled." "This is very serious," said Father Brown, gathering his errant hat and umbrella and standing up. "In point of fact, I was just putting your case before this gentleman, and his view—" "Has been largely altered," said the scientist gravely. "I do not think this young lady is so Celtic as I had supposed. As I have nothing else to do, I will put on my hat and stroll downtown with you." In a few minutes all three were approaching the dreary tail of the McNabbs street. The girl with the stern and breathless stride of the mountaineer, the criminologist with a lounging grace, which was not without a certain leopard-like swiftness, and the priest at an energetic trot entirely devoid of distinction. The aspect of this edge of town was not entirely without justification for the doctor's hints about desolate moods and environments. The scattered houses stood farther and farther apart, in a broken string along the seashore. The afternoon was closing with a premature and partly lurid twilight. The sea was of an inky purple and murmuring ominously. In the scrappy backyard of the McNabbs, which ran down towards the sand, 2 black, barren-looking trees stood up like demon hands held up in astonishment, and as Mrs. McNabb ran down the street to meet them with lean hands similarly spread, and her fierce face in shadow, she was a little like a demon herself. The doctor and the priest made scant reply to her shrill reiterations of her daughter's story, with more disturbing details of her own, into the divided vows of vengeance against Mr. Glass for murdering, and against Mr. Todhunter for being murdered, and against the latter for having dared to want to marry her daughter, and for not having lived to do it. They passed through the narrow passage in the front of the house until they came to the lodger's door at the back, and there Dr. Hood, with the trick of an old detective, put his shoulder sharply to the panel and burst in the door. It opened on a scene of silent catastrophe. No one seeing it, even for a flash, could doubt that the room had been the theatre of some thrilling collision between 2 or perhaps more persons. Playing cards lay littered across the table or fluttered about the floor as if the game had been interrupted. 2 wine glasses stood ready for wine on a side table, but a third lay smashed in a star of crystal upon the carpet. A few feet from it lay what looked like a long knife or short sword, straight but with an ornamental and pictured handle. Its dull blaze just caught a grey glint from the dreary window behind, which showed the black trees against the leaden level of the sea. Towards the opposite corner of the room was rolled a gentleman's silk top hat, as if it had just been knocked off his head, so much so, indeed, that one almost looked to see if it's still rolling. And in the corner behind it, thrown like a sack of potatoes but corded like a railway trunk, lay Mr. James Todhunter, with a scarf across his mouth and 6 or 7 ropes knotted around his elbows and ankles. His brown eyes were alive and shifted alertly. Dr. Orion Hood paused for one instant on the doormat and drank in the whole scene of voiceless violence. Then he stepped swiftly across the carpet, picked up the tall silk hat and gravely put it upon the head of the yet pinioned Todhunter. It was so much too large for him that it almost slipped down onto his shoulders. "Mr. Glass's hat," said the doctor, returning with it and peering into the inside with a pocket lens. "How to explain the absence of Mr. Glass and the presence of Mr. Glass's hat? For Mr. Glass is not a careless man with his clothes. That hat is of a stylish shape and systematically brushed and burnished, though not very new. An old dandy, I should think." "But good heavens!" called out Miss McNab. "Aren't you going to untie the man first?" "I say old with intention, though not with certainty," continued the expositor. "My reason for it might seem a little far-fetched. The hair of human beings falls out in varying degrees, but almost always falls out slightly. And with the lens I should see the tiny hairs of a hat recently worn. It has none, which leads me to guess that Mr. Glass is bald. Now, when this is taken with the high-pitched and querulous voice which Miss McNab described so vividly, patience, my dear lady, patience. When we take the hairless head, together with the tone common in senile anger, I should think we may deduce some advance in years. Nevertheless, he was probably vigorous, and was almost certainly tall. I might rely in some degree on the story of his previous appearance at the window as a tall man in a silk hat, but I think I have more exact indication. This wine-glass has been smashed all over the place, but one of its splinters lies on the high bracket beside the mantelpiece. No such fragment could have fallen there if the vessel had been smashed in the hand of a comparatively short man like Mr. Todhunter. By the way, said Father Brown, might it not be as well to untie Mr. Todhunter? Our lesson from the drinking vessels does not end here, proceeded the specialist. I may say at once that it is possible that the man Glass was bald or nervous through dissipation rather than age. Mr. Todhunter, it has been remarked, is quite a thrifty gentleman, essentially an abstainer. These cards and wine cups are no part of his normal habit. They have been produced for a particular companion. But, as it happens, we may go farther. Mr. Todhunter may or may not possess this wine service, but there is no appearance of his possessing any wine. What, then, were these vessels to contain? I would at once suggest some sort of brandy or whisky, perhaps of a luxurious sort, from a flask in the pocket of Mr. Glass. We have thus something like a picture of the man, or at least of the type, tall, elderly, fashionable, but somewhat frayed, somewhat fond of play and strong waters, perhaps rather too fond of them. Mr. Glass is a gentleman not unknown on the fringes of society. Look here, cried the young woman, if you don't let me pass to untie him, I shall run outside and scream for the police. I should not advise you, Miss McNab, said Dr. Hood gravely, to be in any hurry to fetch the police. Father Brown, I seriously ask you to compose your flock for their sakes, not mine. Well, we have seen something of the figure and quality of Mr. Glass. What are the chief facts known of Mr. Todhunter? They are substantially three. That he is economical, that he is more or less wealthy, and that he has a secret. Now, surely it is obvious that there are the three chief marks of the kind of man who is blackmailed. And surely it is equally obvious that the faded finery, the profligate habits, and the shrill irritation of Mr. Glass are the unmistakable marks of the kind of man who blackmails him. We have the two typical figures of a tragedy of hushmoney. On the one hand, the respectable man with a mystery. On the other hand, the West End vulture with a scent for a mystery. These two men have met here today and have quarrelled, using blows and a bare weapon. Are you going to take those ropes off? Asked the girl stubbornly. Dr. Hood replaced the silk hat carefully on the side table and went across to the captive. He studied him intently, even moving him a little and half turning him round by the shoulders, but only answered, No, I think these ropes will do very well to your friends the police bring their handcuffs. Father Brown, who had been looking dully at the carpet, lifted his round face and said, What do you mean? The man of science had picked up the peculiar dagger sword from the carpet and was examining it intently as he answered. Because you find Mr. Todhunter tied up, he said, you all jump to the conclusion that Mr. Glass had tied him up, and then, I suppose, escaped. There are 4 objections to this. First, Why should a gentleman so dressy as our friend Glass leave his hat behind him if he left of his own free will? Second, he continued, moving towards the window, this is the only exit, and it is locked on the inside. Third, this blade here has a tiny touch of blood at the point, but there is no wound on Mr. Todhunter. Mr. Glass took that wound away with him, dead or alive. Add to all this primary probability. It is much more likely that the blackmailed person should try and kill his incubus rather than that the blackmailer should try and kill the goose that lays his golden egg. There, I think, we have a pretty complete story. But the ropes? Inquired the priest, whose eyes had remained open with a rather vacant admiration. Ah, the ropes, said the expert with a singular intonation. Miss McNabb very much wanted to know why I did not set Mr. Todhunter free from his ropes. Well, I will tell her. I did not do it because Mr. Todhunter can set himself free from them at any minute he chooses. What? Cried the audience in quite different notes of astonishment. I have looked at all the knots on Mr. Todhunter, reiterated Hood quietly. I happen to know something about knots. They are quite a branch of criminal science. Every one of those knots he has made himself and could loosen himself. Not one of them would have been made by an enemy really trying to pinion him. The whole of this affair of ropes is a clever fake to make us think him the victim of the struggle instead of the wretched Glass whose corpse may be hidden in the garden or stuffed up in the chimney. There was a rather depressed silence. The room was darkening. The sea-blighted boughs of the garden trees looked leaner and blacker than ever, yet they seemed to have come nearer to the window. One could almost fancy they were sea monsters like krakens or cuttlefish, writhing polypi who had crawled up from the sea to see the end of this tragedy, even as he, the villain and victim of it, the terrible man in the tall hat, had once crawled up from the sea. For the whole air was dense with the morbidity of blackmail, which is the most morbid of human things, because it is a crime concealing a crime, a black plaster on a blacker wound. The face of the little Catholic priest, which was commonly complacent and even comic, had suddenly become knotted with a curious frown. It was not the blank curiosity of his first innocence. It was rather that creative curiosity which comes when a man has the beginnings of an idea. "Say it again, please," he said in a simple, bothered manner. "Do you mean that Todhunter can tie himself up all alone and untie himself all alone?" "That is what I mean," said the doctor. "Jerusalem!" cried Brown suddenly. "I wonder if it could possibly be that." He scuttled across the room, rather like a rabbit, and peered with quite new impulsiveness into the partially covered face of the captive. Then he turned his own rather fatuous face to the company. "Yes, that's it!" he cried in a certain excitement. "Can't you see it in the man's face? Why, look at his eyes!" Both the professor and the girl followed the direction of his glance, and though the broad black scarf completely masked the lower half of Todhunter's visage, they did grow conscious of something struggling and intense about the upper part of it. "His eyes do look queer," cried the young woman, strongly moved. "You brutes! I believe it's hurting him." "Not that, I think," said Dr. Hood. "The eyes certainly have a singular expression, but I should interpret those transverse wrinkles as expressing rather such slight psychological abnormality." "Oh, bosh!" cried Father Brown. "Can't you see? He's laughing." "Laughing?" repeated the doctor with a start. "But what on earth can he be laughing at?" "Well," replied the Reverend Brown apologetically, "not to put too fine a point on it, I think he's laughing at you. And indeed I'm a little inclined to laugh at myself, now that I know about it." "Now that you know about what?" asked Hood in some exasperation. "Now that I know," replied the priest, "the profession of Mr. Todhunter." He shuffled about the room, looking at one object after another with what seemed to be a vacant stare, and then invariably bursting into an equally vacant laugh, a highly irritating process for those who had to watch it. He laughed very much over the hat, still more uproariously over the broken glass, but the blood on the sword point sent him into mortal convulsions of amusement. Then he turned to the fuming specialist. "Dr. Hood," he cried enthusiastically, "you are a great poet. You have called an uncreated being out of the void. How much more godlike that is than if you had only ferreted out the mere facts. Indeed, the mere facts are rather commonplace and comic by comparison." "I have no notion what you are talking about," said Dr. Hood rather haughtily. "My facts are all inevitable, though necessarily incomplete. A place may be permitted to intuition, perhaps, or poetry, if you prefer the term, but only because the corresponding details cannot as yet be ascertained, in the absence of Mr. Glass." That's it, said the little priest, nodding quite eagerly. "That's the first idea to get fixed. The absence of Mr. Glass. He is so extremely absent. I suppose," he added reflectively, "that there is never anybody so absent as Mr. Glass." "Do you mean he's absent from the town?" demanded the doctor. "I mean he is absent from everywhere," answered Father Brown. "He is absent from the nature of things, so to speak." "Do you seriously mean," said the specialist with a smile, "that there is no such person?" The priest made a sign of assent. "It does seem a pity," he said. Orion Hood broke into a contemptuous laugh. "Well," he said, "before we go on to the 101 other evidences, let us take the first proof we found, the first fact we fell over when we fell into this room. If there is no Mr. Glass, whose hat is this?" "It's Mr. Todhunter's," replied Father Brown. "But it doesn't even fit him," cried Hood impatiently. "He couldn't possibly wear it." Father Brown shook his head with ineffable mildness. "I never said that he could wear it," he answered. "I said it was his hat. Or, if you insist on a shade of difference, a hat that is his." "And what is this shade of difference?" asked the criminologist with a slight sneer. "My good sir," cried the mild little man, with his first movement akin to impatience, "if you will walk down the street to the nearest hatter's shop, you will see that there is, in common speech, a difference between a man's hat and the hats that are his." "But a hatter," protested Hood, "can get money out of his stock of new hats. What would Todhunter get out of this one old hat?" "Rabbits," replied Father Brown promptly. "What?" cried Dr. Hood. "Rabbits, ribbons, sweetmeats, goldfish, rolls of coloured paper," said the reverend gentleman with rapidity. "Didn't you see it all when you found out the faked ropes? It's just the same with the sword. Mr. Todhunter hasn't a scratch on him, as you say, but he's got a scratch in him, if you follow me." "Do you mean inside Mr. Todhunter's clothes?" inquired Miss McNab sternly. "I do not mean inside Mr. Todhunter's clothes," said Father Brown. "I mean inside Mr. Todhunter." "What in the name of Bedlam do you mean?" "Mr. Todhunter," explained Father Brown placidly, "is learning to be a professional conjurer, as well as a juggler, ventriloquist, and expert in the rope trick. The conjuring explains the hat. It is without traces of hair, not because it is worn by the prematurely bald Mr. Glass, but because it has never been worn by anybody. The juggling explains the 3 glasses, which Todhunter was teaching himself to throw up and catch in rotation, but being only at the stage of practice, he smashed one glass against the ceiling. And the juggling also explains the sword, which it was Mr. Todhunter's professional pride and duty to swallow, but again, being at the stage of practice, he very slightly grazed the inside of his throat with the weapon. Hence he has a wound inside him, which I am sure, from the expression on his face, is not a serious one. He is also practising the trick of a release from ropes, like the Davenport brothers, and he was just about to free himself when we all burst into the room." The cards, of course, are for card tricks, and they are scattered on the floor because he had just been practicing one of those dodges of sending them flying through the air. He merely kept his trade secrets because he had to keep his tricks secret like any other conjurer. But the mere fact of an idler in a top hat having once looked in his back window and been driven away by him with great indignation was enough to set us all on the wrong track of romance and make us imagine his whole life overshadowed by the silk-hatted spectre of Mr. Glass. "But what about the two voices?" asked Maggie, staring. "Haven't you ever heard of a ventriloquist?" asked Father Brown. "Don't you know they speak first in their natural voice and then answer themselves in just that shrill, squeaky, unnatural voice that you heard?" There was a long silence, and Dr. Hood regarded the little man who had spoken with a dark and attentive smile. "You are certainly a very ingenious person," he said. "It could not have been done better in a book. But there is just one part of Mr. Glass that you have not succeeded in explaining away, and that is his name. Miss McNabb distinctly heard him addressed so by Mr. Todhunter." The Reverend Mr. Brown broke into a rather childish giggle. "Well, that," he said, "is the silliest part of the whole silly story. When our juggling friend here threw up the 3 glasses in turn, he counted them aloud as he caught them, and also commented aloud when he failed to catch them. What he really said was 1, 2, 3, missed a glass, 1, 2, Mr. Glass, and so on." There was a second of stillness in the room, and then everyone with one accord burst out laughing. As they did so, the figure in the corner complacently uncoiled all the ropes and let them fall with a flourish. Then, advancing into the middle of the room with a bow, he produced from his pocket a big bill printed in red and blue, which announced that Zaladin, the world's greatest conjurer, contortionist, ventriloquist, and human kangaroo, would be ready with an entirely new series of tricks at the Empire Pavilion, Scarborough, on Monday next at 8 o'clock precisely. End of The Absence of Mr. Glass, read by Weretortoise, Manchester, UK, 27th December 2022.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce. 1. A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down into the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrists bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross-timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards laid upon the ties supporting the rails of the railway supplied a footing for him and his executioners. 2 private soldiers of the Federal Army, directed by a sergeant who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. At a short remove upon the same temporary platform was an officer in the uniform of his rank, armed. He was a captain. A sentinel at each end of the bridge stood with his rifle in the position known as support, that is to say, vertical in front of the left shoulder, the hammer resting on the forearm thrown straight across his chest, a formal and unnatural position, enforcing an erect carriage of the body. It did not appear to be the duty of these 2 men to know what was occurring at the center of the bridge. They merely blockaded the 2 ends of the foot planking that traversed it. Beyond one of the sentinels, nobody was in sight. The railroad ran straight away into a forest for 100 yards, then curving, was lost to view. Doubtless there was an outpost farther along. The other bank of the stream was open ground. A gentle slope topped with a stockade of vertical tree trunks loophole for rifles with a single embrasure through which protruded the muzzle of a brass cannon commanding the bridge. Midway up the slope between the bridge and fort were the spectators, a single company of infantry in line at parade rest, the butts of their rifles on the ground, the barrels inclining slightly backward against the right shoulder, the hands crossed upon the stock. A lieutenant stood at the right of the line, the point of his sword upon the ground, his left hand resting upon his right. Excepting the group of four at the center of the bridge, not a man moved. The company faced the bridge, staring stonily, motionless. The sentinels facing the banks of the stream might have been statues to adorn the bridge. The captain stood with folded arms, silent, observing the work of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixity are forms of deference. The man who was engaged in being hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good, a straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead, from which his long dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears to the collar of his well-fitting frock coat. He wore a moustache and pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark grey, and had a kindly expression which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provision for hanging many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. The preparations being complete, the two private soldiers stepped aside, and each drew away the plank upon which he had been standing. The sergeant turned to the captain, saluted, and placed himself immediately behind that officer, who in turn moved apart one pace. These movements left the condemned man and the sergeant standing on the two ends of the same plank which spanned three of the cross ties of the bridge. The end upon which the civilian stood almost, but not quite, reached a fourth. This plank had been held in place by the weight of the captain. It was now held by that of the sergeant. At a signal from the former, the latter would step aside, the plank would tilt, and the condemned man go down between two ties. The arrangement commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered, nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, then let his gaze wander to the swirling water of the stream racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dancing driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move! What a sluggish stream! He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water, touched to gold by the early sun, the brooding mist under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him. And now he became conscious of a new disturbance. Striking through the thought of his dear ones was sound which he could neither ignore nor understand, a sharp, distinct, metallic percussion like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon the anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether immeasurably distant or nearby. It seemed both. Its recurrence was regular, but as slow as the tolling of a death knell. He awaited each new stroke with impatience, and, he knew not why, apprehension. The intervals of silence grew progressively longer, the delays became maddening. With their greater infrequency, the sounds increased in strength and sharpness. They hurt his ear like the thrust of a knife. He feared he would shriek. What he heard was the ticking of his watch. He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. If I could free my hands, he thought, I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving, I could evade the bullets and, swimming vigorously, reach the bank, take to the woods, and get away home. My home, thank God, is as yet outside their lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invaders' farthest advance. As these thoughts, which have here to be set down in words, were flashed into the doomed man's brain rather than evolved from its captain, nodded to the sergeant. The sergeant stepped aside. 2. Peyton Farquhar was a well-to-do planter of an old and highly respected Alabama family. Being a slave owner, and like other slave owners, a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist and ardently devoted to the Southern cause. Circumstances of an imperious nature, which it is unnecessary to relate here, had prevented him from taking service with that gallant army which had fought the disastrous campaigns ending with the fall of Corinth, and he chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of his energies, the larger life of the soldier, the opportunity for distinction. That opportunity he felt would come, as it comes to all in wartime. Meanwhile, he did what he could. No service was too humble for him to perform in the aid of the South, no adventure too perilous for him to undertake if consistent with the character of a civilian who was at heart a soldier, and who in good faith and without too much qualification assented to at least a part of the frankly villainous dictum that all is fair in love and war. One evening, while Farquhar and his wife were sitting on a rustic bench near the entrance to his grounds, a grey-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked for a drink of water. Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own white hands. While she was fetching the water, her husband approached the dusty horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. "The Yanks are repairing the railroads," said the man, "and are getting ready for another advance. They have reached the Owl Creek Bridge, put it in order, and built a stockade on the north bank. The commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere, declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels, or trains will be summarily hanged." "I saw the order. How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge?" Farquhar asked. "About 30 miles. Is there no force on this side of the creek?" "Only a picket post half a mile out on the railroad, and a single sentinel at this end of the bridge." "Suppose a man, a civilian and student of hanging, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel?" said Farquhar, smiling. "What could be accomplished?" The soldier reflected. "I was there a month ago," he replied. "I observed that the flood of last winter lodged a great quantity of driftwood against the wooden pier at this end of the bridge. It's now dry and would burn like tinder." The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously, bowed to her husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from which he had come. He was a Federal scout. 3. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness and was as one already dead. From this state he was awakened, ages later it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agonies seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fibre of his body and limbs. These pains appeared to flash along well-defined lines of ramification and to beat with an inconceivably rapid periodicity. They seemed like streams of pulsating fire heating him to an intolerable temperature. As to his head, he was conscious of nothing but a feeling of fullness, of congestion. These sensations were unaccompanied by thought. The intellectual part of his nature was already effaced. He had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. He was conscious of motion. Encompassed in a luminous cloud, of which he was now merely the fiery heart without material substance, he swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation like a vast pendulum. Then all at once, with terrible suddenness, the light about him shot upward with the noise of a loud splash, a frightful roaring was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. The power of thought was restored. He knew that the rope had broken and he had fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river. The idea seemed to him ludicrous. He opened his eyes in the darkness and saw above him a gleam of light, but how distant, how inaccessible. He was still sinking, for the light became fainter and fainter until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and he knew that he was rising toward the surface, knew it with reluctance, for he was now very comfortable. To be hanged and drowned, he thought, that's not so bad. But I do not wish to be shot. No, I will not be shot. That's not fair. He was not conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrist apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler without interest in the outcome. What splendid effort! What magnificent, what superhuman strength! Ah, that was a fine endeavor. Bravo! The cord fell away, his arms parted and floated upward, the hands dimly seen on each side in the growing light. He watched them with a new interest as first one and then the other pounced upon the noose at his neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside, its undulations resembling those of a water snake. "Put it back! Put it back!" He thought he shouted these words to his hands, for the undoing of the nose had been succeeded by the direst pang that he had yet experienced. His neck ached horribly, his brain was on fire. His heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out of his mouth. His whole body was racked and wrenched with an insupportable anguish. But his disobedient hands gave no heed to the command. They beat the water vigorously with quick downward strokes, forcing him to the surface. He felt his head emerge. His eyes were blinded by the sunlight. His chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony, his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which instantly he expelled in a shriek. He was now in full possession of his physical senses. They were indeed preternaturally keen and alert. Something in the awful disturbance of his organic system had so exalted and refined them that they made record of things never before perceived. He felt the ripples upon his face and heard their separate sounds as they struck. He looked at the forest on the bank of the stream, saw the individual trees, the leaves and the veining of each leaf. He saw the very insects upon them. The locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the grey spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig. He noted the prismatic colors and all the dewdrops upon a million blades of grass. The humming of the gnats that danced above the eddies of the stream, the beating of a dragonfly's wings, the strokes of the water spider's legs, like oars which had lifted their boat, all these made audible music. A fish slid along beneath his eyes, and he heard the rush of its body parting the water. He had come to the surface, facing down the stream. In a moment, the visible world seemed to wheel slowly round, himself the pivotal point, and he saw the bridge, the fort, the soldiers upon the bridge, the captain, the sergeant, the two privates, his executioners. They were in silhouette against the blue sky. They shouted and gesticulated, pointing at him. The captain had drawn his pistol, but did not fire. The others were unarmed. Their movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly he heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, spattering his face with spray. He heard a second report and saw one of the sentinels with his rifle at his shoulder, a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The man in the water saw the eye of the man on the bridge gazing into his own through the sights of the rifle. He observed that it was a grey eye, and remembered having read that grey eyes were keenest, and that all famous marksmen had them. Nevertheless, this one had missed. A countess wall had caught Farquhar and turned him half round. He was again looking at the forest on the bank opposite the fort. The sound of a clear, high voice in a monotonous sing-song now rang out behind him and came across the water with a distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples in his ears. Although no soldier, he had frequented camps enough to know the dread significance of the deliberate, drawling, aspirated chant. The lieutenant on the shore was taking a part in the morning's work. How coldly and pitilessly, with what an even, calm intonation, presaging and enforcing tranquillity in the men, with what accurately measured interval fell those cruel words. Company, attention, shoulder arms, ready, aim, fire! Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the voice of Niagara, yet he heard the dull thunder of the volley, and rising again toward the surface, met shining bits of metal singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. Some of them touched him on the face and hands, then fell away, continuing their descent. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. As he rose to the surface, gasping for breath, he saw that he had been a long time under water. He was perceptibly farther downstream, nearer to safety. The soldiers had almost finished reloading. The metal ramrods flashed all at once in the sunshine as they were drawn from the barrels, turned in the air, and thrust into their sockets. The two sentinels fired again, independently and ineffectually. The hunted man saw all this over his shoulder. He was now swimming vigorously with the current. His brain was as energetic as his arms and legs. He thought with the rapidity of a lightning. The officer, he reasoned, will not make that martinet's error a second time. It's as easy to dodge a volley as a single shot. He was probably already given the command to fire at will. God help me, I cannot dodge them all. An appalling splash within 2 yards of him was followed by a loud rushing sound, diminuendo, which seemed to travel back through the air to the fort and died in an explosion which stirred the very river to its deeps. A rising sheet of water curved over him, fell down upon him, blinded him, strangled him. The cannon had taken a hand in the game. As he shook his head free from the commotion of the smitten water, he heard the deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant it was cracking and smashing the branches in the forest beyond. They will not do that again, he thought. The next time they will use a charge of grape. I must keep my eye upon the gun. The smoke will apprise me the report arrives too late. It lags behind the missile. That is a good gun. Suddenly he felt himself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forest, the now distant bridge, fort and men, all were commingled and blurred. Objects were represented by their colors only, circular, horizontal streaks of color. That was all he saw. He had been caught in a vortex and was being whirled on with a velocity of advance and gyration that made him giddy and sick. In a few moments he was flung upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and being a projecting point which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands on the gravel, restored him, and he wept with delight. He dug his fingers into the sand, threw it over himself in handfuls, and audibly blessed it. It looked like diamonds, rubies, emeralds. He could not think of nothing beautiful which it did not resemble. The trees upon the bank were giant garden plants. He noted a definite order in their arrangement, inhaled the fragrance of their blooms. A strange roseate light shone through the spaces among their trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of alien harps. He had not wished to perfect his escape. He was content to remain in that enchanting spot until retaken. A whiz and rattle of grapeshot among the branches high above his head roused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer had fired him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushed up the sloping bank, and plunged into the forest. All that day he had travelled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodman's road. He had not known that he lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall he was fatigued, footsore, famished. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. It was as wide and straight as a city street, yet it seemed untravelled. No fields bordered it, no dwelling anywhere. Not so much as the barking of a dog suggested human habitation. The black bodies of the trees formed a straight wall on both sides, terminating on the horizon in a point like a diagram in a lesson in perspective. Overhead, as he looked up through his rift in the wood, shone great golden stars looking unfamiliar and grouped in strange constellations. He was sure they were arranged in some order which had a secret and malign significance. The wood on either side was full of singular noises, among which once, twice, and again he distinctly heard whispers in an unknown tongue. His neck was in pain, and lifting his hand to it, found it horribly swollen. He knew that it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen with thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cold air. How softly the turf had carpeted the untravelled avenue. He could no longer feel the roadway beneath his feet. Doubtless, despite his suffering, he had fallen asleep while walking, for now he sees another scene. Perhaps he has merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. All is as he left it, and all bright and beautiful in the morning sunshine. He must have travelled the entire night. As he pushes open the gate and passes up the wide white walk, he sees a flutter of female garments. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps she stands waiting, with a smile of ineffable joy, an attitude of matchless grace and dignity. Ah, how beautiful she is! He springs forwards with extended arms. As he is about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow upon the back of the neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him. with a sound like the shock of a cannon, and all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. The end of An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Cross by Katherine Greene. A black cross had been set against Judge Hawkins' name. Why, it is not for me to say. We were not accustomed to explain our motives or to give reasons for our deeds. The deeds were enough, and this black cross meant death, and when it had been shown us, all that we needed to know further was at what hour we should meet for the contemplated raid. A word from the captain settled that, and when the next Friday came, a dozen men met at the place of rendezvous, ready for the ride which should bring them to the judge's solitary mansion across the mountains. I was amongst them, and in as satisfactory a mood as I had ever been in my life, for the night was favorable, and the men hearty and in first-rate condition. But after we had started, and were threading a certain wood, I began to have doubts. Feelings I had never before experienced assailed me with a force that first perplexed and then astounded me. I was afraid, and what rather heightened than diminished the unwonted sensation was the fact that I was not afraid of anything tangible, either in the present or future, but of something unexplainable and peculiar, which, if it lay in the skies, certainly made them look dark indeed, and if it hid in the forest, caused its faintest murmur to seem like the utterance of a great dread, as awful as it was inexplicable. I nevertheless proceeded, and should have done so if the great streaks of lightning which now and then shot zigzag through the sky had taken the shape of words and bid us all beware. I was not one to be daunted, and knew no other course than that of advance when once a stroke of justice had been planned, and the direction for its fulfillment marked out. I went on, but I began to think, and that to me was an experience, for I had never been taught to reflect, only to fight and obey. The house, towards which we were riding, was built on a hillside, and the first thing we saw, on emerging from the forest, was a light burning in one of its distant windows. This was a surprise, for the hour was late, and in that part of the country, people were accustomed to retire early, even such busy men as the judge. He must have a visitor, and a visitor meant a possible complication of affairs, so a halt was called, and I was singled out to reconnoiter the premises and bring back word of what we had a right to expect. I started off in a strange state of mind. The fear I had spoken of had left me, but a vague shadow remained, through which, as through a mist, I saw the light in that far-away window, beckoning me on to what I felt was in some way to make an end of my present life. As I drew nearer to it, the feeling increased. Then it, too, left me, and I found myself once more the daring avenger. This was when I came to the foot of the hill and discovered I had but a few steps more to take. The house, which had now become plainly visible, was a solid one of stone, built, as I have said, on the hillside. It faced the road, as was shown by the large portico, dimly to be discerned in that direction, but its rooms were mainly on the side, and it was from one of these that the light shone. As I came yet nearer, I perceived that these rooms were guarded by a piazza, which, communicating with the portico in front, afforded an open road to that window, and a clear sight of what lay behind it. I was instantly off my horse and upon the piazza, and before I had had time to realize that my fears had returned to me with double force, I had crept with stealthy steps towards the uncurtained window and looked in. What did I see? At first, nothing but a calm, studious figure bending above a batch of closely written papers, upon which the light shone too brightly for me to perceive much of what lay beyond them. But gradually, an influence, of whose workings I was scarcely conscious, drew my eyes away, and I began to discover on every side strange and beautiful objects which greatly interested me, until suddenly my eyes fell upon a vision of loveliness so enchanting that I forgot to look elsewhere, and became, for the moment, nothing but sight and feeling. It was a picture, or so I thought in that first instant of awe and delight, but presently I saw that it was a woman, living and full of the thoughts that had never been mine, and at the discovery a sudden trembling seized me, for I had never seen anything in heaven or earth like her beauty, while she saw nothing but the man who was bending over his papers. There was a door of something dark behind her, and against it her tall, strong figure, clad in a close white gown, stood out with a distinctness that was not altogether earthly, but it was her face that held me, and made of me, from moment to moment, a new man, for in it I discerned what I had never believed in until now, a devotion that had no limit, and love, which asked nothing in return. She seemed to be faltering on the threshold of that room, like one who would like to enter but does not dare, and in another moment, with a smile that pierced me through and through, she turned as if to go. Instantly I forgot everything but my despair, and leaned forward with an impetuosity that betrayed my presence, for she glanced quickly towards the window, and seeing me, turned pale, even while she rose in height until I felt myself shrink and grow small before her. Thrusting out her hand, she caught from the table before her what looked like a small dagger, and holding it up, advanced upon me with blazing eyes and parted lips, not seeing that the judge had risen to his feet, not seeing anything but my face glued against the pane, and staring with an expression that must have struck her to the heart as surely as her look pierced mine. When she was almost upon me, I turned and fled. Hell could not have frightened me, but heaven did, and for me that woman was heaven, whether she smiled or frowned, gazed upon another with love, or raised a dagger to strike me to the ground. How soon I met my mates I cannot say. In a few minutes, doubtless, for they had stolen after me, and had detected me running away from the window, I was forced to tell my tale, and I told it unhesitatingly, for I knew I could not save him if I wanted to, and I knew I should save her or die in the attempt. He is alone with a girl, I announced. Whether she is his wife or not, I cannot say, but there is no cross against her name, and I ask that she be spared, not only from sharing his fate, but from the sight of his death, for she loves him. This from me. No wonder the captain stared, then laughed, but I did not laugh in return, and being the strongest man in the band, and the surest with my rifle, he did not trifle long, but listened to my plans, and in part consented to them, so that I retreated to my post at the gateway with something like confidence, while he, approaching the door, lifted the knocker and let it fall with a resounding clang that must have rung like a nail of death to the hearts within, for the judge knew our errand. I saw it in his face when he rose to his feet, and he had no hope, for we had never failed in our attempts, and the house, though strongly built, was easily assailable. While the captain knocked, 3 men had scaled the portico and were ready to enter the open windows if the judge refused to appear or offered any resistance to what was known as the captain's will. Death to the judge was the cry, and it was echoed not only at the door, but around the house, where the rest of the men had drawn a cordon ready to waylay anyone who sought to escape. Death to the judge, and the judge was loved by that woman, and would be mourned by her till, but a voice is speaking, a voice from out that great house, and it asks what is wanted, and what the meaning is of these threats of death. And the captain answers short and deep. The Ku Klux commands but never explains. What it commands now is for Judge Hawkins to come forth. If he shrieks or delays, this house will be entered and burnt. But if he will come out and meet like a man what awaits him, his house shall go free, and his family remain unmolested. And what is it that awaits him? Pursued the voice. 4 bullets from 4 unerring rifles, returned the captain. It is well, he will come forth, cried the voice, and then in a huskier tone, "Let me kiss the woman I love. I will not keep you long." And the captain answered nothing, only counted out clearly and steadily, 1, 2, 3, to 100. Then he paused, turned, and lifted his hand, when instantly our 4 rifles rose, and at the same moment the door, with a faint grating sound I shall never forget, slowly opened, and the firm, unshrinking figure of the judge appeared. We did not delay. One simultaneous burst of fire, one loud, quick crack, and his figure fell before our eyes. A sound, a cry from within. Then all was still, and the captain, mounting his horse, gave one quick whistle and galloped away. We followed him, but I was the last to mount, and did not follow long, for at the flash of those guns I had seen a smile cross our victim's lip, and my heart was on fire, and I could not rest until I had found my way back to that open doorway and the figure lying within it. There it was, and behind it a house empty as my heart has been since that day, a man's dress covering a woman's form, and over the motionless, perfect features, that same smile which I had seen in the room beyond, and again in the quick glare of the rifles. I had harbored no evil thought concerning her, but when I beheld that smile, now sealed and fixed upon her lips, I found the soul I had never known I possessed until that day. End of The Black Cross by Katherine Greene.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. The Blue Sequin by R. Austin Freeman. From the book John Thorndyke's Cases, related by Dr. Christopher Jarvis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Blue Sequin. Thorndyke stood looking up and down the platform with anxiety that increased as the time drew near for the departure of the train. "This is very unfortunate," he said, reluctantly stepping into an empty smoking compartment as the guard executed a flourish with his green flag. "I'm afraid we have missed a friend." He closed the door, and as the train began to move, thrust his head out of the window. "Now, I wonder if that will be he," he continued. "If so, he has caught the train by the skin of his teeth, and is now in one of the rear compartments." The subject of Thorndyke's speculations was Mr. Edward Stopford of the firm of Stopford and Myers of Portugal Street, solicitors, and his connection with us at present arose out of a telegram that had reached our chambers on the preceding evening. It was reply paid, and ran thus: "Can you come here tomorrow to direct defense? Important case. All cost undertaken by us. Stopford and Myers." Thorndyke's reply had been the affirmative, and early on this present morning a further telegram, evidently posted overnight, had been delivered. "Shall leave for Woldhurst by 8:25 from Charing Cross. Will call for you if possible. Edward Stopford." He had not called, however, and since he was unknown personally to us both, we could not judge whether or not he had been among the passengers on the platform. "It is most unfortunate," Thorndyke repeated, "for it deprives us of the preliminary consideration of the case which is so invaluable." He filled his pipe thoughtfully, and having made a fruitless inspection of the platform at London Bridge, took up the paper that he had bought at the bookstall and began to turn over the leaves, running his eye quickly down the columns, unmindful of the journalistic baits in paragraph or article. "It's a great disadvantage," he observed while still glancing through the paper, "to come plump into an inquiry without preparation, to be confronted with the details before one has a chance of considering the case in general terms. For instance—" He paused, leaving the sentence unfinished, and as I looked up inquiringly, I saw that he had turned over another page and was now reading attentively. "This looks like our case, Jarvis," he said presently, handing me the paper and indicating a paragraph at the top of the page. It was quite brief, and was headed "Terrible Murder in Kent," the account being as follows: "A shocking crime was discovered yesterday morning at the little town of Woldhurst, which lies on the branch line from Halbury Junction. The discovery was made by a porter who was inspecting the carriages of the train which had just come in. On opening the door of a first-class compartment, he was horrified to find the body of a fashionably dressed woman stretched upon the floor. Medical aid was immediately summoned, and on the arrival of the divisional surgeon, Dr. Morton, it was ascertained that the woman had not been dead more than a few minutes. The state of the corpse leaves no doubt that a murder of a most brutal kind has been perpetrated, the cause of death being a penetrating wound of the head inflicted with some pointed implement which must have been used with terrible violence, since it has perforated the skull and entered the brain. That the robbery was not the motive of the crime is made clear by the fact that an expensively fitted dressing bag was found on the rack, and the dead woman's jewellery, including several valuable diamond rings, was untouched. It is rumoured that an arrest has been made by the local police. "A gruesome affair," I remarked as I handed back the paper. "But the report does not give us much information." "It does not," Thorndyke agreed, "and yet it gives us something to consider. Here is a perforating wound of the skull inflicted with some pointed implement, that is, assuming that it is not a bullet wound. Now, what kind of implement would be capable of inflicting such an injury? How would such an implement be used in the confined space of a railway carriage, and what sort of person would be in possession of such an implement? These are the preliminary questions that are worth considering, and I commend them to you together with the further problems of the possible motive, excluding robbery, and any circumstances other than murder which might account for the injury." "The choice of suitable implements is not very great," I observed. "It is very limited, and most of them, such as plasterer's pick or a geological hammer, are associated with certain definite occupations. You have a notebook?" I had, and accepting the hint, I produced it and pursued my further reflections in silence, while my companion, with his notebook also on his knee, gazed steadily out of the window. And thus he remained wrapped in thought, jotting down an entry now and again in his book, until the train slowed down in Halbury Junction, where we had to change on to a branch line. As we stepped out, I noticed a well-dressed man hurrying up the platform from the rear and eagerly scanning the faces of the few passengers who had alighted. Soon he espied us, and approaching quickly, asked, as he looked from one of us to the other, "Dr. Thorndyke?" "Yes," replied my colleague, adding, "And you, I presume, are Mr. Edward Stopford?" The solicitor bowed. "This is a dreadful affair," he said in an agitated manner. "I see you have the paper. A most shocking affair. I am immensely relieved to find you here. Nearly missed the train, and feared I should miss you." "There appears to have been an arrest," Thorndyke began. "Yes, my brother. Terrible business. Let us walk up the platform. Our train won't start for a quarter of an hour yet." We deposited our joint Gladstone and Thorndyke's travelling case in an empty first-class compartment, and then, with the solicitor between us, strolled up to the unfrequented end of the platform. "My brother's position," said Mr. Stopford, "fills me with dismay. But let me give you the facts in order, and you shall judge for yourself. This poor creature who has been murdered so brutally was a Miss Edith Grant. She was formerly an artist model, and as such was a good deal employed by my brother, who is a painter. Harold Stopford, you know, A.R.A. Now, I know his work very well, and charming work it is." "I think so too." "Well, in those days he was quite a youngster, but 20, and he became very intimate with Miss Grant in quite an innocent way, though not very discreet. But she was a nice, respectable girl, as most English models are, and no one thought any harm. However, a good many letters passed between them, and some little presents, amongst which was a beaded chain carrying a locket, and in this he was fool enough to put his portrait and the inscription, 'Edith, from Harold.' Later on, Miss Grant, who had a rather good voice, went on the stage in the comic opera, and in consequence her habits and associates changed somewhat. And as Harold had meanwhile become engaged, he was naturally anxious to get his letters back, and especially to exchange the locket for some less compromising gift. The letters she eventually sent him, but refused absolutely to part with the locket. Now, for the last month, Harold has been staying at Halbury, making sketching excursions into the surrounding country, and yesterday morning he took the train to Shinglehurst, the third station from here, and the one before Waldhurst. On the platform here, he met Miss Grant, who had come down from London and was going on to Worthing. They entered the branch train together, having a first-class compartment to themselves. It seems she was wearing this locket at the time, and he made another appeal to her to make an exchange, which she refused as before. The discussion appears to have become rather heated and angry on both sides, for the guard and the porter at Munston both noticed that they seemed to be quarrelling. But the upshot of the affair was that the lady snapped the chain and tossed it together with the locket to my brother, and they parted quite amiably at Shinglehurst, where Harold got out. He was then carrying his full sketching kit, including a large Holland umbrella, the lower joint of which is an ash staff fitted with a powerful steel spike for driving into the ground. It was about 10:30 when he got out at Shinglehurst. By 11 he had reached his pitch and got to work, and he painted steadily for 3 hours. Then he packed up his traps and was just starting on his way back to the station when he was met by the police and arrested. And now, observe the accumulation of circumstantial evidence against him. He was the last person seen in company with the murdered woman, for no one seems to have seen her after they left Munston. He appeared to be quarrelling with her when she was last seen alive. He had a reason for possibly wishing for her death. He was provided with an implement, a spiked staff, capable of inflicting the injury which caused her death, and when he was searched, there was found in his possession the locket and the broken chain, apparently removed from a person with violence. Against all this, of course, his known character is the gentlest and most amiable of men, and his subsequent conduct imbecile to the last degree if he had been guilty. But as a lawyer, I can't help seeing that appearances are almost hopelessly against him. "We won't say hopelessly," replied Thorndyke, as we took our places in the carriage, "though I expect the police are pretty cocksure. When does the inquest open?" "Today at 4. I've obtained an order from the coroner for you to examine the body and be present at the post-mortem. Do you happen to know the exact position of the wound?" "Yes. It's a little above and behind the left ear. A horrible round hole, with ragged cut or tear running from it to the side of the forehead." "And how was the body lying?" "Right along the floor, with the feet close to the off-side door." "Was the wound on the head the only one?" "No, there was a long cut or bruise on the right cheek, a contused wound the police surgeon called it, which he believes to have been inflicted with a heavy and rather blunt weapon. I have not heard of any other wounds or bruises." "Did anyone enter the train yesterday at Shinglehurst?" Thorndyke asked. "No one entered the train after it left Halberry." Thorndyke considered these statements in silence, and presently fell into a brown study, from which he roused only as the train moved out of Shinglehurst station. "It would be about here that the murder was committed," said Mr. Stopford, "at least between here and Woldhurst." Thorndyke nodded rather abstractedly, being engaged at the moment in observing with great attention the objects that were visible from the windows. "I notice," he remarked presently, "a number of chips scattered about between the rails, and some of the chair wedges looked new. Have there been any plate layer at work lately?" "Yes," answered Stopford. "They are on the line now. I believe, at least, I saw a gang working near Woldhurst yesterday, and they are said to have set a rick on fire. I saw it smoking when I came down." "Indeed. And this middle line of rails is, I suppose, a sort of siding?" "Yes. They shunt the goods train and empty trucks onto it. There are the remains of the rick, still smouldering, you see." Thorndyke gazed absently at the blackened heap until an empty cattle truck on the middle track hid it from view. This was succeeded by a line of goods wagons, and these by a passenger coach, one compartment of which, a first class, was closed up and sealed. The train now began to slow down rather suddenly, and a couple of minutes later we brought up in Woldhurst station. It was evident that rumours of Thorndyke's advent had preceded us, for the entire staff, 2 porters, an inspector, and the station master were waiting expectantly on the platform, and the latter came forward regardless of his dignity to help us with our luggage. "Do you think I could see the carriage?" Thorndyke asked the solicitor. "Not the inside, sir," said the station master, and being appealed to, "the police have sealed it up. You would have to ask the inspector." "Well, I can have a look at the outside, I suppose," said Thorndyke, and to this the station master readily agreed and offered to accompany us. "What other first-class passengers were there?" Thorndyke asked. "None, sir. There was only one first-class coach, and the deceased was the only person in it. It has given us all dreadful turn, this affair has," he continued, as we set off up the line. "I was on the platform when the train came in. We were watching a rick that was burning up the line, and a rare blaze it made too. And I was just saying that we should have to move the cattle truck that was on the middle track, because, you see, sir, the smoke and sparks were blowing across, and I thought it would frighten the poor beasts. And Mr. Felton, he don't like his beasts handled roughly. He says it spoils the meat." "No doubt he is right," said Thorndyke. "But now, tell me, Do you think it is possible for any person to board or leave the train on the offside unobserved? Could a man, for instance, enter a compartment at the offside at the station and drop off as the train was slowing down at the next without being seen? I doubt it, replied the station master. Still, I wouldn't say it is impossible. Thank you. Oh, and there's another question. You have a gang of men at work on the line, I see. Now, do these men belong to the district? No, sir, they are strangers, everyone, and pretty rough diamonds, some of them are. But I shouldn't say there was any real harm in them. If you were suspecting any of them of being mixed up in this, I am not, interrupted Thorndyke rather shortly. I suspect nobody, but I wish to get all the facts of the case at the outset. Naturally, sir, said the abashed official, and we pursued our way in silence. Do you remember, by the way, said Thorndyke as we approached the empty coach, whether the offside door of the compartment was closed and locked when the body was discovered? It was closed, sir, but not locked. Why, sir, did you think... Nothing. The sealed compartment is the one, of course. Without waiting for a reply, he commenced his survey of the coach, while he gently restrained our two companions from shadowing him as they were disposed to do. The offside footboard occupied his attention specially, and when he had scrutinized minutely the part opposite the fatal compartment, he walked slowly from end to end with his eyes but a few inches from its surface, as though he was searching for something. Near what had been the rear end, he stopped and drew from his pocket a piece of paper. Then, with a moistened fingertip, he picked up from the footboard some evidently minute object, which he carefully transferred to the paper, folding the latter and placing it in his pocket-book. He next moved to the footboard, and having peered in through the windows of the sealed compartment, produced from his pocket a small insufflator, a powder blower, with which he blew a stream of impalpable smoke like powder onto the edges of the middle window, bestowing the closest attention on the irregular dusty patches in which it settled, and even measuring one on the jamb of the window with the pocket rule. At length he stepped down, and having carefully looked over the near side footboard, announced that he had finished for the present. As we were returning down the line, we passed a working man who seemed to be viewing the chairs and sleepers with more than casual interest. That, I suppose, is one of the plate layers? Thorndyke suggested to the station master. Yes, the foreman of the gang, was the reply. I'll just step back and have a word with him, if you will walk on slowly. And my colleague turned back briskly and overtook the man, with whom he remained in conversation for some minutes. I think I see the police inspector on the platform, remarked Thorndyke as we approached the station. Yes, there he is, said our guide. Come down to see what you are after, sir, I expect, which was doubtless the case, although the officer professed to be there by merest chance. You would like to see the weapon, sir, I suppose? He remarked, when he had introduced himself. The umbrella spike, Thorndyke corrected. Yes, if I may. We are going to the mortuary now. Then you will pass a station on the way, so if you care to look in, I'll walk up with you. This proposition being agreed to, we all proceeded to the police station, including the station master, who was on the very tiptoe of curiosity. There you are, sir, said the inspector, unlocking his office and ushering us in. Don't say we haven't given every facility to the defense. There are all the effects of the accused, including the very weapon the deed was done with. Come, protested Thorndyke. We mustn't be premature. He took the stout ash staff from the officer, and having examined the formidable spike through a lens, drew from his pocket a steel caliper gauge, with which he carefully measured the diameter of the spike and the staff to which it was fixed. And now, he said, when he had made a note of the measurements in his book, we will look at the colour box and the sketch. Ha! A very orderly man, your brother, Mr. Stopford. Tubes all in their places. Palette knives wiped clean. Palette cleaned off and rubbed right. Brushes wiped. They ought to be washed before they stiffen. All this is very significant. He unstrapped the sketch from the blank canvas to which it was pinned, and, standing it on a chair in a good light, stepped back to look at it. And you tell me that is only 3 hours' work? He exclaimed, looking at the lawyer. It's really a marvellous achievement. My brother is a very rapid worker, replied Stopford dejectedly. Yes, but this is not only amazingly rapid. It's in his very happiest vein, full of spirit and feeling. But we mustn't stay to look at it longer. He replaced the canvas on its pins, and having glanced at the locket and some of the articles that lay in a drawer, thanked the inspector for his courtesy and withdrew. That sketch and the colour box appear very suggestive to me, he remarked as we walked up the street. To me also, said Stopford gloomily, for they are under lock and key like their owner. Poor old fellow. He sighed heavily, and we walked on in silence. The mortuary keeper had evidently heard of our arrival, for he was waiting at the door with the key in his hand, and on being shown the coroner's order, unlocked the door, and we entered together. But after a momentary glance at the ghostly, shrouded figure lying upon the slate table, Stopford turned pale and retreated, saying that he would wait for us outside with the mortuary keeper. As soon as the door was closed and locked on the inside, Thorndyke glanced curiously round the bare, whitewashed building. A stream of sunlight poured in through the skylight and fell upon the silent form that lay so still under its covering sheet, and one stray beam glanced into a corner by the door where, on a row of picks and a deal table, the dead woman's clothing was displayed. "There is something unspeakably sad in these poor relics, Jarvis," said Thorndyke as we stood before them. "To me they are more tragic, more full of pathetic suggestion than the corpse itself. See the smart, jaunty hat and the costly skirts hanging there, so desolate and forlorn. The dainty lingerie on the table, neatly folded by the mortuary man's wife, I hope, the little French shoes and open-work silk stockings. How pathetically eloquent they are of harmless womanly vanity and the gay, careless life snapshot in the twinkling of an eye. But we must not give way to sentiment. There is another life threaded, and it is in our keeping." He lifted the hat from its peg and turned it over in his hand. It was, I think, what is called a picture hat, a huge, flat, shapeless mass of gauze and ribbon and feather, spangled over freely with dark blue sequins. In one part of the brim was a ragged hole, and from this the glittering sequins dropped off in little showers when the hat was smoothed. "This will have been worn tilted over on the left side," said Thorndyke, judging by the general shape and the position of the hole. "Yes," I agreed, "like that of the Duchess of Devonshire in Gainsborough's portrait." "Exactly." He shook a few of the sequins into the palm of his hand, and replacing the hat on its peg, dropped the little discs onto an envelope on which he wrote from the hat and slipped it into his pocket. Then, stepping over to the table, he drew back the sheet reverently and even tenderly from the dead woman's face and looked down at it with grave pity. It was a comely face, white as marble, serene and peaceful in expression, with half-closed eyes and framed with a mass of brassy yellow hair, but its beauty was marred by a long linear wound, half-cut, half-bruised, running down the right cheek from the eye to the chin. "A handsome girl," Thorndyke commented, "a dark-haired blonde, with a sin to have disfigured herself so with that horrible peroxide." He smoothed the hair back from her forehead and added, "She seems to have applied the stuff last about 10 days ago. There's about a quarter of an inch of dark hair at the roots. What do you make of that wound on the cheek?" "It looks as if she had struck some sharp angle in falling, though as the seats are padded in the first-class carriages, I don't see what she could have struck." "No, and now let's look at the other wound. Will you note down the description?" He handed me the notebook, and I wrote down as he dictated. "A clean-punched circular hole in skull, an inch behind and above margin of left ear, diameter an inch and 7/16. Starred fractures of parietal bone. Membranes perforated, and brain entered deeply. A ragged scalp wound extending forward to margin of left orbit. Fragments of gauze and sequins and edges of wound. That'll do for the present. Dr. Morton will give us further details if we want them." He pocketed his calipers and rule and drew from the bruised scalp 1 or 2 loose hairs, which he placed in the envelope with the sequins, and having looked over the body for other wounds or bruises, of which there were none, replaced the sheet and prepared to depart. As we walked away from the mortuary, Thorndyke was silent and deeply thoughtful, and I gathered that he was piecing together the facts that he had acquired. At length, Mr. Stopford, who had several times looked at him curiously, said, "The post-mortem will take place at 3, and it is now only 11:30. What would you like to do next?" Thorndyke, who, in spite of his mental preoccupation, had been looking about him in his usual keen, attentive way, halted suddenly. "Your reference to the post-mortem," said he, "reminds me that I forgot to put the ox-gall into my case." "Ox-gall?" I exclaimed, endeavoring vainly to connect this substance with the technique of the pathologist. "What were you going to do with—" But here I broke off, remembering my friend's dislike of any discussion of his methods before strangers. "I suppose," he continued, "there would hardly be an artist kill a man in place of this size?" "I should think not," said Stopford. "But couldn't you got the stuff from a butcher?" "There's a shop just across the road." "So there is," agreed Thorndyke, who had already observed the shop. "The gall ought, of course, be prepared, but we can filter it ourselves. That is, if the butcher has any. We will try him, at any rate." He crossed the road towards a shop over which the name Felton, appearing in gilt lettering, and addressing himself to the proprietor, who stood at the door, introduced himself and explained his wants. "Oxgall?" said the butcher. "No, sir, I haven't any just now, but I'm having a beast killed this afternoon, and I can let you have some then. In fact," he added after a pause, "as the matter is of importance, I can have one killed at once if you wish it." "That's very kind of you," said Thorndyke, "and it would greatly oblige me. Is the beast perfectly healthy?" "They are in splendid condition, sir. I picked them out of the herd myself. But you shall see them, and choose the one that you'd like killed." "You are really very good," said Thorndyke warmly. "I will just run into the chemist next door and get a suitable bottle, and then I will avail myself of your exceedingly kind offer." He hurried into the chemist's shop, from which he presently emerged carrying a white paper parcel, and we then followed the butcher down a narrow lane by the side of his shop. It led to an enclosure containing a small pen in which were confined 3 handsome steers whose glossy black coats contrasted in a very striking manner with their long greyish-white and nearly straight horns. "These are certainly very fine beasts, Mr. Felton," said Thorndyke as we drew up beside the pen, "and in excellent condition too." He leaned over the pen and examined the beasts critically, especially as to their eyes and horns. Then, approaching the nearest one, he raised his stick and bestowed a smart tap on the underside of the right horn, following it by a similar tap on the left one, a proceeding that the beast viewed with a stolid surprise. "The state of the horns," explained Thorndyke, as he moved on to the next steer, "enables one to judge to some extent on the beast's health." "Lord bless you, sir," laughed Mr. Felton, "they haven't got no feeling in their horns, else what good would their horns be to them?" Apparently he was right, for the second steer was as indifferent to a sound rap on either horn as the first. Nevertheless, when Thorndyke approached the third steer, I consciously drew nearer to watch, and I noticed that, as the stick struck the horn, the beast drew back in evident alarm, and that when the blow was repeated, it became manifestly uneasy. "He don't seem to like that," said the butcher. "Seems as if... Hullo, that's queer." Thorndyke had just brought his stick up against the left horn, and immediately the beast had winced and started back, shaking his head and moaning. There was not, however, room for him to back out of reach, and Thorndyke, by leaning into the pen, was able to inspect the sensitive horn, which he did with the closest attention, while the butcher looked on with obvious perturbation. "You don't think there is anything wrong with this beast, sir, I hope?" he said. "I can't say that without a further examination," replied Thorndyke. "It may be the horn only that is affected. If you will have it sawn off close to the head and sent up to me at the hotel, I will look at it and tell you. And by way of preventing any mistakes, I will mark it and cover it up to protect it from injury in the slaughterhouse." He opened this parcel and produced from it a wide-mouthed bottle labeled Oxgall, a sheet of gutta-percha tissue, a roller bandage, and a stick of sealing wax. Handing the bottle to Mr. Felton, he encased the distal half of the horn in a covering by means of the tissue and the bandage, which he fixed securely with the sealing wax. "I'll saw the horn off and bring it up to the hotel myself with the Oxgall," said Mr. Felton. "You shall have them in half an hour." He was as good as his word, for in half an hour Thorndyke was seated at a small table by the window of a private sitting room in the Black Bull Hotel. The table was covered with newspaper, and on it lay the long grey horn and Thorndyke's travelling case, now open and displaying a small microscope and its accessories. The butcher was seated solidly in an armchair, waiting with a half-suspicious eye on Thorndyke for the report, and I was endeavouring by cheerful talk to keep Mr. Stopford from sinking into utter despondency, though I, too, kept a furtive watch on my colleague's rather mysterious proceedings. I saw him unwind the bandage and apply the horn to his ear, bending it slightly to and fro. I watched him as he scanned the surface closely through a lens and observed him as he scraped some substance from the pointed end onto a glass slide and, having applied a drop of some reagent, began to tease out the scraping with a pair of mounted needles. Presently, he placed the slide under the microscope and, having observed it attentively for a minute or two, turned round sharply. "Come and look at this, Jarvis," said he. I wanted no second bidding, being on tenterhooks of curiosity, but came over and applied my eye to the instrument. "Well, what is it?" he asked. "A multipolar nerve corpuscle, very shriveled, but unmistakable. And this," he moved the slide to a fresh spot. "Two pyramidal nerve corpuscles and some portions of fibers. And what do you say the tissue is?" "Cortical brain substance, I should say, without a doubt." "I entirely agree with you. And that being so," he added, turning to Mr. Stopford, "we may say that the case for the defense is practically complete." "What in heaven's name do you mean?" exclaimed Stopford, starting up. "I mean that we can now prove when and where and how Miss Grant met her death. Come and sit down here, and I'll explain." "No, you needn't go away, Mr. Felton. We'll have to subpoena you." "Perhaps," he continued, "we had better go over the facts and see what they suggest. And first, we note the position of the body, lying with the feet close to the off-side door, showing that, when she fell, the deceased was sitting, or more probably standing, close to the door. Next, there is this." He drew from his pocket a folded paper, which he opened, displaying a tiny blue disc. "It's one of the sequins with which a hat was trimmed, and I have in this envelope several more which I took from the hat itself. This single sequin I picked up on the rear end of the off-side footboard, and its presence there makes it nearly certain that at some time Miss Grant had put her head out of the window on that side. The next item of evidence I obtained by dusting the margins of the off-side window with the light powder, which made visible a greasy impression 3¼ inches long on the sharp corner of the right-hand jamb, right hand from the inside, I mean. And now as to the evidence furnished by the body. The wound in the skull is behind and above the left ear, is roughly circular, and measures 1 inch and 7/16 at most, and a ragged scalp wound runs from it towards the left eye. On the right cheek is a linear contused wound 3¼ inches long. There are no other injuries. Our next facts are furnished by this." He took up the horn and tapped it with his finger, while the solicitor and Mr. Felton stared at him in speechless wonder. "You notice it is a left horn, and you remember that it was highly sensitive. If you put your ear to it while I strain it, you will hear the grating of a fracture in the bony core. Now look at the pointed end, and you will see several deep scratches running lengthwise, and where those scratches end, the diameter of the horn is, you see by the caliper gauge, 1 inch and 7/16. Covering the scratches is a dry blood stain, and at the extreme tip is a small mass of a dried substance which Dr. Jarvis and I have examined with the microscope and has satisfied is brain tissue." "Good God!" exclaimed Stopford eagerly. "Do you mean to say—" "Let us finish with the facts, Mr. Stopford," Thorndyke interrupted. "Now, if you look closely at that blood stain, you will see a short piece of hair struck to the horn, and through this lens you can make out the root bulb. It's a golden hair, you notice, but near the root it is black, and a caliper gauge shows us that the black portion is 14/64 of an inch long. Now, in this envelope are some hairs that I removed from the dead woman's head. They are also golden hairs, black at the roots, and when I measure the black portion, I find it to be 14/64 of an inch long. Then, finally, there is this." He turned the horn over and pointed to a small patch of dried blood. Embedded in it was a blue sequin. Mr. Stopford and the butcher both gazed at the horn in silent amazement. Then the former drew a deep breath and looked up at Thorndyke. "No doubt," said he, "you can explain this mystery, but for my part I am utterly bewildered, though you are filling me with hope." "And yet the matter is quite simple," returned Thorndyke, "even with these few facts before us, which are only a selection from the body of evidence in our possession. But I will state my theory, and you shall judge." He rapidly sketched a rough plan on a sheet of paper and continued. "These are the conditions when the train was approaching Woolhurst. Here was a passenger coach, here was a burning rick, and here was a cattle truck. This steer was in that truck. Now, my hypothesis is that at that time Miss Grant was standing with her head out of the offside window, watching the burning rick. Her wide hat, worn on the left side, hid from view the cattle truck which she was approaching, and this is what happened. He sketched another plan to a larger scale. One of the steers, this one, had thrust its long horn out through the bars. The point of that horn struck the deceased head, driving her face violently against the corner of the window, and in disengaging ploughed its way through the scalp and suffered a fracture of its skull from the violence of the wrench. This hypothesis is inherently probable. It fits all the facts, and those facts admit of no other explanation. The solicitor sat for a moment, as though dazed. Then he rose impulsively and seized Thorndyke's hands. "I don't know what to say to you," he exclaimed huskily, "except that you have saved my brother's life, and for that may God reward you." The butcher rose from his chair with a slow grin. "It seems to me," he said, "as if that Oxgall was what you might call a blind, eh, sir?" And Thorndyke smiled an inscrutable smile. When we returned to town on the following day, we were a party of 4, which included Mr. Harold Stopford. The verdict of death by misadventure, promptly returned by the coroner's jury, had been shortly followed by his release from custody, and he now sat with his brother and me, listening with rapt attention to Thorndyke's analysis of the case. "So, you see," the latter concluded, "I had 6 possible theories of the cause of death worked out before I reached Halbury, and it only remained to select the one that fitted the facts. And when I had seen the cattle truck, had picked up the sequin, had heard the description of the steers, and had seen the hat and the wounds, there was nothing left to do but the filling in of details." "And you never doubted my innocence?" asked Harold Stopford. Thorndyke smiled at his quondam clinic. "Not after I had seen your colour box and your sketch," said he, "to say nothing of the spike." The end of the Blue Sequin.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. The Comedy of the Jeweled Links by Max Pemberton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Winterrowd. The Comedy of the Jeweled Links by Max Pemberton. I do not know if there be any drug in the pharmacopoeia or any clearly defined medical treatment which may ever hope to grapple effectively with the strange disease of jewel hunger, but if there be not, I have much pleasure in recommending this most singular ill to the notice of a rising generation of physicians. That it is a branch of that mystery of mysteries, la nevrose, I have no manner of doubt, for I have seen it in all its forms. A malignant growth which makes night of the lives it plays upon, and flourishes to exceeding profit down in the very heart of tragedies. For the matter of that, the flunkies who study in the kitchen, as the great master has told us, the characters of their governing acquaintances in the boudoir above, over a quart pot and the police news, get no little insight into the development of the social disaster which treads often upon the heels of jewel hunger, as they read those extravagantly ornate reports of robbery and of mystery in which a highly moral people revels. These are but gleaners in the field. To them the inner life must remain hidden. No physician, hoping to cope with the affection, should turn either to gossips or to slanderers for his diagnosis. Let him get down into the caves of the trade, give his ear to the truer narrative which the jewel dealer alone can write for him, and he may hope for material and for success. And if he be wise, he will study both the comedy and the tragedy which such an investigation will bring before him, and will by this means alone set himself up as a specialist. It is to such a one that I would recommend perusal of the following case, which I record here as one of the comedies of my notebook, a story of meanness, cupidity, and stupid cunning. I doubt if there be any philosophy of medicine which could make pretense of solving it. There were but 2 principal actors mentioned in the argument, and indeed it might fairly be called a one-part play. The chief person concerned, Lord Harningham, I had known for many years. He was a man of whom my biographer wrote that his long and unblemished career was a credit to his country, and to whom a book on the Decalogue was inscribed as de one sans peur et sans reproche. Yet they told you in the smoking rooms that he had starved his first wife and left his only son as a partner of a horse coper in Melbourne, on the princely allowance of £150 per annum. His wealth, said common report, was anything from £50,000 to £100,000 per annum, and in his second childhood, for he was a septuagenarian when this comedy was played, he was suckled on the nourishing food of expiring leases and forfeited improvements until he seemed to exude sovereigns from every pore in his enormous body. A meaner man never lived. All similes in converse were based upon his exploits. As mean as old Harningham was a phrase you heard every day at the bachelors'. In the countless old stories they put upon him, telling how, at a tenant's lunch in Bedfordshire, he had cried, "Here's another quart of cider, and hang the expense." How he had been seen in Farringdon Market buying his own fish, how he haggled with cabmen innumerable, how he had been stricken with a malignant fever on the day he gave away a sovereign for a shilling. There was but the echo of the general sentiment. The society prints were hilarious at the mere mention of his name. I recollect well his anger when a wag said in one of them, "It is rumoured that Lord Harningham is shortly about to give something away." He was in my office next day. A week rarely passed but what I saw him, and he laid the journal upon my table, beating it flat with a stick, and pointing at it with his ample finger as though his very touch would wither the writer. "Please to read that," he said with forced calm but considerable emphasis, "and tell me if the scoundrel doesn't deserve to be hanged. He dares to mention my name, d'ye see? To mention me and speak about my concerns. Ha! But I wish I had him under this stick." "Of course you don't know who wrote it," said I. "How should I know?" he gabbled testily. "Do I go round to the tavern swilling gin and water with such gutter-birds? Do I hobnob with all the half-starved limners in Fleet Street? Pshaw! You talk like a fool." I suffered his temper, for he was worth a couple of thousand a year to me. Presently he became calmer, and the humor of the thing dawned upon his dull mind. "Ha!" he said, snuffing ferociously from the great diamond-studded box he always carried. "I shouldn't wonder if that's Master Bertie Watts. You know my nephew, eh? He owes you something, eh? Well, that's like him, and his scoundrelly impudence, the vagabond." "Did not I read somewhere that he was going to be married?" I remarked at hazard. But the notion tickled him immensely, and he rolled about in his chair, shaking the snuff from his box over his fur coat and even upon my papers. "Yes, you read it," he gasped at last. "A fine tale, too. Why, what's he got? 400 a year in Whitehall, and what he can draw out of me? Not much, Mr. Sutton, not much." I had no doubt of that, but I kept my face while he went on to mutter and to chortle, and I showed him a bracelet of rubies which he desired instantly to purchase. I had put a price of £420 upon it, meaning to accept 300, so that we haggled for 2 hours by the clock, and had then done business. He took the rubies away with him, while I caused the further sum to be set against him in the ledger, where already there were so many unpaid items under his name. He owed me £8,000 at the least, but I could not press the account, or should have lost him. And while I was often sore troubled for lack of the money, I knew that I should get it at his death, and so aided his jewel hunger. This was prodigious. All the gems that I sold, watches, necklaces, tiaras, brooches, and breastpins, were conveyed at once to the great safe in his bedroom and there immured. No one ever saw them but himself. His wives, both of whom were dead, had scarce enjoyed the possession of a barmaid's jewelry. The passion of the collector, of the hungerer after stones, alone consumed him. Of all his meanness, this was the most contemptible, this hiding of fair treasure from the light it lived upon, this gross hoarding of beautiful things for one man's selfish enjoyment. When he left Bond Street that day, crying at my door, "So I am going to give something away, am I? But I ain't, Sutton, I ain't," and walking off as though he had found satisfaction in the negative such conveyed to me, I picked up the paper and read again that young Bertie Watts was at last engaged to the Honorable Ava Benley, and that the wedding was to be celebrated in a month's time. Everyone in town said that old Harningham would do something for Watts when the time for the marriage actually came, and it was gossip in the clubs that her people had given their consent, for they were historically poor, only upon the sincere assurance from their daughter's fiancé that his uncle really was very fond of him, and would present him with a handsome check on the wedding day. But here was the announcement of the wedding, and the old curmudgeon had just said, being readier in speech with me, perhaps, than with any one of his few acquaintances, that he did not mean to give the young people a halfpenny. It did occur to me that possibly he might have bought the ruby bracelet for the exceedingly pretty girl to whom his nephew was engaged, but in this I was mistaken, as you shall presently see, and the interest of the whole problem deepened when I learned later on, in the smoking-room of my club, that the marriage was likely to be postponed, and something of a scandal to ensue. Bertie Watts, they said, was going about like a ravenous beast, seeking what financier he could devour. His opinion of his uncle was expressed in phrases of which the chief ornament was appalling curses and maledictions. He declared he would have the whip hand of him yet, and would make him pay handsomely for all the trouble he had put people to. In short, behaved like a man who was absurdly in love, regardless of that financial prudence which is so dear to the sight of parents and of guardians. Even he, however, could not foresee the strange thing about to happen to him, or the very curious opportunity which was shortly to be his. A week passed. There was no definite announcement of any postponement of the arrangements noted by the Hyde Park Gazette, nor did such part of society as is represented by the Tungsters hear that Bertie had persuaded his uncle. The thing was a kind of deadlock in its financial aspect, until at last the world of Belgravia knew that the young lady's father, Lord Varnley, had consented to let the wedding be, and to trust to Harningham's better sense when the time of the accomplishment came. I saw Watts one day driving with his fiancée near the Achilles statue, and thought that he looked glum enough, but he came to me on the following morning for a diamond aigrette, and though he couldn't pay for it, I let him have it. "It'll be all right in a month, Sutton," said he. "You know the old chap's hard enough, but he can't let me marry on nothing a year, can he now?" I said that the thing was possible, and for his own sake ventured to hint that it was even probable, an opinion which he took in no good part, sucking his stick silently for a while, and then laughing with a poor little chuckle that seemed to come from the very top of his head. "Well," he exclaimed at last, "it's devilishly rough on a fellow to have a relation of that sort, isn't it? A positive disgrace to the family. I wonder what the old blackguard is going to give me for a wedding present. Did he ask you to show him any American tickers, by the way? I shouldn't wonder if he presented me with a brass clock and Eva with a guinea set in jet. He's mean enough." "He bought a ruby bracelet here some days ago," I remarked, as in parenthesis. "Did he now?" he exclaimed in a tone of pleasure. "I wonder if it's for the girlie. But of course it couldn't be. He'd die to give away anything that once went into his old safe. Look here, Sutton, couldn't you charge him an extra 100 and go halves? I feel like something desperate." I told him that that was impossible, and he went away with the aigrette in his pocket and a very thoughtful expression upon his face. Before he did so, however, he had uttered the pious wish that his uncle might die of some tormenting visitation, and that he might be alive to dance on the day of his funeral. I must say that I sympathized with him, for he was a good-looking and kindly-hearted young man, who for many years had been led to believe that his relations would do something for him, and who was about to be grievously disappointed. Nor could I forget that he was engaged to one of the prettiest girls in town, and for her sake enjoyed a kind of reflected sympathy which was sincere enough on the part of every man who knew him. The date of the wedding was now fixed, being the 21st of January, to be well ahead of Lent. I saw Watts very frequently during the following 10 days, he coming with expectant persistency to ask me if his uncle had yet bought him anything, and remaining disappointed almost to the very eve of his marriage. In fact, the wedding was to take place on the Wednesday, and it was only on the previous Monday that Lord Hardingham ascended my stairs puffing and blowing, and in a shocking temper, to make his purchase of a present. "Sutton," he said, "this is the greatest tomfoolery on earth. That young rascal is going to get married after all, and I suppose I'll have to give him something." "You can scarce do less," I said with a smile. "Of course I can do less," he replied garrulously. "I can give him nothing at all, d'ye see? Not a brass halfpenny. Look at that ass, maudling about the first pretty face he sees over a dinner table, when he might marry money 20 times for the asking of it. Did I make such a fool of myself when I was his age?" I assured him that he did nothing of the sort. "Then what's he want to do it for? Thinks he's going to get something out of me, perhaps. Out of me, but he ain't. Not sixpence. Not if they hadn't enough to get to the station with. Ha ha! I'm not such a spendthrift as I look." He talked in this strain for some time, and then fell to haggling over a gift. He told me that the custom of giving wedding presents was the insane fashion of an insane age, that he consented to follow it only in view of the fuss that society would make if his card did not lie on Lord Varnley's table when the other presents were shown. In this bargaining he displayed a meanness which was triumphant even for him. I must have shown him quite 100 rings, pins, and watches of all values, from £50 to 500, before he could in any way make up his mind, and he did not cease to rebuke me for that which he called my preposterously extravagant insinuation. 50 sovereigns, 100 sovereigns, he kept exclaiming. "Why, man alive, do you think I'm made of money? Show me something cheap, something that £5 will buy, do you see? Any bit of stuff's good enough for jackanapes like that." "But not for your card on Lord Varnley's table." "Why, what do you mean?" "People who are uncharitable, you know, might say that it was a curiously insufficient present." "Do you think they'd say that?" "I'm sure that they would." "Pshaw, so am I. That comes of being thought a rich man when you're as poor as a parson. I'm quite a poor man, you know, Sutton." I listened to him patiently, and in the end persuaded him to buy Watts an exquisite set of jeweled links. These had a fine diamond in each of them, but their greatest ornament was a superb enameling, worthy of Jean Tatin or Petitot, with which all the gold was covered. I asked £150 for these remarkable ornaments, and the old man, struck like the artist he was with the perfection of the workmanship, fixed his greedy eyes upon them and was persuaded. He protested that they were too good, far too good, for such a worthless ingrate as his nephew, and that he ought to keep them in his own collection, but at last he ordered me to send them, with his card, to Lord Varnley's town house, and went away chafing at his own generosity, and, as he avowed, at his stupidity. I saw no more of him for a week. The wedding had been celebrated, and Master Bertie Watts had conveyed away quietly to Folkestone as pretty an English girl as ever flourished in the glare of the West. Lord and Lady Varnley shut up their house during the week after the marriage, having sent the very numerous wedding presents to their bankers, and society would have forgotten the whole business if it had not paused to discuss the important question: how are the young couple to exist in the future on the paltry income of £400 or £500 a year? One half of the world may not know how the other half lives, but that is not for lack of effort on its part to find out. It was a matter of club-room news that old Lord Hardingham had not relented, and, beyond what his nephew called those twopenny halfpenny sleeve links, had not given him a penny. How then, said the same charitable world, will these silly children keep up their position in town when they return from the second-rate hotel they are now staying at in Folkestone? Curiously enough, I was able myself to answer that question in 3 days' time, though at the moment I was as ignorant as any of them. The matter came about in this way. On the very morning that Lord Varnley went to Paris, it was known through the daily papers that there had been a robbery at his house in Cork Street of a green velvet case containing a crescent of pearls, turquoises, and diamonds. This was a present from one of the embassies to his daughter, and must, said the reports, have been abstracted from the house during the press and confusion of the reception. Later in the afternoon, I received an advice from Scotland Yard cautioning me against the purchase of such a gem and inviting immediate communication if it were offered to me. The theft of wedding presents is so common that I gave little heed to the matter, and was already immersed in other business when Lord Harningham was announced. He seemed rather fidgety in his manner, I thought, and hummed and hawed considerably before he would explain his mission. "It's about those links I gave my nephew," he said at last. "They're far too good for him, Sutton, and they're too pretty. I never saw better work in my life, and must have been a fool when I let them go out of my possession, do you see?" "Well, but you can't get them back now," I remarked with a smile. He took snuff vigorously at my reply, and then said, "Man, you're wrong. I've got them in my pocket." I must have expressed my astonishment in my look, for he went on quickly. "Yes, here in the green case as you sold them. Do I surprise you, eh? Well, I'm going to give Master Bertie a bit of a check, and to keep these things, but one of the stones is off color. I noticed it at the wedding, and I must have a new one in, do you see?" "I thought that you had already handed them over," I interrupted, quite disregarding his last request. So I did. But a man can take his own back again, can't he? Well, when I saw them at the house, I concluded it was ridiculous to give a boy like that such treasures, and so—" "You spoke to him?" That is, of course, man. Pshaw, you're too inquisitive for a jeweler. You ought to have been a lady's maid." "Have you brought them with you now?" "What should I be here for if I hadn't?" He laid upon my table a green velvet case, of the exact size, color, and shape of that which had contained the links. But when I opened it, I gave a start and put it down quickly. The case held a crescent of pearls, turquoises, and diamonds, which answered exactly to the description of the one stolen from Lord Varney's house on the day of his daughter's wedding. "There's some mistake here," said I. "You've evidently left the links at home." With which remark I put the jewels under his very nose for him to see. He looked at them for a moment, the whole of his flabby face wrinkling and reddening. Then he seemed almost to choke, and the veins in his forehead swelled until they were as blue threads upon an ashen and colorless countenance. "Good God!" he ejaculated. "I've taken the wrong case." "Your nephew gave it you, no doubt, but he must have forgotten it, for he's advertised the loss of this crescent at Scotland Yard, and there are detectives now trying to find it. I am cautioned not to purchase it," I said with a laugh. The effect of these words upon him was so curious that for some moments I thought he had a spasm of the heart. Starting up in the chair with wild eyes and hands clutching at the arms to rest upon him, he made several attempts to speak, but not a word came from his lips. I endeavored to help him with his difficulty, but it was to little purpose. "It seems to me, Lord Harningham," I suggested, "that you have only to write a line of explanation to your nephew, and there's an end of the matter." "Think so?" he cried eagerly. "Why not?" said I, "since he returned the jewels to you." "But he didn't," he interrupted, cringing in the chair at this confession of a lie. "He didn't, and he'd prosecute me. He hates me, and this is his opportunity, do you see?" "Do you mean to say," I exclaimed, beginning to understand the situation, "that you took the case without his permission?" Yes, he mumbled. "They were so beautiful, such work. You know what work they were. I saw them at the wedding, and was sure that I should not have parted with them. I meant to send him a check against them, and when no one was looking, I put what I thought was the case into my pocket, but it was the wrong one. God help me, Sutton, what shall I do?" Now it seemed to me that this was one of the most delightful comedies I had ever assisted at. Technically, Lord Harningham was a thief, and undoubtedly Bertie Watts could have prosecuted him had he chosen, though the probability of his getting a conviction was small. But it was very evident to me that here was the boy's opportunity, and that, in the interest of his pretty wife, I should make the best of it. With this intent, I played my first card with necessary boldness. "Undoubtedly the case is very serious for you," said I, apparently with sympathy, "and it is made the more serious from the strange relations existing between your nephew and yourself. You know the law, I doubt not, as well as I do, that once a prosecution has been initiated at Scotland Yard, it is impossible to withdraw without a trial. Mr. Watts might get into serious trouble for compounding a felony, and I might suffer with him as one of the conspiracy. But I tell you what I will do. I'll write to him tonight and sound him. Meanwhile, let me advise you to keep out of the way, for I can't disguise the fact that you might be arrested." He gave a great scream at this, and the perspiration rolled from him, falling in great drops upon the carpet. "Oh, Lord," he kept muttering. "Oh, that I should have been such a consummate fool. Oh, heaven help me. To think of it, and what it will cost. I could cry, Sutton, cry like a child." I calmed him with difficulty, and led him down the back stairs to a cab with a positive assurance that I would not communicate with Scotland Yard. Then I wrote to Folkestone's a letter, the precise contents of which are immaterial, but the response to which was in the form of a telegram worded as followed: "Am inexpressibly shocked and pained, but the law must take its course." I put this into my pocket without any delay, and went over to Harningham's house in Park Lane. He had been up all night, they told me, and the doctor had just left him, but I found him suffering only from an enervating fear, and white as the cloth on the breakfast table before him. "Well," he said, "what is it? What does it say? Will he prosecute me?" I handed him the telegram for answer, and I thought he would have swooned. He did not know that I had in my pocket another letter from his nephew, in which Master Bertie informed me that I was the best chap in the world, and I saw no reason to mention this. Indeed, I listened with infinite gravity when the old man told me that he was irretrievably ruined, that his name would stand in all the clubs as that of a common thief. Jewel hunger plainly accounted for everything he had done, but it was not to my end to console him, and I said in a severe and sufficiently melancholy voice, "Lord Harningham, there is only one thing to do, and for your sake I will make myself a criminal participator in the conspiracy. You must go to Folkestone with me this afternoon and take your cheque-book with you." The groan he gave at this would have moved a man of iron. I saw tears standing in his eyes, and his hand shook when I left him so that he could scarce put it into mine. Yet he came to the station to meet me in the afternoon, and by 6 o'clock we were in Folkestone at a shabby second-rate hotel called the Cock and Lobster, inquiring for the bride and bridegroom. Mr. and Mrs. Watts, they said, were out on the parade, but we went to look for them, and surprised them coming from the Lees, as handsome a couple as you could look upon. She, a pretty brown-haired English girl, her tresses tossed over her large eyes by the sharp wind that swept in from the sea, was close under the arm of her husband who, at that stage, fearing to lose her touch, seemed engaged in the impossible attempt to cover her entirely with one of his arms. And in this pursuit privacy came to his aid, for the breeze was fresh from the channel at the beginning of night, banishing all loiterers but those loitering in love, and the lamps flickered and went low in the gusts as though fearing to illumine the roses upon the cheeks of a bride. When Master Bertie saw us, he became as sedate as a Methodist minister, and, commanding a solemn tone, acted the part to perfection. "Uncle," he said, "I would never have believed it of you, but this is too serious a matter to mention here. Let us go to the hotel." We returned in silence, but directly we were in the hall, the young man called for his bill, and speaking almost in a boisterous tone, cried, "We're going to change our quarters, uncle, and we'll begin by moving to the best hotel in the place. That poor girl is moped to death here, and now you're going to pay for our honeymoon. Cost doesn't matter, does it, old man?" The old man concerned started at this, his mouth wide open with the surprise of it. "What's that?" he muttered. "What are you going to do?" But I whispered to him to be silent, and in an hour we were sitting down to a superb dinner, which he did not touch by the by, in the great saloon of the biggest hotel in the place. During the meal the bride, who scarce seemed able to do anything else than look at her husband, made a few remarks, but Watts and I talked freely, quite ignoring the old man, and it was not until we were in the private room that the negotiations began. There is no need to describe them. They lasted until midnight, at which hour the nephew of Lord Harningham had £500 in his pocket, and an allowance of £500 a year. From the moment of assenting to these conditions until we entered the train next morning, the old man never opened his lips, but he kissed the bride at the door of the hotel, and color came again to his cheeks at the warmth of her lips. When at last we were alone in the carriage, he gave a great sigh of relief and said, "Sutton, thank God that's over." "Nearly over, my lord," I replied with emphasis. "What do you mean?" he cried. "Do you think that anyone will get to hear of it?" "Why, man, what have I half ruined myself for?" "To keep your nephew quiet," I suggested pleasantly. "And who else knows anything when he's settled with?" he asked angrily. "Why," said I quite calmly, "you and I, perhaps." He looked at me as though his glance was all-consuming and would wither me, but I met him with a placid smile and continued. "It seems to me that I want what Mr. Stevenson calls a good memory for forgetting. Do you know, Lord Harningham, that if you paid my bill, gave me, say, £8,000 on account, I believe my mind would be quite oblivious to the events of last night." The shot struck home, in the very center of my target. He thought over it for some while, and spoke but once between Seven Oaks and Charing Cross. His remark was more forcible than convincing, for he exclaimed suddenly, and apropos of nothing in particular, "Sutton, to blazes with all jewels!" Then he subsided, and came with me quietly to my rooms, where he wrote a cheque for £8,000 and signed it with considerable firmness. The ink was scarcely dry, however, before he dropped heavily upon the carpet and lay prone in a fit. The shock of parting with so much money had been too much for him. He is now in Madeira seeking a climate. End of The Comedy of the Jeweled Links by Max Pemberton. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. Drawn Daggers by Katherine Louisa Purkis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Winterrowd. Drawn Daggers by Katherine Louisa Purkis. I admit that the dagger business is something of a puzzle to me, but as for the lost necklace, well, I should have thought a child would have understood that, said Mr. Dyer irritably. When a young lady loses a valuable article of jewelry and wishes to hush the matter up, the explanation is obvious. Sometimes, answered Miss Brooke calmly, the explanation that is obvious is the one to be rejected, not accepted. Off and on these two had been, so to speak, jangling, a good deal that morning. Perhaps the fact was in part to be attributed to the biting east wind which had set Loveday's eyes watering with the gritty dust as she had made her way to Lynch Court, and which was at the present moment sending the smoke in aggravating gusts down the chimney into Mr. Dyer's face. Thus it was, however, on the various topics that had chanced to come up for discussion that morning, between Mr. Dyer and his colleague, they had each taken up, as if by design, diametrically opposed points of view. His temper gave way now. "If," he said, bringing his hand down with emphasis on his writing table, "you lay down as a principle that the obvious is to be rejected in favor of the abstruse, you'll soon find yourself launched in the predicament of having to prove that 2 apples added to 2 other apples do not make 4. But there, if you don't choose to see things from my point of view, that is no reason why you should lose your temper." "Mr. Hawk wishes to see you, sir," said a clerk at that moment entering the room. It was a fortunate diversion. Whatever might be the differences of opinion in which these two might indulge in private, they were careful never to parade those differences before their clients. Mr. Dyer's irritability vanished in a moment. "Show the gentleman in," he said to the clerk. Then he turned to Loveday. "This is the Reverend Anthony Hawk, the gentleman at whose house I told you that Miss Monroe is staying temporarily. He is a clergyman of the Church of England, but gave up his living some 20 years ago when he married a wealthy lady. Miss Monroe has been sent over to his guardianship from Pekin by her father, Sir George Monroe, in order to get her out of the way of a troublesome and undesirable suitor." The last sentence was added in a low and hurried tone, for Mr. Hawk was at that moment entering the room. He was a man close upon 60 years of age, white-haired, clean-shaven, with a full, round face, to which a small nose imparted a somewhat infantine expression. His manner of greeting was urbane, but slightly flurried and nervous. He gave Loveday the impression of being an easy-going, happy-tempered man who, for the moment, was unusually disturbed and perplexed. He glanced uneasily at Loveday. Mr. Dyer hastened to explain that this was the lady by whose aid he hoped to get to the bottom of the matter now under consideration. "In that case, there can be no objection to my showing you this," said Mr. Hawk. "It came by post this morning. You see, my enemy still pursues me." As he spoke, he took from his pocket a big square envelope, from which he drew a large-sized sheet of paper. On this sheet of paper were roughly drawn in ink 2 daggers, about 6 inches in length, with remarkably pointed blades. Mr. Dyer looked at the sketch with interest. "We will compare this drawing and its envelope with those you previously received," he said, opening a drawer of his writing table and taking thence a precisely similar envelope. On the sheet of paper, however, that this envelope enclosed, there was drawn 1 dagger only. He placed both envelopes and their enclosures side by side, and in silence compared them. Then, without a word, he handed them to Miss Brooke, who, taking a glass from her pocket, subjected them to a similar careful and minute scrutiny. Both envelopes were of precisely the same make, and were each addressed to Mr. Hawk's London address in a round, schoolboyish, copybook sort of hand, the hand so easy to write and so difficult to bring home to any writer on account of its want of individuality. Each envelope likewise bore a Cork and a London postmark. The sheet of paper, however, that the first envelope enclosed bore the sketch of 1 dagger only. Loveday laid down her glass. "These envelopes," she said, "have undoubtedly been addressed by the same person, but these last 2 daggers have not been drawn by the hand that drew the first. Dagger number 1 was, evidently, drawn by a timid, uncertain, and inartistic hand. See how the lines wave, and how they have been patched here and there. The person who drew the other daggers, I should say, could do better work. The outline, though rugged, is bold and free. I should like to take these sketches home with me, and compare them again at my leisure." "Ah, I felt sure what your opinion would be," said Mr. Dyer complacently. Mr. Hawk seemed much disturbed. "Good gracious!" he ejaculated. "You don't mean to say I have 2 enemies pursuing me in this fashion? What does it mean? Can it be? Is it possible, do you think, that these things have been sent to me by the members of some secret society in Ireland, under error, of course, mistaking me for someone else? They can't be meant for me. I have never in my whole life been mixed up with any political agitation of any sort." Mr. Dyer shook his head. "Members of secret societies generally make pretty sure of their ground before they send out missives of this kind," he said. "I have never heard of such an error being made. I think, too, we mustn't build any theories on the Irish postmark. The letters may have been posted in Cork for the whole and sole purpose of drawing off attention from some other quarter." "Will you mind telling me a little about the loss of the necklace?" here said Loveday, bringing the conversation suddenly round from the daggers to the diamonds. "I think," interposed Mr. Dyers, turning towards her, "that the episode of the drawn daggers, drawn in a double sense, should be treated entirely on its own merits, considered as a thing apart from the loss of the necklace. I am inclined to believe that when we have gone a little further into the matter we shall find that each circumstance belongs to a different group of facts. After all, it is possible that these daggers may have been sent by way of a joke, a rather foolish one, I admit, by some harum-scarum fellow bent on causing a sensation." Mr. Hawk's face brightened. "Ah, now, do you think so? Really think so?" he ejaculated. "It would lift such a load from my mind if you could bring the thing home in this way to some practical joker. There are a lot of such fellows knocking about the world. Why, now I come to think of it, my nephew Jack, who is a good deal with us just now, and is not quite so steady a fellow as I should like him to be, must have a good many such scamps among his acquaintances." "A good many such scamps among his acquaintances?" echoed Loveday. "That certainly gives plausibility to Mr. Dyer's supposition. At the same time, I think we are bound to look at the other side of the case, and admit the possibility of these daggers being sent in right down sober earnest by persons concerned in the robbery, with the intention of intimidating you and preventing full investigation of the matter. If this be so, it will not signify which thread we take up and follow. If we find the sender of the daggers, we are safe to come upon the thief, or if we follow up and find the thief, the sender of the daggers will not be far off." Mr. Hawk's face fell once more. "It's an uncomfortable position to be in," he said slowly. "I suppose, whoever they are, they will do the regulation thing, and next time will send an installment of 3 daggers, in which case I may consider myself a doomed man. It did not occur to me before, but I remember now that I did not receive the first dagger until after I had spoken very strongly to Mrs. Hawk, before the servants, about my wish to set the police to work. I told her I felt bound, in honor to Sir George, to do so, as the necklace had been lost under my roof." "Did Mrs. Hawk object to your calling in the aid of the police?" asked Loveday. "Yes, most strongly. She entirely supported Miss Monroe in her wish to take no steps in the matter. Indeed, I should not have come round as I did last night to Mr. Dyer if my wife had not been suddenly summoned from home by the serious illness of her sister. At least," he corrected himself with a little attempt at self-assertion, "my coming to him might have been a little delayed. I hope you understand, Mr. Dyer, I do not mean to imply that I am not master in my own house." "Oh, quite so, responded Mr. Dyer. "Did Mrs. Hawk or Miss Monroe give any reasons for not wishing you to move in the matter?" "All told, I should think they gave about 100 reasons. I can't remember them all. For one thing, Miss Monroe said it might necessitate her appearing in the police courts, a thing she would not consent to do, and she certainly did not consider the necklace was worth the fuss I was making over it. And that necklace, sir, has been valued at over £900, and has come down to the young lady from her mother." "And Mrs. Hawk?" "Mrs. Hawk supported Miss Monroe in her views in her presence, but privately to me afterwards she gave other reasons for not wishing the police called in. Girls, she said, were always careless with their jewelry. She might have lost the necklace in Pekin and never have brought it to England at all." "Quite so," said Mr. Dyer. "I think I understood you to say that no one had seen the necklace since Miss Monroe's arrival in England. Also, I believe it was she who first discovered it to be missing?" "Yes, Sir George, when he wrote praising me of his daughter's visit, added a postscript to his letter, saying that his daughter was bringing her necklace with her, and that he would feel greatly obliged if I would have it deposited with as little delay as possible at my banker's, where it could be easily got at if required. I spoke to Miss Monroe about doing this 2 or 3 times, but she did not seem at all inclined to comply with her father's wishes. Then my wife took the matter in hand. Mrs. Hawk, I must tell you, has a very firm, resolute manner. She told Miss Monroe plainly that she would not have the responsibility of those diamonds in the house, and insisted that there and then they should be sent off to the bankers. Upon this, Miss Monroe went up to her room, and presently returned, saying that her necklace had disappeared. She herself, she said, had placed it in her jewel case, and the jewel case in her wardrobe or in her boxes were unpacked. The jewel case was in the wardrobe right enough, and no other article of jewelry appeared to have been disturbed, but the little padded niche in which the necklace had been deposited was empty. My wife and her maid went upstairs immediately and searched every corner of the room, but I'm sorry to say without any result." "Miss Monroe, I suppose, has her own maid?" "No, she has not. The maid, an elderly native woman, who left Pekin with her, suffered so terribly from seasickness that, when they reached Malta, Miss Monroe allowed her to land and remain there in charge of an agent of the P&O Company till an outward-bound packet could take her back to China. It seems the poor woman thought she was going to die, and was in a terrible state of mind because she hadn't brought her coffin with her. I dare say you know the terror these Chinese have of being buried in foreign soil. After her departure, Miss Monroe engaged one of the steerage passengers to act as her maid for the remainder of the voyage." "Did Miss Monroe make the long journey from Pekin accompanied only by this native woman?" "No, friends escorted her to Hong Kong, by far the roughest part of the journey. From Hong Kong she came on in the Colombo, accompanied only by her maid. I wrote and told her father I would meet her at the docks in London. The young lady, however, preferred landing at Plymouth, and telegraphed to me from there that she was coming on by rail to Waterloo, where, if I liked, I might meet her." "She seems to be a young lady of independent habits. Was she brought up and educated in China?" "Yes, by a succession of French and American governesses. After her mother's death, when she was little more than a baby, Sir George could not make up his mind to part with her, as she was his only child. I suppose you and Sir George Monroe are old friends. Yes, he and I were great chums before he went out to China, now about 20 years ago, and it was only natural, when he wished to get his daughter out of the way of young Danvers' impertinent attentions, that he should ask me to take charge of her till he could claim his retiring pension and set up his tent in England. What was the chief objection to Mr. Danvers' attentions? Well, he is only a boy of 21 and has no money into the bargain. He has been sent out to Pekin by his father to study the language, in order to qualify for a billet in the customs, and it may be a dozen years before he is in position to keep a wife. Now Miss Monroe is an heiress. She will come into her mother's large fortune when she is of age, and Sir George naturally would like her to make a good match. I suppose Miss Monroe came to England very reluctantly? I imagine so. No doubt it was a great wrench for her to leave her home and friends in that sudden fashion and come to us, who are, one and all, utter strangers to her. She is very quiet, very shy and reserved. She goes nowhere, sees no one. When some old China friends of her father's called to see her the other day, she immediately found she had a headache and went to bed. I think, on the whole, she gets on better with my nephew than with anyone else. Will you kindly tell me of how many persons your household consists at the present moment? At the present moment we are one more than usual, for my nephew Jack is home with his regiment from India, and is staying with us. As a rule, my household consists of my wife and myself, butler, cook, housemaid, and my wife's maid, who just now is doing double duty as Miss Monroe's maid also. Mr. Dyer looked at his watch. I have an important engagement in 10 minutes' time, he said, so I must leave you and Miss Brooke to arrange details as to how and when she is to begin her work inside your house, for of course, in a case of this sort we must, in the first instance at any rate, concentrate attention within your 4 walls. The less delay the better, said Loveday. I should like to attack the mystery at once, this afternoon. Mr. Hawke thought for a moment. According to present arrangements, he said with a little hesitation, Mrs. Hawke will return next Friday, that is the day after tomorrow, so I can only ask you to remain in the house till the morning of that day. I'm sure you'll understand that there might be some little awkwardness in— Oh, quite so, interrupted Loveday. I don't see at present that there will be any necessity for me to sleep in the house at all. How would it be for me to assume the part of a lady house decorator in the employment of a West End firm, and sent by them to survey your house and advise upon its redecoration? All I should have to do would be to walk around your rooms with my head on one side and a pencil and notebook in my hand. I should interfere with no one. Your family life would go on as usual, and I could make my work as short or as long as necessity might dictate. Mr. Hawke had no objection to offer to this. He had, however, a request to make as he rose to depart, and he made it a little nervously. If, he said, by any chance there should come a telegram from Mrs. Hawke, saying she will return by an earlier train, I hope, that is, you will make some excuse and not get me into hot water, I mean. To this, Loveday answered a little evasively that she trusted no such telegram would be forthcoming, but that in any case he might rely on her discretion. 4 o'clock was striking from a neighboring church clock as Loveday lifted the old-fashioned brass knocker of Mr. Hawke's house in Tavistock Square. An elderly butler admitted her and showed her into the drawing-room on the first floor. A single glance round showed Loveday that if her role had been real instead of assumed, she would have found plenty of scope for her talents. Although the house was in all respects comfortably furnished, it bore unmistakably the impress of those early Victorian days when aesthetic surroundings were not deemed a necessity of existence, an impress which people past middle age and growing increasingly indifferent to the accessory of life are frequently careless to remove. Young life here is evidently an excrescence, not part of the home. A troop of daughters turned into this room would speedily set going a different condition of things, thought Loveday, taking stock of the faded white and gold wallpaper, the chairs covered with lilies and roses and cross-stitch, and the knick-knacks of a past generation that were scattered about on tables and mantelpiece. A yellow damask curtain, half festooned, divided the back drawing room from the front in which she was seated. From the other side of this curtain there came to her the sound of voices, those of a man and a girl. "Cut the cards again, please," said the man's voice. "Thank you. There you are again, the Queen of Hearts, surrounded with diamonds, and turning her back on a knave. Miss Monroe, you can't do better than make that fortune come true. Turn your back on the man who let you go without a word and—" "Push," interrupted the girl with a little laugh. "I heard the next room door open. I'm sure someone came in." The girl's laugh seemed to Loveday utterly destitute of that echo of heartache that in the circumstances might have been expected. At this moment Mr. Hawk entered the room, and almost simultaneously the two young people came from the other side of the yellow curtain and crossed toward the door. Loveday took a survey of them as they passed. The young man, evidently my nephew Jack, was a good-looking young fellow with dark eyes and hair. The girl was small, slight, and fair. She was perceptibly less at home with Jack's uncle than she was with Jack, for her manner changed and grew formal and reserved as she came face to face with him. "We're going downstairs to have a game of billiards," said Jack, addressing Mr. Hawk, and throwing a look of curiosity at Loveday. "Jack," said the old gentleman, "what would you say if I told you I was going to have the house redecorated from top to bottom, and that this lady had come to advise on the matter?" This was the nearest and most aglace approach to a fabrication that Mr. Hawk would allow to pass his lips. "Well," answered Jack promptly, "I should say not before it's time. That would cover a good deal." Then the two young people departed in company. Loveday went straight to her work. "I'll begin my surveying at the top of the house, and at once, if you please," she said. "Will you kindly tell one of your maids to show me through the bedrooms? If it is possible, let that maid be the one who waits on Miss Monroe and Mrs. Hawk." The maid who responded to Mrs. Hawk's summons was in perfect harmony with the general appearance of the house. In addition, however, to being elderly and faded, she was also remarkably sour-visaged, and carried herself as if she thought that Mr. Hawk had taken a great liberty in thus commanding her attendance. In dignified silence she showed Loveday over the topmost story, where the servants' bedrooms were situated, and with a somewhat supercilious expression of countenance, watched her making various entries in her notebook. In dignified silence also, she led the way down to the second floor, where were the principal bedrooms of the house. "This is Miss Monroe's room," she said, as she threw back a door of one of these rooms, and then shut her lips with a snap, as if they were never going to open again. The room that Loveday entered was, like the rest of the house, furnished in the style that prevailed in the early Victorian period. The bedstead was elaborately curtained with pink-lined upholstery. The toilet table was befrilled with muslin and tarlatan out of all likeness to a table. The one point, however, that chiefly attracted Loveday's attention was the extreme neatness that prevailed throughout the apartment. A neatness, however, that was carried out with so strict an eye to comfort and convenience that it seemed to proclaim the hand of a first-class maid. Everything in the room was, so to speak, squared to the quarter of an inch, and yet everything that a lady could require in dressing lay ready to hand. The dressing-gown, lying on the back of a chair, had footstool and slippers beside it. A chair stood in front of the toilet table, and on a small Japanese table to the right of the chair were placed hairpin, box, comb, and brush, and hand mirror. "This room will want money spent on it," said Loveday, letting her eyes roam critically in all directions. "Nothing but Moorish woodwork will take off the squareness of those corners. But what a maid Miss Monroe must have! I never before saw a room so orderly and at the same time so comfortable." This was so direct an appeal to conversation that the sour-visaged maid felt compelled to open her lips. "I wait on Miss Monroe for the present," she said snappishly. "But, to speak the truth, she scarcely requires a maid. I never before in my life had dealings with such a young lady." "She does so much for herself, you mean? Declines much assistance?" "She's like no one else I ever had to do with." This was said even more snappishly than before. "She not only won't be helped in dressing, but she arranges her room every day before leaving it, even to placing the chair in front of the looking-glass." And to opening the lid of the hairpin box so that she may have the pins ready to her hand, added Loveday, for a moment bending over the Japanese table with its toilet accessories. Another 5 minutes were all that Loveday accorded to the inspection of this room. Then, a little to the surprise of the dignified maid, she announced her intention of completing her survey of the bedrooms some other time, and dismissed her at the drawing-room door to tell Mr. Hawk that she wished to see him before leaving. Mr. Hawk, looking much disturbed, and with a telegram in his hand, quickly made his appearance. "From my wife, to say she'll be back tonight. She'll be at Waterloo in about half an hour from now," he said, holding up the brown envelope. "Now, Miss Brooke, what are we to do? I told you how much Mrs. Hawk objected to the investigation of this matter, and she is very, firm when she once says the thing, and... Set your mind at rest," interrupted Loveday. "I have done all I wish to do within your walls, and the remainder of my investigation can be carried on just as well at Lynch Court or at my own private rooms." "Done all you wish to do?" echoed Mr. Hawk in amazement. "Why, you've not been an hour in the house, and do you mean to tell me you've found out anything about the necklace or the daggers?" "Don't ask me any questions just yet. I want you to answer one or two instead. Now, can you tell me anything about any letters Miss Monroe may have written or received since she has been in your house?" "Yes, certainly. Sir George wrote to me very strongly about her correspondence, and begged me to keep a sharp eye on it, so as to nip in the bud any attempt to communicate with Danvers. So far, however, she does not appear to have made any such attempt. She is frankness itself over her correspondence. Every letter that has come addressed to her she has shown either to me or to my wife, and they have one and all been letters from old friends of her father's, wishing to make her acquaintance now that she is in England. With regard to letter writing, I am sorry to say she has a marked and most peculiar objection to it. Every one of the letters she has received, my wife tells me, remain unanswered still. She has never once been seen, since she came to the house, with a pen in her hand. And if she wrote on the sly, I don't know how she would get her letters posted. She never goes outside the door by herself, and she would have no opportunity of giving them to any of the servants to post, except Mrs. Hawk's maid, and she is beyond suspicion in such a matter. She has been well cautioned, and in addition, is not the sort of person who would assist a young lady in carrying on a clandestine correspondence." "I should imagine not. I suppose Miss Monroe has been present at the breakfast table each time that you have received your daggers through the post? You told me, I think, that they had come by the first post in the morning?" "Yes, Miss Monroe is very punctual at meals, and has been present every time. Naturally, when I received such unpleasant missives, I made some sort of exclamation, and then handed the thing round the table for inspection, and Miss Monroe was very much concerned to know who my secret enemy could be." "No doubt. Now, Mr. Hawk, I have a very special request to make to you, and I hope you will be most exact in carrying it out." "You may rely upon my doing so to the very letter." "Thank you. If then you should receive by post tomorrow morning one of those big envelopes that you already know the look of, and find that it contains a sketch of 3, not 2 drawn daggers—" "Good gracious! What makes you think such a thing likely?" exclaimed Mr. Hawk, greatly disturbed. "Why am I to be persecuted in this way? Am I to take it for granted that I am a doomed man?" He began to pace the room in a state of great excitement. "I don't think I would if I were you," answered Loveday calmly. "Pray let me finish. I want you to open the big envelope that may come to you by post tomorrow morning, just as you have opened the others, in full view of your family at the breakfast table, and to hand round the sketch it may contain for inspection to your wife, your nephew, and to Miss Monroe. Now, will you promise me to do this?" "Well, certainly. I should most likely have done so without any promising, but I'm sure you'll understand that I feel myself to be in a peculiarly uncomfortable position, and I shall feel so very much obliged to you if you'll tell me, that is, if you'll enter a little more fully into an explanation." Loveday looked at her watch. "I should think Mrs. Hawk would be just at this moment arriving at Waterloo. I'm sure you'll be glad to see the last of me. Please come to me at my rooms in Gower Street tomorrow at 12. Here is my card. I shall then be able to enter into fuller explanations, I hope. Goodbye." The old gentleman showed her politely downstairs, and as he shook hands with her at the front door, asked again in a most emphatic manner if she did not consider him to be placed in a peculiarly unpleasant position. Those last words at parting were to be the first with which he greeted her on the following morning, when he presented himself at her rooms in Gower Street. They were, however, repeated in considerably more agitated a manner. "Was there ever a man in more miserable position?" he exclaimed, as he took the chair that Loveday indicated. "I not only received the 3 daggers for which you prepared me, but I got an additional worry, for which I was totally unprepared. This morning, immediately after breakfast, Miss Monroe walked out of the house all by herself, and no one knows where she has gone, and the girl has never before been outside the door alone. It seems the servant saw her go out, but did not think it necessary to tell either me or Mrs. Hawk, feeling sure we must have been aware of the fact." "So Mrs. Hawk has returned," said Loveday. "Well, I suppose you will be greatly surprised if I inform you that the young lady who has so unceremoniously left your house is at the present moment to be found at the Charing Cross Hotel, where she has engaged a private room in her real name of Miss Mary O'Grady." What? Private room? Real name O'Grady? I'm all bewildered." "It is a little bewildering. Let me explain. The young lady whom you received into your house as the daughter of your old friend was in reality the person engaged by Miss Monroe to fulfill the duties of her maid on board ship, after her native attendant had been landed at Malta. Her real name, as I have told you, is Mary O'Grady, and she has proved herself a valuable coadjutor to Miss Monroe in assisting her to carry out a program which she must have arranged with her lover, Mr. Danvers, before she left Pekin." "What?" again ejaculated Mr. Hawk. "How do you know all this? Tell me the whole story." "I will tell you the whole story first, and then explain to you how I came to know it. From what has followed, it seems to me that Miss Monroe must have arranged with Mr. Danvers that he was to leave Pekin within 10 days of her so doing, travel by the route by which she came, and land at Plymouth, where he was to receive a note from her apprising him of her whereabouts. So soon as she was on board ship, Miss Monroe appears to have set her wits to work with great energy. Every obstacle to the carrying out of her program she appears to have met and conquered. Step number 1 was to get rid of her native maid, who perhaps might have been faithful to her master's interests and have proved troublesome. I have no doubt the poor woman suffered terribly from seasickness, as it was her first voyage, and I have equally no doubt that Miss Monroe worked on her fears and persuaded her to land at Malta and return to China by the next packet. Step number 2 was to find a suitable person who, for a consideration, would be willing to play the part of the Pekin heiress among the heiress's friends in England, while the young lady herself arranged her private affairs to her own liking. That person was quickly found among the steerage passengers of the Colombo, in Miss Mary O'Grady, who must have come on board with her mother at Ceylon, and who, from the glimpse I had of her, must, I should conjecture, have been absent many years from the land of her birth. You know how cleverly this young lady has played her part in your house, how, without attracting attention to the matter, she has shunned the society of her father's old Chinese friends, who might be likely to involve her in embarrassing conversations, how she has avoided the use of pen and ink, lest— Yes, interrupted Mr. Hawk, but my dear Miss Brooke, wouldn't it be as well for you and me to go at once to the Charing Cross Hotel and get all the information we can out of her respecting Miss Monroe and her movements? She may be bolting, you know." "I do not think she will. She is waiting there patiently for an answer to a telegram she dispatched more than 2 hours ago to her mother, Mrs. O'Grady, at 14 Woburn Place, Cork." Dear me, how is it possible for you to know all this?" "Oh, that last little fact was simply a matter of astuteness on the part of the man whom I have deputed to watch the young lady's movements today. Other details, I assure you, in this somewhat intricate case, have been infinitely more difficult to get at. I think I have to thank those drawn daggers that caused you so much consternation for having, in the first instance, put me on the right track." "Ah," said Mr. Hawk, drawing a long breath. "Now we come to the daggers. I feel sure you are going to set my mind at rest on that score." "I hope so. Would it surprise you very much to be told that it was I who sent to you those 3 daggers this morning?" "You? Is it possible?" "Yes, they were sent by me, and for a reason that I will presently explain to you. But let me begin at the beginning. Those roughly drawn sketches that to you suggested terrifying ideas of bloodshedding and violence, to my mind were open to a more peaceful and commonplace explanation. They appeared to me to suggest the herald's office rather than the armory, the cross fichet of the knight's shield rather than the poniard with which members of secret societies are supposed to render their recalcitrant brethren familiar. Now, if you will look at these sketches again, you will see what I mean." Here Loveday produced from her writing table the missives which had so greatly disturbed Mr. Hawk's peace of mind. To begin with, the blade of the dagger of common life is, as a rule, at least 2/3 of the weapon in length. In this sketch, what you would call the blade does not exceed the hilt in length. Secondly, please note the absence of guard for the hand. Thirdly, let me draw your attention to the squareness of what you consider the hilt of the weapon, and what, to my mind, suggested the upper portion of the Crusader's cross. No hand could grip such a hilt as the one outlined here. After your departure yesterday, I drove to the British Museum, and there consulted a certain valuable work on heraldry, which has more than once done me good service. There I found my surmise substantiated in a surprising manner. Among the illustrations of the various crosses borne on armorial shields, I found one that had been taken by Henri d'Anvers from his own armorial bearings, for his crest when he joined the Crusaders under Edward I, and which has since been handed down as the crest of the Danvers family. This was an important item of information to me. Here was someone in Cork sending to your house on 2 several occasions the crest of the Danvers family. With what object it would be difficult to say, unless it were in some sort a communication to someone in your house. With my mind full of this idea, I left the museum and drove next to the office of the P&O Company, and requested to have given me the list of the passengers who arrived by the Colombo. I found this list to be a remarkably small one. I suppose people, if possible, avoid crossing the Bay of Biscay during the equinoxes. The only passengers who landed at Plymouth, besides Miss Monroe, I found, were a certain Mr. and Miss O'Grady, steerage passengers who had gone on board at Ceylon on their way home from Australia. Their name, together with their landing at Plymouth, suggested a possibility that Cork might be their destination. After this, I asked to see the list of passengers who arrived by the packet following the Colombo, telling the clerk who attended to me that I was on the lookout for the arrival of a friend. In that second list of arrivals, I quickly found my friend, William Wentworth Danvers by name. No, the effrontery! How dared he? In his own name, too? Well, you see, a plausible pretext for leaving Pekin could easily be invented by him, the death of a relative, the illness of a father or mother. And Sir George, though he might dislike the idea of the young man going to England so soon after his daughter's departure, and may, perhaps, write to you by the next mail on the matter, was utterly powerless to prevent his so doing. This young man, like Miss Monroe and the O'Gradys, also landed at Plymouth. I had only arrived so far in my investigation when I went to your house yesterday afternoon. By chance, as I waited a few minutes in your drawing-room, another important item of information was acquired. A fragment of conversation between your nephew and the supposed Miss Monroe fell upon my ear, and one word spoken by the young lady convinced me of her nationality. That one word was the monosyllable, "Hush!" No, you surprise me. Have you never heard the difference between the hush of an Englishman and that of an Irishman? The former begins his hush with a distinct aspirate, the latter with a distinct W. That W is a mark of his nationality which he never loses. The unmitigated whist may lapse into a wish when he is transplanted to another soil, and the whish may in course of time pass into a wush, but to the distinct aspirate of the English hush he never attains. Now Miss O'Grady's was as pronounced a whoosh as it was possible for the lips of Hibernian to utter. And from that you concluded that Mary O'Grady was playing the part of Miss Monroe in my house? Not immediately. My suspicions were excited, certainly, and when I went up to her room in company with Mrs. Hawke's maid, those suspicions were confirmed. The orderliness of that room was something remarkable. Now there is the orderliness of a lady in the arrangement of her room, and the orderliness of a maid, and the two things, believe me, are widely different. A lady who has no maid, and who has the gift of orderliness, will put things away when done with, and so leave her room a picture of neatness. I don't think, however, it would for a moment occur to her to pull things so as to be conveniently ready for her to use the next time she dresses in that room. This would be what a maid, accustomed to arrange a room for her mistress's use, would do mechanically. Miss Monroe's room was the neatness of a maid, not of a lady, and I was assured by Mrs. Hawke's maid that it was a neatness accomplished by her own hands. As I stood there looking at that room, the whole conspiracy, if I may so call it, little by little pieced itself together and became plain to me. Possibilities quickly grew into probabilities, and these probabilities, once admitted, brought other suppositions in their train. Now, supposing that Miss Monroe and Mary O'Grady had agreed to change places, the Pekin heiress for the time being occupying Mary O'Grady's place in the humble home at Cork, and vice versa, what means of communicating with each other had they arranged? How was Mary O'Grady to know when she might lay aside her assumed role and go back to her mother's house? There was no denying the necessity for such communication. The difficulties in its way must have been equally obvious to the two girls. Now I think we must admit that we must credit these young women with having hit upon a very clever way of meeting these difficulties. An anonymous and startling missive sent to you would be bound to be mentioned in the house, and in this way a code of signals might be set up between them that could not direct suspicion to them. In this connection, the Danvers crest, which it is possible that they mistook for a dagger, suggested itself naturally, for no doubt Miss Monroe had many impressions of it on her lover's letters. As I thought over these things, it occurred to me that possibly dagger or cross No. 1 was sent to notify the safe arrival of Miss Monroe and Mrs. O'Grady at Cork. The two daggers or crosses you subsequently received were sent on the day of Mr. Danvers' arrival at Plymouth, and were, I should say, sketched by his own hand. Now, was it not within the bounds of likelihood that Miss Monroe's marriage to this young man, and the consequent release of Mary O'Grady from the onerous part she was playing, might be notified to her by the sending of 3 such crosses or daggers to you? The idea no sooner occurred to me than I determined to act upon it, forestall the sending of this latest communication, and watch the result. Accordingly, after I left your house yesterday, I had a sketch made of 3 daggers of crosses exactly similar to those you had already received, and had it posted to you so that you would get it by the first post. I told off one of our staff at Lynch Court to watch your house, and gave him special directions to follow and report on Miss O'Grady's movements throughout the day. The results I anticipated quickly came to pass. About 9:30 this morning, the man sent a telegram to me from your house to the Charing Cross Hotel, and furthermore had ascertained that she had since dispatched a telegram which, possibly by following the hotel servant who carried it to the telegraph office, he had overheard was addressed to Mrs. O'Grady at Woburn Place, Cork. Since I received this information, an altogether remarkable cross-firing of telegrams has been going backwards and forwards along the wires to Cork. A cross-firing of telegrams? I do not understand. In this way. So soon as I knew Mrs. O'Grady's address, I telegraphed to her in her daughter's name, desiring her to address her reply to 1154 Gower Street, not to Charing Cross Hotel. About 3/4 of an hour afterward, I received in reply this telegram, which I am sure you will read with interest. Here Loveday handed a telegram, one of several that lay on her writing table, to Mr. Hawke. He opened it and read aloud as follows. Am puzzled. Why such hurry? Wedding took place this morning. You will receive signal as agreed tomorrow. Better return to Tavistock Square for the night. The wedding took place this morning, repeated Mr. Hawke blankly. My poor old friend, it will break his heart. Now that the thing is done, past recall, we must hope he will make the best of it, said Loveday. In reply to this telegram, she went on, I sent another, asking as to the movements of the bride and bridegroom, and got this in reply. Here she read aloud as follows. They will be at Plymouth tomorrow night, at Charing Cross Hotel, and next day as agreed. So, Mr. Hawke, she added, if you wish to see your old friend's daughter and tell her what you think of the part she has played, all you will have to do will be to watch the arrival of the Plymouth trains. Miss O'Grady is called to see a lady and gentleman, said a maid at that moment entering. Miss O'Grady? Repeated Mr. Hawke in astonishment. Ah, yes, I telegraphed to her just before you came in to come here to meet a lady and gentleman, and she, no doubt, thinking that she would find here the newly married pair, has, you see, lost no time in complying with my request. Show the lady in. It's all so intricate, so bewildering, said Mr. Hawke as he lay back in his chair. I can scarcely get it all into my head. His bewilderment, however, was nothing compared with that of Miss O'Grady, when she entered the room and found herself face to face with her late guardian, instead of the radiant bride and bridegroom whom she had expected to meet. She stood silent in the middle of the room, looking the picture of astonishment and distress. Mr. Hawke also seemed a little at a loss for words, so Loveday took the initiative. Please sit down, she said, placing a chair for the girl. Mr. Hawke and I have sent to you in order to ask you a few questions. Before doing so, however, let me tell you that the whole of your conspiracy with Miss Monroe has been brought to light, and the best thing you can do, if you want your share in it treated leniently, will be to answer our questions as fully and truthfully as possible. The girl burst into tears. It was all Miss Monroe's fault from the beginning to end, she sobbed. Mother didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. To go into a gentleman's house and pretend to be what I was not. And we didn't want her £100. Here, sobs checked her speech. Oh, said Loveday contemptuously. So you were to have £100 for your share in this fraud, were you? We didn't want to take it, said the girl, between hysterical bursts of tears. But Miss Monroe said if we didn't help her, someone else would, so I agreed to— I think, interrupted Loveday, that you can tell us very little that we do not already know about what you agreed to do. What we want you to tell us is what has been done with Miss Monroe's diamond necklace, who has possession of it now. The girl's sobs and tears redoubled. I've had nothing to do with the necklace. It has never been in my possession, she sobbed. Miss Monroe gave it to Mr. Danvers 2 or 3 months before she left Pekin, and he sent it on to some people he knew in Hong Kong, diamond merchants, who lent him money on it. De Castro, Miss Monroe said, was the name of these people. De Castro, diamond merchant, Hong Kong. I should think that would be sufficient address, said Loveday, entering it in a ledger. And I suppose Mr. Danvers retained part of that money for his own use and traveling expenses, and handed the remainder to Miss Monroe to enable her to bribe such creatures as you and your mother to practice a fraud that ought to land both of you in jail. The girl grew deadly white. Oh, don't do that. Don't send us to prison, she implored, clasping her hands together. We haven't touched a penny of Miss Monroe's money yet, and we don't want to touch a penny. If you'll only let us off. Oh, pray, pray, pray be merciful." Loveday looked at Mr. Hawk. He rose from his chair. "I think the best thing you can do," he said, "will be to get back home to your mother at Cork as quickly as possible, and advise her never to play such a risky game again. Have you any money in your purse? No? Well, then here's some for you, and lose no time in getting home. It will be best for Miss Monroe, Mrs. Danvers, I mean, to come to my house and claim her own property there. At any rate, there it will remain until she does so." As the girl, with incoherent expressions of gratitude, left the room, he turned to Loveday. "I should like to have consulted Mrs. Hawk before arranging matters in this way," he said a little hesitatingly, "but still I don't see that I could have done otherwise." "I'm sure Mrs. Hawk will approve what you have done when she hears all the circumstances of the case," said Loveday. "And," continued the old clergyman, "when I write to Sir George, as of course I must immediately, I shall advise him to make the best of a bad bargain now that the thing is done. Past cure should be past care, eh, Miss Brooke? And think what a narrow escape my nephew Jack has had." End of Drawn Daggers.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection, Number 15. Face in the Fog, by Jack Boyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Face in the Fog, by Jack Boyle. From behind the mist-frosted windows of Copa's restaurant, 2 squares of light, dimmed by the dripping blanket of sea fog which had settled over San Francisco at nightfall, shone wanly into the outer darkness of the otherwise unlighted block. The fog was impenetrable, heavy, blinding. The beggar on crutches near the restaurant doorway rattled his tin cup forlornly, and drew his soggy, tattered coat more tightly about his gaunt shoulders. The doors of the fashionable Bohemian dining place opened, and a man and a woman stepped into the street and crossed the sidewalk toward a car parked at the curbstone. Again the beggar rattled his cup. The woman turned and looked at him pityingly. "Give him something and let him go home, Blackie," she urged. Boston Blackie, reaching for a coin, turned back to the beggar's side and looked for a second into his blankly expressionless face with the studied habit of character appraisement that had made him a master among master crooks. The beggar, a giant figure of a man, swayed on his clumsy homemade crutches and tapped the placard, "I am blind," that hung on his breast. Blackie's silver dollar fell heavily into the cup. "Tanks, meester," he muttered in the guttural accent of an alien tongue. Across the street a limousine, coasting silently through the fog, veered suddenly and turned its headlights full upon the beggar and the man beside him. The mendicant's bent form stiffened, seemingly rising from its crutches, as Blackie wheeled in surprise toward the glaring lights. Behind them, and pressing against the window of the car, was an exultant, inexpressibly malevolent face. Then the car veered back and coasted on slowly, silently. Instantly it was lost in the fog. Curious and perplexed, Blackie again faced the mendicant. The man stood upright. Clasped behind him in a single hand, he held both his crutches. His free hand was clutched against his breast in a gesture of such poignant desperation, it seemed as if his scarred eyes must have seen the savage venom of the face within the car. His eyes were turned toward the spot in the fog where the motor had vanished. Suddenly, and again as if he had sight, the beggar peered into Boston Blackie's face. The hand that had clutched his breast so desperately reached out, and caught Blackie's overcoat. "Thanks, meester," he repeated brokenly, while his body sank down upon its restored crutches. Boston Blackie helped Mary, his wife, partner, and pal, into their car and slipped in behind the wheel, and as the first car had done, coasted silently away without starting his engine. They had traveled several blocks before either spoke. "What did it all mean, Blackie?" asked Mary, at last, nervously. "You saw that hideous face in the fog. You saw the beggar straighten as though he too saw it. What does it mean?" "I'm trying to guess," Blackie replied, slipping his hand into his pocket and drawing out a pair of driving gloves. Then, quickly, as if an inspirational flash of understanding had reached him, "I'm going back. We may be in time." He threw the car into gear, whirled round, and sped back at a reckless speed. As the lights of the restaurant became visible through the fog, they saw a stream of diners pouring out from within and bending over something that lay on the sidewalk just outside the doors. "Police!" cried someone. A woman screamed. Blackie leapt from his car and hurried through the crowd. On the sidewalk lay the beggar, dead, his head crushed by a terrific blow evidently struck with the crutch that lay splintered beside his body. His clothes were ripped and torn. "I'm a physician. Stand back, please," commanded Blackie, kneeling beside the body and running his hands over it with professional skill. Scattered on the pavement lay several torn bills of large denomination. "I saw the robbers. There were two, as the beggar screamed when he was struck," exclaimed a bystander. "They tore at his clothes, and then, as I shouted for the police, they ran for the car and vanished in the fog, cursing as they went. Who would have suspected a beggar of carrying wealth like this?" As he helped gather up the torn bills, Blackie rose from the beggar's side. "The man died instantly," he announced. "The blow crushed his head. Will someone kindly phone for the police?" As the crowd surged toward the doors of the restaurant and the phone booths within, Blackie picked up and examined curiously the broken crutch that had ended its owner's life. It was a cumbersome, rudely shaped stick, broken now just below the waist-high handrest and stained with blood. Blackie moved nearer the lighted windows and studied the splintered end with keen interest, then laid the weapon beside the body and kneeled again to cross the hands under its breasts and cover the face with a handkerchief. This done, he rose and moved slowly through the crowd toward his motor. As he released the brake and his car vanished in the enveloping mist, he turned to Mary. "No fear of being followed tonight. I'm glad of that." A stranger, a roughly dressed man with an intellectual face, pale and high-bred, elbowed his way to the beggar's side and stooped over the body. "Faithful Michael," he murmured very softly, in genuine distress. As he bent over the body, he picked up the unbroken crutch furtively. "The police at last!" cried someone, as an officer roughly shouldered his way to the victim's body. The shabbily dressed gentleman backed quickly through the crowd and disappeared. "Where is that crutch?" demanded Detective Sergeant Wren 5 minutes later, after a dozen excited witnesses had described the weapon with which the murder had been committed. It couldn't be found, and no one knew. "The man who did this job or one of his pals was here in the crowd after the murder," exclaimed the exasperated detective angrily. "He's had the nerve to carry off the only real evidence there is in the case. Call the morgue wagon." The instant they were in their own apartment behind a locked door, Mary caught Boston Blackie's hand in hers. "Why did you go back? How did you guess? Oh, why have you entangled yourself in such a crime?" she exclaimed. Because of this, Blackie answered, drawing from his overcoat pocket a long chamois bag, tightly knotted at its mouth. He opened the bag and emptied its contents on the table. Gleaming in the light lay a double handful of precious stones, diamonds, emeralds, and rubies, all unset. Oh, jewels, diamonds, the beautiful darlings, exclaimed Mary in ecstasy. Where did you get them? The beggar drew the bag from his breast and dropped it into my overcoat pocket as the death card disappeared in the fog. I didn't know it until afterward, not until I reached into my pocket for my driving gloves. Then I understood and went back. Too late. One by one, Blackie picked up the gleaming jewels and examined them with an expert eye. They must be worth hundreds of thousands, a great fortune, and a beggar had them? Gasped Mary. The heirlooms of some old and immensely wealthy family, judging by the antique style in which they are cut, commented Blackie. They're wonderful examples of the jeweler's art. Beautiful. And that poor blind cripple was murdered because of them? He was murdered for the sake of them, that's true, Blackie replied. But he was neither blind nor crippled. He was as fine a specimen of manhood as I ever saw. I guessed that when his body straightened, as the face appeared through the fog, but I made sure as I examined him while I posed as a doctor. There's a queer mystery behind all this, a tantalizingly strange mystery, Mary, and fate has thrown us headlong into the midst of it. I'm going to make a prediction, he added slowly. We're going to have visitors, strange visitors, dangerous visitors. We will see again that atrocious, unpleasant face we saw tonight in the fog. And when we see it, he paused. It will be here in our apartment, Mary, behind a gun muzzle. 2. Titania, danseuse parisienne on the programs, threw herself wearily into a chair as her maid closed the door on her dressing room. The last echoes of applause that had followed her final encore filtered faintly into her. Done until tomorrow, she exclaimed. Oh, Olga, what a life! As she relaxed under the hands of her maid, drooping lines of physical exhaustion and soul weariness marred the irregular, piquant beauty of the dancer's face. I'm tired, heartsick, and lonely, she murmured, with tears glistening beneath her lashes. Angrily, she swept them away and sprang to her feet. Hurry, Olga, she exclaimed. Tonight, I win or lose. Thank God the suspense is nearly over. My black street dress and the heaviest veil, please. As Titania stepped from the stage entrance of the theater into the fog, she glanced furtively over her shoulder, with the instinctive impulse of an apprehensive mind. A taxi, Olga! Be quick, she commanded, shivering slightly. 2 gleaming headlights suddenly pierced the gloom, as the driver of the darkened car standing at the curbstone suddenly switched on his lights. Taxi, ma'am? Inquired a voice from the fog. Yes, come, Olga. The chauffeur, a little plump man with the shortest and most ridiculous pair of legs that ever were encased in a man's trousers, clambered from his seat and opened the door for his fares. Big, owlish goggles hid his eyes. Where to, ma'am? He inquired. Copa's restaurant, instructed Titania. A few of the more morbid curious still loitered on the sidewalk at the scene of the murder as the car stopped before the restaurant. Wait, please, instructed Titania. Then, as she saw the dark bloodstain at the spot where the beggar had been struck down, she shrank back in unconcealable terror. What has happened? She asked, her face ashen. A man was murdered about an hour ago. A crippled beggar killed by his own crutch, answered a bystander. Murdered! Cried the dancer. She seemed about to faint. From amongst the crowd, a man sprang to her side. Permit me, he murmured gently, supporting her with his arm as he helped her toward her taxi. The girl looked into his face with startled eyes, and, for a fractional part of a second, seemed to lie unresisting against his breast as she clung to his supporting arm. Then, as if mastering a regretted momentary weakness, she freed herself and tottered unaided to the cab. The man stared after her silently, reverently, hopelessly. Murdered and robbed! Everything is lost! Poor, faithful Michael! Titania murmured between sobs of despairing wretchedness. Home, Olga! Give the chauffeur our address! Crouching fearfully against the cushions as the taxi threaded its way cautiously through the fog, Titania, danseuse Parisienne, hid her face with shaking hands and fought vainly to stifle the tears of a friendless girl suddenly bereft of the last hope that had sustained her courage. The chauffeur, staring into the fog with keen, analytical eyes, muttered softly to himself, "A beggar murdered. Our little lady of the theater in tears. Whispers. Everything is lost. Poor Michael. A handsome gentleman in workman's clothes opportunely assists her. Huck Kahn, as a detective, you're a bad joke. Instead of half a man, you ought to be 2 men right now, with the best one of you following that mysterious, good-looking stranger who is not a stranger, I'll wager, to the beautiful little lady in the rear seat. She's crying, poor little girl. Huck, you're a brute to be tracking her, and a sentimental fool to be sorry you're doing it." A quarter of an hour after Huck Kahn had left Titania and her maid at their home, his infantile legs carried him hurriedly into police headquarters, where he presented a card to the desk sergeant. "For the chief at once, please," he said. A moment later he was shaking hands with Dan Egan, San Francisco's chief of detectives. "Glad to see you, Mr. Kant. What brings you out our way?" inquired the chief genially. "Nothing in the counterfeiting line this time, I hope." "Not this time, Chief. I'm afraid it's likely to be even more difficult. What I want now is to know all you know about the murder of a beggar in front of Copa's restaurant tonight." "Ah, Uncle Sam's interested in that business, eh?" answered Egan, with a shrewd glance of understanding. "Wren's handling the case. We'll have him in immediately. Give us the facts on the murder of the beggar down at Copa's," he ordered, as his subordinate appeared. "It's a piece of funny business, Chief," replied the detective. "A blind, crippled panhandler was killed by a blow from one of his own crutches. 2 men did the job and escaped in an automobile. 1 witness saw them, but in the dark and fog his descriptions are no good. The strange part of the case is that the dead man's clothes were ripped to pieces by the stick-ups who left more than $1,000 in torn bills lying on the sidewalk. They must have known the beggar had it, but why they left it behind when they had plenty of time to pick it up beats me. And another strange thing is that the crutch with which the man was killed is missing. A dozen witnesses saw it beside the body, but when I got there it was gone. No one knows where or how. The beggar is a stranger in town. Nothing on the body to identify him. When we got him to the morgue, I found this slip of paper clutched in his hand." Wren handed a torn sheet of paper to his chief, who, after studying it, passed it on to Huck Kunt. Penciled on the slip were the figures 22895, and nothing else. Kunt copied them into a notebook. "I'll be on my way, Chief," he said, rising. "If anything more turns up, particularly about that missing crutch, I'm staying at the Auburn, and I'll thank you to let me know at once." "He's a closed-mouthed little duck, ain't he?" remarked Wren as the door closed behind the Secret Service operative. "And the shrewdest in the business," replied Chief Egan, almost envious. "His name is Hercules Ulysses Kant. Sounds like a joke name when you look at his funny little body, but believe me, old Ulysses himself didn't have anything on little Huck from the neck up. There's something big behind this case, Wren. We want to be in on it when it breaks. Take a couple more good men and get busy." Huck Kahn went straight to his hotel apartment, took a deck of cards from his grip, and solemnly began a solitary game of Canfield. As he played, he talked aloud to himself. "The jewels are in the city. That's positive now," he said. "Black 10 spot on the red jack. Miss Titania was expecting them tonight. 9 on the 10 releases what? Ah, good, a king. The beggar was her messenger, and someone who knew it killed him. That somebody has the gems now, unless... The ace at last. It's about time. The girl doesn't know their present hiding place, since they have been interrupted on their way to her. An outsider who discovered her secret must have them. One last move with this deuce, and then... beaten as usual." Huck Kant swept the cards disgustedly from the table and drew his notebook from his pocket. 22895, he read, and pondered for a moment in silence. Penciled on a slip of paper in the dead beggar's hand. He wasn't a beggar, of course. That number is my one clue to the jewels and the murderer. That and the mysterious disappearance of the crutch. As far as the handsome young gentleman in shabby clothes is concerned, if I read his eyes rightly as the little dancer drew herself out of his arms, he'll not be hard to find somewhere around her theater. That missing crutch bothers me, though. Well, Huck, the right thing to do is to sleep on it all. Any detective's smartest when he's asleep. After which sage remark, Huck Kant climbed into bed and switched off the light. 3. On the evening following the death of the street beggar, Boston Blackie locked the bag of jewels carefully away in a safe built into the wall of his apartment above the fireplace. His eyes glowed with an eager love of adventure. The natural probabilities of the situation, substantiated by the warning that my auto license number has been looked up by strangers, promises a big night tonight, Mary dear, he announced joyously. I believe I am safe in predicting a call of a couple of cold-blooded assassins before morning. Possibly you'd better spend the night downtown at a hotel. I'll stay here with you, Mary answered shortly. Then, after a pause, Blackie, why do you leave those jewels in the safe, the natural and obvious place for them? As you say, the men seeking them will not hesitate at murder. Why will you insist on taking such risks, dear? Because they put the zest into life. The greatest game in the world to me is to pit wits against force and win. That's the game I'm playing tonight. Stay if you like, Mary, and watch. You'll not be in danger. He moved restlessly about the room with the quick impatience of a born gambler, eager for the first deal of the cards in a new and entrancing game. A sharp ring at the doorbell brought him suddenly back to the confident calmness of a skilled player ready for action. He laid the revolver that had hung beneath his armpit in a drawer and closed it. I hardly expected them at the front door, he murmured, but whatever way they come, I'm ready. No matter what happens, Mary, do nothing. Absolutely nothing. He whistled down an old-fashioned speaker tube that led to the street. Come up, he said to the voice that answered. As light steps reached the top of the stairway, Blackie threw open the door. Instantly, the ready-for-war glint in his eyes changed to pleased amazement. Huck Kant, he ejaculated. Well, well, Huck, come in and we'll talk it all over. The astonishing fact that you're here tonight just means that each of us has the answer to the other fellow's riddle." Serious perplexity underlay the cordiality of the little detective's manner as he bowed bashfully to Mary, seated himself, and turned interrogatively to Blackie. "Where were you, Blackie?" he began. "On the night and at the time when the beggar was killed at Copa's? I was there, both before and immediately after it happened." "I know you're not involved in the murder, but—" "I wasn't. I returned to prevent the murder, but I was too late." "But the mere fact that you were there is circumstantial evidence to me that you knew the beggar had in his possession jewels worth fully $500,000. Blackie, the United States government is mightily interested in those missing gems. It is mightily interested in the mysterious little Miss Titania, ostensibly a vaudeville dancer, who went to Copa's to receive the jewels from her messenger within an hour of his murder. The death and robbery of the beggar relieve me of the unpleasant duty of arresting Titania as a smuggler with the evidence against her in her possession." "Titania, the dancer?" exclaimed Blackie in frank surprise. "You're telling me news now, Huck." "Titania? Surely you don't mean the dainty little creature who is dancing at the Orpheum?" interrupted Mary. "I do mean her, but she's not dancing at the Orpheum tonight. At noon today she left her home, ostensibly for a walk, and vanished. The police and detectives employed by the theater are searching the city for her. They haven't even a clue so far. I can guess the clue, Blackie, the jewels, but here I too must stop. There is an imperative reason why this girl must be found and the jewels recovered. I am laying all my cards down to you, Blackie. Can you help me? And, if so, will you?" "How did you know I knew anything about this murder and of the missing jewels?" Blackie asked. "I don't know. I'm guessing. In the dead beggar's hand, the detectives found a scrap of paper. On it, scrawled in pencil, were the figures 22805. That's the number of your auto license, Blackie. And... Ah, so the beggar too took my license number, did he? I might have guessed he had some way of finding me. The auto number was an obvious way, the same way the men who murdered him have taken, Huck. They've found me too. They phoned the license office today and obtained my name and address. That means they will be here tonight in search of the jewels they did not find on the beggar's body." "They didn't get them? Good!" exclaimed the detective, half rising. "That means you must have them, Blackie." Boston Blackie ignored the question, began to tramp the floor uneasily. "The disappearance of the girl worries me," he muttered, more to himself than to his guest. "The pair who killed the beggar, if I read their faces rightly, are the sort—" "You know them? You saw them?" exclaimed Kant. "I don't know them, but I saw them when they turned the lights of their car on me as I talked to the beggar a moment before they killed him. The face I saw for an instant through the fog was villainously cruel, Huck. The men who have done one murder already for the sake of the jewels they didn't get can't be sure the dancing girl hasn't them. God help her if she's in their hands. They'd torture her to make her tell where the gems are. And Huck, she doesn't know. The girl's in terrible danger." The perennial smile was gone from the little detective's face. "I'm afraid you're right, Blackie," he said seriously. "Two of my men and half the police detectives in town are hunting her, but we are not all working absolutely in the dark. Where do we find these jewel thieves? Tell me that, and I'll answer for Titania's safety." A tiny red incandescent, set in a half-dozen other varicolored bulbs in the table ornament, flashed up and glowed steadily. "They're here now," Boston Blackie whispered, dropping into a chair with a relieved sigh of satisfaction. "The red signal means they've broken the thread that protects the rear entrance beyond the kitchen. I'm ready for them, Huck." "What's our plan of attack?" whispered the Bantam detective, springing to his feet. Blackie motioned him back to his chair. No matter what happens, do nothing, he whispered. Leave everything to me. Are you armed? All right, drop your gun into this drawer beside mine. We'll leave revolvers to our murdering visitors, Huck. I've something better in reserve for ourselves. Blackie lighted a cigar and picked up a newspaper, over the top of which his eyes strayed to a mirror which reflected the doorway behind him. Kant fidgeted in his chair. Mary, with unsteady fingers, continued her needlework. There was a long, tense wait. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the door behind Boston Blackie opened, inch by inch. 2 eyes appeared above a masked face, silhouetted for an instant against the darkness beyond the half-open door. "I'll put the situation in plain words, Kant," said Blackie, his voice breaking the silence like a pistol shot. "I have the beggar's jewels. You know I have them. Only you and I share the secret, and there are enough gems for both of us. I'll divide them with you 50-50. Huck Kant stared at his friend in amazement. The eyes above the black mask behind them lighted evilly. "Now!" cried a harsh voice, and the door was suddenly thrown wide open, and 2 men with leveled revolvers sprang into the room. "Hands up! Quick! Everybody!" commanded the first of the intruders, the man. Blackie recognized at a glance whose face, through a mask now, seen through the fog, had warned the beggar of his impending fate. The 3 slowly raised their hands. "Guard them!" commanded the leader curtly to his subordinate. "Kill if anyone moves or cries out." He searched Blackie and Kant for weapons and, finding none, made a quick precautionary inspection of the apartment's other doors. All empty. Then he returned and faced Blackie. "Now we'll relieve you of the necessity of dividing those jewels. We'll take them all," he said, with a wicked smile. "If you want them, find them for yourself," answered Blackie softly. Instantly, the intruder's pistol was pressed against Blackie's temple. "If, within 30 seconds, you have not gotten me the jewels, I shall put a bullet through your head." "After which you'll never get them, for I alone know where they are hidden," replied Blackie calmly. The 30 allotted seconds passed. With a curse, the robber jammed his gun muzzle into Blackie's face, leaving a streak of blood. "If you think you're going to trifle with us, I'm ready to show you your mistake," he cried. "Once more I tell you to give me those jewels, or—" His comrade interrupted him with a whispered suggestion in an unintelligible foreign tongue. The leader looked toward Mary with quickening interest. "Good idea, Nick," he said approvingly, in English. "We'll do it. Heat the iron." A poker was thrust into the bed of coals glowing redly at the grate. Mary paled, but unfaltering confidence remained in her eyes. Huck Kant's little hands were clenched, and the dull flush of anger and unflinching resolve rose slowly in his round face. Blackie waited, unperturbed. "Now we are ready to begin," cried the first robber, catching the poker up and thrusting the glowing weapon close to Blackie's face. "Surrender the jewels to us, or I'll see your woman blinded before your eyes with this." "My God, Blackie, the fiend will do it," cried Huck. Boston Blackie and the hold-up leader glared, each into the other's face with eyes equally steady, equally malevolent, while the rosy hue of the poker faded to a dull black. "Tie the woman's hands and heat it up again, Nick," the man ordered grimly, handing the weapon to his companion. "When it's ready this time, we'll use it." With his upraised hands, Blackie made a gesture of surrender. "You win," he said. "The diamonds are in the wall safe." "The combination. Speak fast." "On the card in the upper left-hand drawer of my desk. Shall I get it for you?" "Stand where you are. Keep your revolver on them, Nick." The man sprang to the desk and pawed over the papers. "I have it! The jewels are ours!" he exclaimed exultingly. Stepping close to the fireplace, he reached up and seized the steel combination dial. A crackling jet of blue flame shot out of the dial as his fingers touched it. The man's body stiffened, quivered, and twisted into sudden hideous contortions. A gurgling, inarticulate cry of agony came from his lips as he struggled vainly to draw back. His comrade sprang to his aid. As his foot touched the steel hearth mat and he grasped his companion's arm, he, too, was caught in the grip of the torturing electrical current that flowed to the door of the wired safe. His revolver clattered to the floor. Within a second, the triumphant captors had become helpless, trapped captives. Boston Blackie lowered his upraised arms and stooped for the revolver. For a moment he watched his victim's violent contortions with a grimly amused smile, then handed the gun to the detective. "Cover them, Huck," said Blackie. "I suppose I'll have to turn off the juice. It's heavy voltage. Almost, but not quite enough to kill." He snapped off a concealed switch beneath his table, and the two men, with a groan, sank to the floor. Blackie handcuffed them, back to back, with a pair of bracelets he took from the desk. "Well, Huck, there they are, trussed up like a Thanksgiving turkey ready for the oven. Now that they've had a kindergarten course in electricity, what shall we do with them?" he asked. "First, Titania's disappeared," whispered Huck. Blackie jerked the writhing pair roughly to their feet. "I'll give them an incentive to talk when you begin to question them," he said, standing them on the steel fireplace mat and running a wire from the safety knob to the handcuffs that shackled them together. "Go ahead, Huck. I'll furnish an invigorator any time their memories or voices show signs of failing." "Who are you two?" questioned the detective. "Terrorists," from the purple lips of the leader. Boston Blackie lay back in his chair, chuckling. "Terrorists," he laughed derisively. "You mean humorists." Lightly, he touched the electrical switch beneath his table. With a cry, the pair writhed and twisted in a new series of grotesque contortions. "Note the terrorist shimmy," he said. "All original steps, too." He switched off the current. "Go on with your questions, Huck." "Where is Titania the dancer?" demanded Kant. Both men stared incomprehensively. "Titania? The dancer?" they repeated perplexedly. "We know no such person." "That may be the truth," began Huck, looking questioningly toward Blackie. "And it may not. We'll investigate for ourselves," furnished the latter. "Where do you two live?" The captives looked at each other in sullen silence. Blackie reached for the electric switch. "Stockton Street, near Clay," cried the men in chorus. "What house?" "The one back by itself in the big yard." "On the edge of Chinatown. I know it," Blackie said. "I'll have one of my men come up and take charge of our prisoners. I don't want to turn them over to the police yet," Kant announced, and started for the telephone. A moment later he called Blackie out of the captive's range of hearing. "Something else strange has happened," he announced. "Jimmy Burns is on his way up here, and he has another prisoner. He caught him slipping out of the morgue with the dead beggar's crutch hidden beneath his coat. When he tried to steal the crutch—" "He made a mistake," interrupted Blackie. "As soon as your partner arrives, we must get to Chinatown. The girl has been missing 10 hours. With that red-hot poker fresh in my memory, we may find something not pleasant for a white man to see." 4. The crooked walls, rotting sills, and sagging roof of the old dwelling on the edge of Chinatown were outward evidences of a swift, impenitent decline from former rectitude to squalor, and things sinister and hidden. Boston Blackie and Huck Kant parked their car at the corner and studied it speculatively. Not a light shone from behind its boarded windows. Blackie vaulted a dilapidated iron fence and crossed the yard, with the detective a step behind. Noiselessly he tried the locked doors and peered futilely into the barred windows. Then he drew out a bunch of skeleton keys and motioned inquiringly toward the rear door. Huck nodded approval. Blackie's key turned slowly in the lock, and the pair entered a pitch-dark room heavy with the damp, moldy odor of long disuse. As Blackie felt for his electric lantern, a faint gleam of light suddenly pierced the blackness. It came from the bottom of a stairway that descended from the level of the street floor. Listening, the men heard a muffled exclamation of impatience from the basement beneath them, and the grating of a tool upon steel. The light vanished. "In the basement! We'll surprise somebody at work there if we step softly," whispered Blackie, feeling for Kant in the darkness. With infinite caution the two crept down the stairs. As they reached the bottom they heard a quick, panting breath of one who stealthily struck steel upon steel. "God have mercy! God have mercy! God have mercy! God help me!" muttered the muffled voice of a woman. Huck Kant drew out his flashlight. As he felt for the ignition button, another flashlight flamed through the darkness. In the center of the basement floor was an old, fire-eaten house safe. An emptied trunk with a broken lock lay on the floor. In the corner, on a pallet covered with a ragged rug, was a figure with bound hands, moaning faintly as it twisted painfully beneath its covering. Bending over the safe and working upon it with feverish haste was a second figure, masked. Again Blackie heard the woman's murmuring prayer. "God help me!" Kant seized Blackie's hand with a grip that announced immediate action. Both men drew their revolvers, and then, as Kant shouted, "Hands up!" Blackie pinioned the figure at the safe under the sudden glare of his flashlight. With a sharp cry of alarm, the masked face whirled toward them and looked into the two menacing gun muzzles. Ignoring their threat, the safecracker snatched a revolver from the top of the safe. Blackie struck it to the floor with his flashlight, which was shattered to fragments. Again, impenetrable darkness. The two men sprang forward, grappling blindly for the antagonist, too reckless to submit even to the authority of leveled revolvers. Blackie's finger clutched a coat sleeve. It tore away from the shoulder, dangling uselessly in his hand. Kant sprang forward, stumbled over the safe, and sprawled headlong. Blackie heard a quick step beside him, but his groping hands found the darkness empty. "Your flashlight! Quick, Huck!" he cried. The narrow patch of light from the detective's bullseye disclosed the safecracker darting up the stairs. "I'll cut him off at the upper door. Release the girl, Huck, and come on with your light." The little detective knelt hurriedly beside the pallet. He turned the prisoner gently, feeling for the cords. "Don't be frightened, Miss Titania," he said smoothly. "I'm a friend. I'm—" "Hounds of Babylon!" he exclaimed as he threw back the rug and saw the lemon-hued, parchment-like face of an old and particularly hideous Chinese. Kant determinedly snapped shut the pocket-knife with which he had intended to sever the prisoner's bonds. "You'll stay just where you are for present, you yellow heathen," he muttered crossly as he sprang numbly to his feet and rushed up the stairs to Blackie's assistance. The upper room was as black and silent as a tomb. "Blackie!" called Huck inquiringly. "Here," answered his friend. "Our mysterious safecracker is as slippery as an eel, and as elusive as a shadow, but I'm holding the door, and he's still here. A little light, Huck?" The detective's flashlight slowly traveled round the room, fell upon the fugitive, still masked and crouching in a far corner. "The game is up. Be reasonable, young fellow," advised Kant, advancing. "Dog, don't you dare touch me!" The words were flung at him with the impotent fury of an enemy, hopeless but conquered. Kant lunged forward and caught his opponent. There was a fierce struggle. "Come on quickly, Blackie," panted Huck. Boston Blackie seized the light from his friend's hand, saw Huck Kant crushing his antagonist against his breast, while the prisoner beat vainly at his face and clawed his pink cheeks with fingers that drew long streaks of blood. Blackie caught the captive's hand securely, but gently. "If you two would open your eyes instead of fighting blindly, I think—" Blackie paused, laughing. The pair did open their eyes, and then, in amazement, opened them wider. "Hounds of Babylon!" exclaimed Huck, hastily releasing the captive he had been hugging so vehemently, and backing away shamefacedly. "By the sacred hounds of Babylon, it's Titania! Miss Titania!" he stammered. "The little taxi driver! Spies! 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 Enemies everywhere!" The girl covered her face and sank to the floor, instinctively trying to cover her trousered legs with her torn coat as she sobbed a final surrender to unbeatable odds. Blackie picked up the boy's wig, which had been torn off in the tussle. "I am amazed at you, Huck," he protested with mock severity. "I never expected to discover you, a confirmed bachelor, hugging a young lady in the dark. The idea of a United States Secret Service agent being scratched—" "Secret Service agent?" echoed Titania. Springing to her feet and smiling for the first time, she held out a slender hand to each of the men. "Thank God! You're not what I thought!" she exclaimed. "Forgive me for mistaking you for—" "Terrorists," supplied Blackie as she hesitated. "That pair of infant-brained scoundrels already are safely in the custody of Detective Kant's men." "You have arrested them?" she cried joyfully. "Then I am rid of two deadly enemies. They trailed me across the ocean. They murdered my faithful servant Michael for the jewels he was carrying to me. Knowing their terrorist connections, I easily located this den and came here determined to recover my gems. I entered like a burglar. I found the old Chinese asleep in the basement, and tied and gagged him like a highwayman, do you say? Then I couldn't force open the safe in which the jewels must be hidden. Then you two appeared." "Your jewels are not here. They are in my safe at home," interrupted Blackie. "With Mr. Kant's permission, we'll take you to them." "They are found? I thank the good God and am ready this instant to go with you, friends," cried the girl exultantly. "Let's go then," said Huck. "I'll pick up a copper somewhere on the street to take charge of this place and the Chink prisoner until I can get one of my own men up here." 5. "Where are the two assassins? Not here, I hope," said Titania as the car stopped before Blackie's home. "Yes, why?" asked Huck. The girl shrank into the shadow of the closed tonneau. "They must not see me," she exclaimed. "For them to know me as the one whose trail they have been following means that they, or their brother assassins, will track me forever, if necessary." "There's no need for them to see you. I'll have my men take them to their den in Chinatown while the place is being searched. Remain in the car while I get rid of them." Huck Kant, talking through the speaking tube, instructed his subordinate. The handcuffed pair of terrorists were brought down and sloughed across the pavement to the waiting car. Behind them, another officer led the third prisoner, the man against whose breast Titania had lain weakly for an instant as she fought off her faintness in the scene of the murder. Though his face was haggard with deep lines of distress, he walked with the step of a man who, notwithstanding appearances, feels his conscience clear and his honor unsullied. Titania saw him and seized Huck's arm. "That last man! Why have you arrested him?" she demanded. "He was taken today after an attempt to steal the dead beggar's crutch from the morgue." "Michael's crutch? I don't understand. Why could he possibly want that? Anyway, I know he is neither a thug nor a thief. His liberty is important to me. May we not keep him here?" "Boys, I'll take care of the crutch thief for the present," ordered Kant. Slender fingers pressed his arm gratefully. A moment later, the four faced each other over Blackie's library table with Mary, eager and curious beside them. "Introductions first, then explanations," began Huck, with the pleased cordiality of a host. "I'm Huck Kant, operative in the United States Secret Service. This," he lay his hand on Blackie's arms, "is Mr. Dawson, widely known to his familiars as Boston Blackie. Mrs. Dawson, Boston Blackie's Mary to her friends, stands beside me. Miss Titania we all recognize, I'm sure. And you, sir?" turning to the prisoner. The man's dark eyes met Titania's and looked into them for an instant, inquiringly. The girl nodded. "I am Captain Orloffy of His Majesty the Tsar's Imperial Guard. And I, Titania, the dancer in San Francisco, in Petrograd, was the Grand Duchess Titania." "Sacred hounds of Babylon!" ejaculated Huck, using the ultimate expletive in his vocabulary. "The Tsar's? No, not that Titania. She, poor girl, was my cousin. My father is the Duke Nicholas. I fled from my country like a hunted fugitive," she explained. "I became a public dancer to lose the greedy earth scum who trailed me. I did this, friends, not idly or without a sacred purpose. My father's jewels are the beginning, the nucleus, of a fund we hope may yet rid our Russia of red tyranny, vile, beastly, unspeakable. An hour ago, when the jewels seemed irrevocably lost, even that faint hope was dead. But now, since they are recovered—" "Recovered? Are they recovered? Thank God!" cried Orloff fervently. Boston Blackie crossed to his safe, opened it, drew out a chamois bag, and handed it to Titania. "Look!" she exclaimed, unknotting the cord. "On these trinkets depends the future of my country." Orloff drew back with a silent gesture of despair as the girl emptied the bag, and he saw its contents. Titania stared at the gleaming gems in complete consternation. "What are these?" she cried. "These are not my father's jewels. These are—" "Paste imitations," interrupted Blackie. "I knew. I wondered if you did." "But the real gems were given to Michael. You yourself delivered them," the girl insisted, turning upon the soldier. "Speak, Orloff!" she commanded imperiously. "I, and I alone, am to blame," he answered, his words broken by distress and humiliation. "I, witless fool, have wrecked the hopes for which I gladly would have given my life. Knowing the dangers of Michael's journey across Siberia and the Pacific with the Bolshevik hounds trailing his every step, I substituted these for the real gems in the bag I carried to him." "But what of the others? What of them?" persisted Titania. "One of the crutches I made for him was hollowed and a steel tube inserted. In that tube I put your jewels, thinking to double safeguard them. I alone knew they were there, and yet the crutch that contained them disappeared at the moment of Michael's murder. In the hope that the crutch at the morgue might be the precious one, I tried tonight to recover it. It was not the right one. See, we broke it here tonight." Titania sank limply into a chair. "The terrorist prisoners may have gotten the missing crutch. It may still be hidden in their cellar," she suggested. "Impossible. If they had the crutch with the jewels, would they have come here seeking them?" Blackie questioned. "True, too true." Titania's dark eyes, as she stared somberly into the fire, seemed to find visualized in the flames the final ruin of the forlorn hope that had brought her to America. "It is the end," she said. "Not yet," put in Boston Blackie. From a hiding place built into a phonograph cabinet, he drew out a broken crutch. A cap covering at steel tube was visible above the splintered end. "I saw the tube when I first picked up the crutch and decided to carry it from the scene of the murder for further investigation," he explained. Then, twisting off the cap, he poured out scores of jewels. Titania kneeled beside them, sobbing. "Wait, wait!" cried Huck Kent, closing his eyes determinedly. "My instructions as a United States operative were to receive a bag of items, smuggled, presumably, for the use of Miss Titania. Will someone kindly give me that bag and the paste jewels that came out of it?" Blackie swept them up and handed him the chamois skin. "My duty is now fulfilled," said Huck, his eyes still tightly shut. "Friends, goodbye." "Wait, wait, and keep your eyes closed," cried Titania, springing up. Then she stooped. She had to stoop, and kissed him on the lips. "That," she said, "is the Grand Duchess Titania's gift to you." "A gift that shall never," began Huck, red now as a peony when he stopped in hopeless embarrassment. Boston Blackie laid a friendly hand on the little detective's arm. "Mr. Huck Kent, I congratulate you," he said gravely. "Why, man, you become famous in a night. You're the only man in the world, I'll wager, who has ever had the honor of being both kissed and scratched in an evening by a Russian Grand Duchess." The end of The Face in the Fog by Jack Boyle.
The Gallery Gods by Murray Leinster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Gallery Gods by Murray Leinster. The white-painted fruit steamer steamed out between the forts and turned toward the south. She only touched at Bahia del Toro to drop the mail on her downward trip, though on her return toward the north she paused to take on a portion of her cargo. The stars and stripes at her masthead fluttered brightly in the golden sunshine of midday, and the same sunshine made the sea seem bluer, and the palms greener and vividly alive. Half a dozen small launches that had clustered about the white ship scattered and made for different points along the waterfront of the city. El Señor Beckwith was seated in a great cane chair on the veranda of the White House that sprawled over the hillside. He looked at the ship and heaved a sigh. It was not a wistful sigh, nor was there pathos concealed anywhere about it. The sigh was a sign of the satisfaction that filled him. He sat at ease, puffing a long black cigar. At his elbow a glass tinkled musically when he moved. His huge frame, now clad in spotless white duck, was eloquent of content. Only his left thumb, bandaged and in splints, gave the slightest sign of discomfort, and he smiled when he felt the encumbrance of the wrappings. It was a souvenir of the incident that caused his sensation of complete satisfaction. Conway had broken that thumb in his last struggle, 2 weeks before in New York. Conway was dead. There was a clattering of tiny hoofs. One of the houseboys had been down to the wharf to get the New York papers Beckwith had arranged should be sent him. They would contain the details of Conway's death, and Beckwith drew in a pleasurable breath at the thought of reading them. The little donkey had brought the boy hastily up with his light burden, and now the brown-skinned boy came in to Beckwith. The papers were all there, with their magazine sections, their rotogravure illustrations, and all the other minor features on which they prided themselves. As the newspapers were handed to him, Beckwith even noticed a gaudily colored comic section. He flicked it carelessly aside. These flimsy bundles of print had been brought 4,000 miles for him to enjoy this moment. He would read of the death of Hugh Conway, multi-millionaire philanthropist, patron of the arts, and other worthy things to the extent of repertorial vocabulary, killed in the most open and daring fashion by William Beckwith, now at large. He would read of the letter left pinned to the multimillionaire's breast in which that same William Beckwith announced his reasons for killing the millionaire and the precise fashion in which he intended to escape punishment. Beckwith smiled cheerfully to himself as he visualized in advance the excited indignation with which the editorial comment would point out the loophole of which he had taken advantage. For weeks to come there would be indignation and anger at his calm defiance of the law and the power of the United States, while here in Bahia del Toro he would live openly and happily, frankly glorifying in the crime he had committed, respected and feared by the people. There were the newspapers. The murder of Hugh Conway would be good for a scarehead on the front page. Beckwith spread out the paper with his uninjured hand and ran his eye over the headlines. Hugh Conway, Hugh Conway. Where was it? Not on the first page. Beckwith glanced at the date with a frown. The date was that of the day after the murder, and surely it should have been a news feature. He looked on the second page. Nothing there. He ran his eye over the third page and the fourth. He flung the flimsy sheet impatiently aside and picked a second. The date was the same, and the name of the paper was that of one of the most sensational journals in New York. That at least would play up the murder in great shape. A new airplane record, a crisis in Europe, a prominent divorce case. Not one word of Hugh Conway. The second page. Beckwith rumpled the newspaper and threw it away. He bit angrily on his cigar. He had killed Conway, strangled him with his 2 hands. He took up the third paper, then the fourth. Not a word concerning Conway. Beckwith growled throatily. Then an idea struck him. The police might have concealed the crime for a day or more, hoping to ensnare him before he escaped. A later paper would tell. Beckwith's brow cleared. Of course, that was it. He half smiled as he realized how typical such an action would be. The police would want to announce the crime and the arrest of the murderer at the same time. Wells, the commissioner of police, was fond of just such tricks. He and Beckwith and Conway had gone to school together, and Beckwith knew Wells down to the ground. With a leisurely gesture, he selected a newspaper of the day following and unfolded it, only to frown again. The first page was still devoted to commonplace events, and the second likewise. Still another one was barren of news on the topic that was all important to Beckwith. He impatiently cast them down and examined those of the next day, and the next. When the last of his newspapers had joined the crumpled pile at his feet, Beckwith sat helplessly puzzled. He was both puzzled and annoyed. His left thumb was bandaged, where Conway had dislocated it in his struggle for life. The cumbrous wrapping was still a reminder of that event. Conway was dead, had been dead for 3 weeks, but for at least 1 week after his death, no mention of him had appeared in any New York newspaper. Why? Conway was well known and an important figure in the financial world. His murder surely would be a news item of the first importance, but not one single paragraph had been devoted to him. Beckwith had strangled him in his own motor car, then knocked the chauffeur unconscious and escaped to a waiting yacht. The mere melodrama of the feat was enough to make it copy for the whole United States, let alone the city of New York. But every newspaper in New York had ignored it, as they had ignored Beckwith's scornful letter, sarcastically giving his address to the police. Dusk had faded into twilight, and twilight into diamond-studded night. Down in the city, the band played faintly in the plaza, while the long lines of dark-eyed senoritas promenaded primly in a duenna-guarded circle, listening decorously to the music, but casting liquid glances at the olive-skinned young men who less primly strolled in the other direction, twirling their budding mustaches for the admiration of the fairer sex. Now and again the muted chords of a guitar tinkled through the air, and now and again bursts of more uproariously amorous festivity came from the section of the town devoted to the cantinas and their less franked adjuncts. Beckwith put his hat upon his head and sallied into the cobblestone street. He would go to the American Club. Soon he was grimly aware he would be barred from its precincts, unless his importance under the Garrios government overcame the normal dislike of the Anglo-Saxon for a murderer. He would go there tonight in any event. The newspapers might not have printed details of Conway's murder, but Melton, the American consul, would surely have been cabled. Beckwith had told in his sarcastic note to Wells that he would make for Bahia del Toro, and Wells would certainly wire the consulate to find if he had actually appeared. Beckwith grinned as he thought of the touching faith of the civilian American in the efficacy of a demand by the consular representative. Wells would insist that the Nueva Bolivian government turn the criminal over to justice. He would ignore the absence of a treaty of extradition. The interior of the club was painfully hot, and most of the members sat upon the terrace above the entrance, sipping drinks from glasses that tinkled musically. 2 or 3 cigars glowed fitfully in the obscurity, and the white-clad figure of the mozo, moving from chair to chair, was wraith-like. Beckwith stood in the doorway a moment before emerging. The band was good, even for a military band among a musical people. At the moment it was playing a soft and dreamy waltz, while the young people in the plaza below eddied in their endless circles, the women inside, prim and decorous, and the men without, discreetly admiring. 6 sputtering lights detracted from the romance of the scene, but made it possible to catch an occasional glimpse of some darkly beautiful face outlined in the sharp glow of the arc lamp. Beckwith paid no attention to that phase of the scene, but searched among the seated coatless figures for Melton, the consul. Melton had drawn his chair close to the railing and was looking out and down upon the plaza with a curiously wistful expression. Beckwith caught sight of him when the red glow of his cigar lighted up his face for a moment. With an assumption of indifference, Beckwith dropped into the chair by his side. Melton turned and squinted at him through the darkness until he recognized who it was. "Oh, hello, Beckwith," he said casually. "Hot, isn't it?" He turned and surveyed the prim crowd below him. Without waiting for Beckwith's acknowledgement, Melton was silent for a moment or so. "Beckwith," he said presently, "do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Springfield, Massachusetts, about November. It's so different." He half smiled to himself in the darkness. "I remember I used to be going about this time to call on some girl with a box of candy under my arm." "Mozo," said Beckwith harshly. The boy came and took his order. "You've been down here 10 years, went on the consul, still in that half-hushed tone of reminiscence. "I've been away 5 years from the States, but I can still picture it. Crowds of people going into vaudeville houses, others climbing excitedly on streetcars. I'd give a lot to have a streetcar clang a bell at me just about now." "I was in New York 2 weeks ago," said Beckwith suddenly, half-minded to blurt out his reason for going north and what he had done there. "Went up there, but it was all strange. I wasn't comfortable until I got back here." "I hope I won't feel strange," said the consul dreamily. "I'm going back next year. Do you know, I'm thinking about fried fish. They don't have the same kinds of fish down here, and they don't cook them the same way. The first thing I'm going to do when I land in New York is to eat a meal in a restaurant, and I'm going to have fried fish and griddle cakes with maple syrup. I don't know why fried fish appeals to me so much." He added thoughtfully, "Because I never cared much for them when I could get them." Beckwith moved uneasily. "Any news lately?" he asked, succeeding very well in keeping his tone casual. "Nothing but the papers," answered Melton abstractedly. "Your boy was down at the dock and got a batch of them. I say, Beckwith." He launched forth in a vivid description of the joys of living in Springfield, Massachusetts, to which Beckwith listened uninterestingly, but, perforce, sipping at his grenadine Ricky from time to time. When he left, Beckwith was puzzled but convinced that there had been no message or inquiry sent to Melton from the States concerning him. He went slowly up to his white house that sprawled over the hillside, wondering why. As he was entering his own door, the obvious solution came to him. Wells would naturally have tried to keep the murder secret for 24 hours. That was one of his favorite tricks, keeping a crime secret to afford himself so much start in his efforts to unravel the mystery, so that the story of the crime and the capture of the criminal could be announced at the same time. 24 hours was usually his limit. Evidently, however, he had been able to extend the time on this occasion. He must have possessed an incredible influence with the newspapers to keep them for 7 days from exploiting so succulent a morsel of melodrama. Beckwith chuckled. Wells was trying to save his face. He had held off public knowledge of his failure for a week, but would be unable to keep it up much longer. When the next mail came in 7 days more, the newspapers would spread the news of Conway's death and Wells' humiliation, with Beckwith's triumph as their principal theme. A man who so defiantly flouted the law, who sneered at the police to the extent of giving them his address, would surely be made much of by the press, even if they denounced him. The next mail would tell the story, and Wells' humiliation would be the more complete for being delayed. The newspapers would flay him for trying to conceal the crime. Beckwith went to sleep with a sense of profound satisfaction, in spite of his recent disappointment. The steamer usually made the port of Bahia del Toro about noon, but as early as 9 o'clock in the morning of the next steamer day, Beckwith was looking down the coastline for the smudge of smoke that would portend the arrival of the vessel. He swept the horizon with his glasses from time to time, growing more and more impatient. The white hull did not appear until nearly 4, however, and it was 5 o'clock before it turned in between the forts. Beckwith went out in one of the launches to meet it, smiling in anticipation of triumph. He waved gaily to the globe-trotting passengers clustered by the after rail. They would know of Conway's death, and one of the officers of the ship would undoubtedly point him out as the man who had defied the law. The bundle of newspapers fell into the launch with a heavy thump, and the purser who had dropped them over waved a friendly hand. The little boat backed off from the steamer and sped toward the shore, while Beckwith cut the twine about his package of papers and began to run rapidly through them, glancing only at the first-page headlines. The first, no. The second, no. The third. A curious sensation settled upon him. Bewilderment and unreasoning suspicion, then poignant disappointment, finally a persistent hope. He could not examine them all thoroughly in the launch. The wind threatened to blow them overboard, but he put them together in a compact package and waited impatiently until he could go over them in detail at his home. He hastened to his house, carrying the parcel himself. He hurried into his smoking room and flung them on the table, then went over them again and again, each time more minutely, each time with growing incredulity. Not one newspaper issued on any day of the second week after the murder of Hugh Conway contained one hint of that event. Not one word, line, or paragraph referred to the murder of Hugh Conway by William Beckwith. Not one faintest indication appeared in any issue of any periodical during the second week after that murder of the defiant note written by the murderer to the Commissioner of Police. There was nothing to make anyone suspect that any harm had come to one of the foremost figures in American finance. Beckwith rubbed his forehead in amazement and perplexity. His dislocated thumb was still tender where Conway had struggled to save his life. His memory of the event was lucid and complete. He knew that he had killed Conway. During the following week, he brooded almost continuously over his problem. He cabled a confidential message to Nueva Bolivian consul in New York, who knew his influence with Garrios well enough to heed his request asking for information about Conway. The consulate replied with a succinct list of his offices as head of this and that corporation, and added that his present whereabouts were unknown. The message cheered Beckwith immensely. He made a resolution to wait one more week. If there was still no public news of Conway's death, he would write to the New York papers and put them in possession of the facts. He, William Beckwith, had killed Conway with his bare hands, and now resided openly in the city of Bahia del Toro. He would defy the police to punish him, and expose the duplicity of the Commissioner of Police, who had concealed the crime for no less than 2 weeks. The steamer date arrived, but Beckwith was no longer impatient. He was calmly confident that there would be no mention of the crime in the newspapers of this week. Wells might prevent the news from ever becoming public. Beckwith had been so long in the Latin countries, where censorship is ruthless and complete, that he did not realize the impracticability of such a plan. He watched the steamer arrive and dropped the mailbags over the side without emotion other than an abstract interest. When she came back on her way north again, he would have letters to form a part of her cargo, letters which would upset the smug complacency of the city of New York. A sodden, heavy rain was falling when the steamer made port, and it was barely visible from the house on the hill because of the sheets of falling water. Beckwith stood for a moment on his veranda and strained his eyes through the misty obscurity. The grass was exhaling fresh and fragrant odors in the rainfall. The palm leaves were dark and glistening with the wet. Outside, the cobblestones of the street were running miniature floods of the water to the gutter. Beckwith sat comfortably indoors and smoked one of his thin black cigars, quite tranquil, waiting for the boy to bring him the papers for which he had sent. Presently, above the humming roar of the rain on the roof and street, he heard the donkey's hoofs. A door opened. A boy's voice spoke in liquid Spanish, and then one of the servants brought him a rain-sodden bundle of flimsy printed sheets. Beckwith quite calmly cut the twine. The papers on the inside were dry, and he spread one out, looking at it with interest which sought confirmation of a conclusion already made. Wells had concealed the crime. Hugh Conway, the name leaped at him from the headlines. A shock went over Beckwith, so that for a moment he could read no more. His hands were shaking. Triumph welled in his heart. He laughed for an instant and steadied his hands against the table before him. He fixed his eyes on the printed page. A moment later, his always frightened half-caste wife was shrinking in terror from the room she had been about to enter. Her husband was in there, staring at a sheet of paper and pouring out imprecations from the dregs of 2 languages. He seemed so furious that his anger verged on panic. Hugh Conway announces gift to city's poor. The headlines were those of the feature section of one of the larger newspapers, which invariably made much of the benevolences of the rich. Below the headline, a pen and ink portrait of Hugh Conway, whom Beckwith had killed a month before, smiled from the page. Beckwith, with the sensation of unreality one experiences in a nightmare, read the fulsome eulogy of the dead man. But the dead man was not here described as dead. The conventional phrases of the newspaper reporter, Mr. Conway refused to be interviewed. At his home, it was said that Mr. Conway did not wish to add anything to the statement of his attorneys who have completed the arrangements for the gift. All the evasions and artifices of men who have failed to see an important man were used. Through the mist of incredulous amazement, Beckwith could gather only one impression. Conway had not been seen. No one had looked upon his living form to write of him recently. Beckwith knew why, of course. Conway was dead. But why? Why had this gift been announced as from a living man? With trembling fingers, Beckwith spread out the remainder of the papers. Here and there he saw references to the gift. A monster sum was to be expended for fresh air outings for the children of the slums. Every reference spoke of the frequent benefactions of the man Beckwith knew was dead, but not one word or line referred to his murder. True, there was no direct mention of a late interview with him, but on the other hand no faintest hint had escaped the editorial writers of the fact that he had been killed, and that his murder had gone openly to a country from which he could not be extradited, where he was living in ease and comfort, defying the law to punish him. When the last of the papers had been gone through, Beckwith was in a frenzy. He had killed Conway, and the papers would not mention it. He felt almost as if he were being cheated, as, in a way, he was. A large part of his triumph was the public knowledge of his superiority to both Conway and Wells. To be deprived of that was infuriating, daunting. Beckwith suddenly got up and went from the house, to walk heedlessly in the pouring rain and try to think what could have happened to set his plans awry. Such few brown-skinned folk as saw him shrugged their shoulders and murmured softly to one another. Los Vanquis were mad, though El Señor Beckwith had seemed less mad than they until now. But behold him walking in the downpour. When he finally stumbled into his own house again, Beckwith was exhausted both mentally and physically. He made his way dripping into the room where he had left his newspapers. His wife rose and fled from the room when he appeared, leaving behind her the picture section at which she had been looking. She read no English and but little Spanish, but the brown-tinted pictures gave her childish pleasure. Beckwith paid no attention to her hasty flight, but slumped down in his chair and stared gloomily at the floor. Then suddenly a picture on the illustrated sheet grew clear and distinct. It was a picture of Hugh Conway, at the top of his stroke, about to strike a golf ball. The legend beneath the picture read, "Hugh Conway, well-known multimillionaire taking a vacation from business cares at Newport. He is shown driving off from the first tee in front of the clubhouse." Beckwith, staring at the picture of the man whose life he had choked out a month before, caught his breath and began to swear at the printed sheet hysterically as he might have sworn at a ghost. When the fruit steamer stopped on its northern trip, Beckwith took possession of a cabin. He did not quite understand why he was going to New York, but he was feverishly impatient for the ship to leave Bahia del Toro. He had a letter of credit in his pocket and was determined to find out once and for all what had happened. If Conway had escaped him before, he would not escape again. In his stateroom, Beckwith carried the last batch of papers he had received, and spent much time reading and rereading the items concerning Conway. He weighed again and again each phrase in the accounts of Conway's munificent gift to charity, hoping to find therein some hint of Conway's death. He knew Conway was dead. He had choked Conway's life from him with his 2 hands. But why did not the papers announce the murder? The ship steamed up the coast with incredible slowness. It put into Havana with nerve-wracking deliberation. There were fresh papers to be secured there, but none of them told of the murder. Beckwith read them minutely, and as the steamer neared New York, he came out on deck and paced back and forth, smoking incessantly, torturing his brain for an explanation of the silence of the newspapers. His nerves were in shreds when they finally reached New York. He watched the forts swing by to his left, and the tall buildings of lower Manhattan rise from the water. The fixed expressionlessness of the Statue of Liberty irritated him. He was all impatience to be ashore and free to make his final investigations. What had happened that had prevented the press from learning of Conway's death? And why had they printed no word of his murder? The leisurely manner of the customs inspectors drove him nearly frantic. When he was at last free to go ashore, he was trembling from sheer nervous tension. He went down the gangplank, an olive-skinned steward carrying his bags. He pushed roughly through the crowd of people come to meet the voyagers, and closed his ears to the soft Spanish greetings. He failed altogether to see a motion picture photographer cranking busily. He pressed free of the assembly of people, and turned impatiently to the steward behind him. "Trouble you to come with me, sir," said a quiet voice at his elbow. Two unimpressive figures in civilian clothes stood, one on either side. The hand of each was in his coat pocket, where a suggestive bulge warned against resistance. "What the devil?" began Beckwith furiously, and stopped. Wells was standing there, smiling sarcastically at him. Wells, the Commissioner of Police. "You're under arrest for Hugh Conway's murder, Beckwith," he said caustically. A dozen or more delighted men watched the scene, cameras and notebooks busy. Beckwith saw the unmistakable signs of the repertorial trade. There was even a woman or two among them, sob sisters beyond a doubt. "We might as well made it a nice dramatic moment, Beckwith," Wells said dryly. "I got your letter, pinned to Conway's breast. Kind of you to tell me where you were going and that you couldn't be extradited. I wouldn't have got you but for that. I knew you'd look in the papers for news of your feat. As a matter of fact, you mentioned it in your letter, so I took the boys here into my confidence." He nodded at the group of newspapermen, and they agreed to help out. Their owners okayed the scheme, and the murder was kept absolutely secret from the public and the press. We gave you 2 weeks to get worried, and then announced Conway's bequest to charities — it was really in his will — and printed a picture or so of him. You rose to the bait all right. We couldn't touch you in Nueva Bolivia. But as soon as you boarded the steamer, we had you. We let you come on to New York alone, though, to save trouble. We're much obliged to you, I'm sure." Beckwith suddenly understood. He had not won his revenge and freedom after all. He had not proven himself cleverer than Wells. He had lost, utterly and irreparably. He had been lured into the power of the law by nothing more than silence. But the thing that cut deepest into his heart, that made the cup of his humiliation run over, was a final remark of Wells. The reporters were listening intently. "I guess that's all, boys," said Wells indulgently. "No more to be said. You'll have a good story for the evening editions. Beckwith couldn't resist playing to the gallery gods." End of The Gallery Gods by Murray Leinster.
A Problem in Grand Larceny by Jack Boyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Boston Blackie here tackles one of the most tantalizing but difficult problems that honest men ever placed before the powers that prey. A Problem in Grand Larceny by Jack Boyle. $2 million in gold, a truckload, is waiting for anyone smart enough to get it. Diamond Frank, an ace in the world of crime, paused and shook his head sadly, as might an art connoisseur who contemplates a priceless treasure doomed to lay hidden forever from human eyes. "But it can't be done," he added with regretful resignation. "Not a chance in the world. It's awful, Blackie, but it's true. I know, for I've tried. Think of it, pal. Enough yellow gold to make any of us rich enough to be worth robbing, and yet a man can't lay hands on it." "Why?" asked Boston Blackie, premier master of the praying legion that successfully denies the sanctity of property rights. Diamond Frank, lolling back in his chair, summed up the situation with the succinct directness of one who had given his subject painstaking study. "On the beach at Nome, it's in iron-bound, sealed, and padlocked chests, guarded night and day by gunmen. Not a chance so far. Then it goes into the strong room of that old floating tub, the Humboldt. No guards there, Blackie, but there isn't a stateroom that gives a man a possible chance to cut through to the treasure from top, bottom, or sides. The padlock on the strong room is a double combination that unlocks with 2 keys, one kept by the captain and one by the purser. it is never unfastened from Nome to Seattle. A charge of soup would blow it off, but that, of course, is out of the question on shipboard, with the strong room almost opposite the purser's stateroom. At Seattle, it is unloaded to a truck guarded by more gunmen. Then it goes into the First National vaults to stay. There you are, 3 tons of gold unwatched on a steamer for from 5 to 8 days, and I traveled all the way to Nome and back on the old Humboldt last fall without finding 1,000 to 1 chance of laying a finger on it. It broke my heart, but I had to give it up. Boston Blackie lay back in his chair, thoughtfully silent. I would say, offhand, that it would be easier to lay hands on the gold than to get it past the custom house men and safely away after I had it, he remarked at last. Jump to it if you see a chance. I'm done, said Diamond Frank. Maybe I will, said Blackie. And though he dropped the subject as if no longer interested, he sat alone till dawn after his friend departed, mentally visualizing the treasure room of a tubby, plunging steamer plowing her way southward from the beaches with a king's ransom locked in her steel-bound vault. It could be done, he said softly to himself, and inasmuch as James J. Clancy is president of the company that owns the Humboldt, there is the best reason in the world why Mary and I should do it. All the gold the Humboldt ever carried would not even the score we owe old Eye for an Eye Jim Clancy, who identified Mary's father as the hold-up man who robbed him years ago in Spokane. Jim Clancy, who, after poor Dayton Tom died in prison, found his identification had been a blunder and justified it as a regrettable incident, but not really a miscarriage of justice, for the wrongly convicted man, now dead, was, he said, one who from his manner of life could not have been no benefit to himself, his family, or the world that was well rid of him. Boston Blackie's fingers were clenched. His eyes were cold and steely with determination as he quoted the words that had been Clancy's epitaph to the memory of the man he had wronged. Yes, he added to himself grimly, the man who could say that, a big, open-handed, kindly old Dayton Tom, is a man whom it will be a pleasant privilege to rob. We'll do it. The Humboldt lay at anchor off the shoreline whose golden sands made a thriving city of the once deserted Nome Beach. At intervals, above the monotonous surf roar, the sound of high-pitched laughter and broken bars of dance music floated faintly across the water. The last homeward-bound steamer of the season was ready to sail, and all Nome was celebrating. The Humboldt's upper deck was deserted except for one passenger, a girl who leaned over the after rail, intently watching the labor of seamen who were lowering weighty, carefully guarded chests of gold from the jutting pier to small boats that were to carry them to the strong room of the waiting ship offshore. The girl, off guard in the safety of her solitude, watched the movement of the treasure with almost proprietary solicitude. Because of that jealously guarded gold, she was a passenger on the Humboldt. Because of it, there lay on her forearm, hidden by the sleeve of her traveling suit, a tight-fitting bracelet, a dozen times more precious to her than its weight in diamonds. Often and involuntarily, her fingers slipped beneath her sleeve to caress softly the circlet they found there. It represented a difficult adventure skillfully accomplished. It was confirmatory proof of the logic of the mastermind that had set itself the seemingly impossible task of rifling the steamer's treasure vault. It was an instrument of revenge infinitely precious to the daughter of the man the world had called Dayton Tom. The boats, each with a shotgun guard idly but watchfully in the stern seat, put off from the wharf and drew up beside the Humboldt. The whining cargo engine lowered a rope net to the bobbing carriers, and one by one, with infinite care, the treasure chests were swung to the steamer's deck and piled there in 10 rows, each 4 boxes high. 40 chests of gold, 40 iron-bound storehouses of vast, illimitable power. The boxes were counted, checked, and recounted, and then wheeled down the companionway to the ship's strongroom. Inside the steel-bound vault, with guards barring the doorway against the curious, the chests were counted once again, and each of their heavy seals examined by Captain McNaughton, Purser David Jensen of the Humboldt, and the gnome manager of the express company that was guaranteeing the treasure's safe delivery in faraway Seattle. Each seal was intact, each chest in its place, and with a sigh of relief as his responsibility ended, the express manager accepted the receipt signed jointly by the ship's captain and purser for $2 million in gold. At a command from the captain, a dozen or more trunks, boxes, and treasure parcels entrusted to the steamer for safe keeping by passengers were wheeled into the strongroom and checked off the purser's list. All were there. The Humboldt's treasure room was in order. With a final, sweeping glance of satisfied security, the captain's eye roamed the interior of the steel-lined room. Then he stepped out, pulled shut the great steel-barred door, and put in place the giant padlock that guarded it. The captain's key turned softly in the lock. The purser's followed with another gentle click of hidden ratchets, and the treasure was as safe as human ingenuity could make it. Purser Jensen, with a sigh of relief, locked his key in a secret compartment of his private safe. Captain McNaughton hid his key in the money belt that girded his waist and never left his body, night or day. Then he opened a panel in the wall above his berth and threw on an electric switch that turned a death-dealing current through the steel plate in the floor just within the strong-room door, and connected also a series of alarms that would rouse the ship if the treasure-room door were opened so much as an inch. "Well, that's well off my mind," the captain muttered, and went on the deck to direct his final preparations for sailing. A shrieking blast came from the steamer's siren. A score of small boats and launches, each crowded with passengers, put off for the pier. An hour later they swarmed over the Humboldt's decks by hundreds, and the Humboldt, with a final siren blast, slowly swung her prow seaward and began her long homeward journey. Nightfall found the girl who had watched the loading of the treasure with such interest standing alone against the after-deck rail, abstractedly watching the steamer's foamy wake fade away into the darkness of the empty sea. On the passenger list she was registered as Miss Marie Whitney, Chicago, a name that cloaked the presence on the Humboldt of Mary Dawson, Boston Blackie's Mary, able assistant of the husband for whom she was waiting now, tense and eagerly expectant to surrender the circlet on her wrist, against which fingers lay protectingly. A step on the deck behind her caught her ear. From the darkness, a voice spoke softly. "Mary," it said. The girl stirred in a revealing moment of love, joy, and pride in her own well-accomplished task. Without turning her head, she stretched 2 hands behind her and grasped the man's eagerly. "I have it, Blackie," she said, speaking in a whisper. "Absolutely perfect, too. It's on my left wrist. Take it quickly. And, oh, my dear, do be careful with it. It couldn't possibly be replaced now. The door is wired as you thought. Alarms ring all over the steamer if it's opened. The wires run out through the upper left wainscoting on the companionway. Everything is arranged as you planned." "The man who said this trick couldn't be turned didn't know my Mary," whispered the voice behind the girl's head, as strong, deft fingers slipped the bracelet over her wrist with a caressing touch as thrilling to her as rare wine. "Your work is done. Well done, dearest," he said. "Take no more risks whatever. No matter what happens, neither recognize nor communicate with Louis or with me again. With this bracelet in my hand, the gold already is ours." "Do be careful, Blackie dear," she urged, under the stress of the natural, ever-present fear of a woman for a man she loves. "I've had a queer feeling, a sort of premonition." "Shh!" interrupted Blackie. "Someone's coming." Silently as a shadow, he glided away across the darkened deck. A man's firm, heavy steps approached, and as Mary leaned across the rail and stared again, in seeming idleness, toward the disappearing wake beyond the steamer, a blue uniform appeared at her side, and David Jensen, the Humboldt's purser, stooped and peered into her face. "Is that you, Miss Whitney? I knew I couldn't be wrong, even in the dark," the young officer said, betraying with each word the deep and deferential interest which had grown steadily during the weeks since the Humboldt had left Seattle with Miss Mary Whitney among her passengers. "I'm the unfortunate bearer of bad news, Miss Whitney," he concluded seriously. "Bad news?" repeated the girl, looking up quickly. "I fear so," he continued. "You know how crowded we are on this trip. Every stateroom is sold, and we're even bunking some of the miners down in the crew's quarters. But even so, I was sure until the last moment that I could keep your double stateroom for you alone. But I can't. The hour before we left Nome, Captain McNaughton received a wireless from Seattle that forces us to make room for express company detectives. And—" "Detectives?" echoed the girl. In the darkness, her slender hands clutched the rail until the knuckles whitened. With a quick, fierce effort of will, she mastered her fear and looked up at him with a smile that invited confidence. "How exciting!" she exclaimed. "But what have detectives to do with the prosaic old Humboldt?" The man bent toward her and lowered his voice. "The Seattle police have been informed by one of their spies, a woman, that two crooks, top-notchers with an international reputation, the wire said, are on board the Humboldt for the purpose of looting the treasure room on the trip home," he said. "That, of course, is impossible. The strong room is absolutely burglar-proof. But with 2 millions of gold on board, precautions, even against the impossible, are necessary. So I had to turn over a stateroom opposite the treasure room to the officers, and must ask you to permit me to give you company on the return trip. I'm sorry, but whom are you putting in with me?" "A Miss Nina Francisco. She's a Californian, an exceptionally likable young woman, I think. She has been in Nome all summer, visiting mines in which her father is interested, she told me. Do you mind sharing your cabin with her, Miss Whitney?" he finished with unconscious tenderness. "Certainly not," Mary answered. Then, spurred to the necessity of obtaining further information by Blackie's danger, she looked into the officer's face with parted lips and eyes that were bright with an excitement which she had no need to feign. "A robbery planned on this ship!" she cried. "How wonderfully exciting! Are these crooks being watched? Will they be arrested here on the Humboldt?" "Probably not, unless they really make an attempt to break into the strong room," Jensen replied. "We have their names and a description, but they are using aliases, naturally, and we haven't been able to identify them yet. But it really doesn't matter, for now that we have been warned, there isn't a chance in a million for them to accomplish anything on shipboard. And at the dock in Seattle, officers who know them will take them into custody as they go ashore." The girl's body stiffened, and her face, protected by the darkness, grew suddenly white and infinitely careworn. Imminent danger threatened Boston Blackie, for she knew he would use without delay the circlet she had given him but a moment before. She must warn him at once of his peril. "I think I'll go below," she said. "It's growing chilly." She shivered, but not from cold. "I may have Miss Francisco's baggage moved into your cabin?" asked the purser, steadying her with a gentle hand as they returned across the deck. "Of course, and thank you for your courtesy," Mary answered, with cordiality that quickened the pulse of the bronzed, clear-eyed young officer beside her. "As you have chosen her for my companion, I'm sure Miss Francisco and I will be congenial, and I am so excited over your news about the crooks. You'll let me know if anything exciting happens, won't you, please? Why, it's just like a movie, with all of us playing a part in it." She laid her hand on his arm and looked pleadingly into the eyes as innocent and straightforward and free from guilt as the sea winds that had tanned his cheeks. "You know I will, Miss Whitney. Good night," said Jensen, his voice revealing what he feared to put into words. "Good night. And don't forget your promise," she said with a smile that gave no hint of the anxiety in her heart as she disappeared toward her stateroom. Mary penned a hasty note telling Blackie the critically important news, and slipped out of her stateroom to rap in the code of the crook world at his door, under which she slipped a note when the answer rap came back from within. During Mary's absence, a young woman, tall, dark, and voluptuously handsome, entered and stood eyeing curiously the cabin to which her baggage had just been moved. On the table she saw the tablet on which Mary had written, with a freshly used pen beside it. Without hesitation she stepped to the table and held the paper to the light. On the sheet beneath the one which had been used and which Mary, in her hurry, had neglected to destroy, a few words were visible. "Seattle, wireless, treasure room, detectives. So she knows the secrets of the wireless room, does she?" she mused. "And she was talking to a man out on the dark deck when the purser went for her. Ah, she hurried down here and wrote a note and evidently has gone to deliver it. I'm lucky to have stumbled across this. I think the delightful Miss Whitney, who so obviously has turned the simple-minded purser's head, is not quite what she seems." Once more she picked up the tablet and strove to decipher further information from the few faint words imprinted there. As she bent over the paper, Mary entered. The newcomer laid down the tablet without a trace of embarrassment. "Miss Whitney, I presume," she said, extending a hand languidly. "I was just admiring the tint of your stationery. You have guessed, of course, that I am Miss Francisco, who you have so kindly permitted to share this cabin." The women's eyes met in a long, appraising glance, which each tried vainly to hide beneath the smiling lips a surge of hostility based on feminine intuition rather than reason. "I'm sure we shall have a delightful trip together," said Mary in slightly strained tones as she picked up the tablet and tossed it carelessly into a drawer. Her quick eyes had caught the words at which her new companion was staring as she entered, and she realized that her momentary carelessness had doubled the gravity of her problem. "A spy," she decided instantly. "A spy put here to watch me, but I'll not let her know that I suspect. She sees the words imprinted on the sheet of paper and knows I have read them," thought Miss Francisco. "She's on her guard now, but can't possibly guess that I know who is on the steamer and why he is here. I'll win her confidence, and maybe—" She turned with a smile to her new friend. 10 minutes later the two went arm in arm to the music room. As the Humboldt, plowing steadily southward beneath sunny skies, neared Seattle, the tension in the stateroom occupied by Miss Whitney and Miss Francisco increased until it became a tangible something as vibrant as an electrical current. Neither woman for an instant relaxed her ceaseless watchfulness, and neither betrayed it, yet each knew that she was being spied upon. Mary, in the light of her knowledge of the critical situation on board, found much in her gay companion's conduct to deepen her suspicion that Miss Francisco, if not actually a detective, was an emissary of those who she knew were on board. On the days following the woman's first appearance in Mary's stateroom, Nina spent much time in the steamer's wireless station, where apparently she flirted flagrantly with the operator. a role in which she proved herself decidedly adept. Camouflage to cloak her anxiety for further news from Seattle that will enable the officers to identify Blackie and Lewis, was Mary's inward comment, as for the 100th time all studied her fellow passengers with the hope of determining the identity of the police officers she knew to be among them. The detectives were lodged close to the treasure room, the purser had said, and gradually her suspicions centered on an Englishman, Sir Arthur Cumberland, on the passenger list, who, with a secretary companion, was ostensibly making the Alaska trip a part of a round-the-world tour, and whose cabin was directly opposite the strong-room. Cumberland was a big, blond Britisher, with a long, drooping mustache, an accent that was joyfully mimicked by other passengers in the salon, and a decided weakness for the American bar below decks. His secretary was a keen-eyed little man named MacDonald, whose burr suggested the Clyde. Just why she doubted Cumberland, Mary herself could hardly have explained, except that she felt he was too obviously in dress and personal appearance what he seemed, too perfectly the familiar, titled Englishman of the American stage. A chance word crystallized her suspicion into certainty on the night she hid herself in a secluded nook behind a lifeboat to win for a moment the relief of being off guard. The Englishman, smoking, stopped beside the boat. Almost immediately he was joined by the secretary. "What have you learned?" demanded Cumberland. "Haven't located anything yet," answered MacDonald. "You must, quickly, for I'll have them before we sight Seattle, or my name's not—" He stopped, glanced around as if fearing eavesdroppers, and laughed at his own caution. "Be careful," warned his companion as they strode on. From that moment Mary studiously courted the company of the pair, an easy task, for a pretty face was the open sesame to Sir Arthur's goodwill and interest. She had no definite plan, no specific hope, but hour by hour prayed for inspiration. Miss Francisco had scarcely noticed the Englishmen until Mary adopted them as deck companions. From that moment, however, she managed to make herself an inseparable member of the party. Mary watched and wondered and waited. One night, after too frequent visits to the buffet, Cumberland dropped an H now and then, and lapsed occasionally into an accent not at all suggestive of Regent Street. Mary looked up as she caught this false note, found Nina Francisco studying her curiously. MacDonald was also keenly aware of his chief's incriminating bit of forgetfulness, for with ill-hidden anger he managed to separate him from the ladies, and the pair vanished into their cabin. That night, when they were alone in their stateroom, Miss Francisco, to Mary's surprise, began to discuss and speculate upon Sir Arthur Cumberland and his business. "Did you notice anything peculiar in our friend the baronet's language this evening?" she asked innocently. Mary, busy at her dressing-table, flashed a quick look into the glass and met her companion's eyes in the mirror. "She's wondering whether her detective friends have betrayed themselves to me," she thought. "It was peculiar for a titled Englishman," she said aloud. Then, after a moment's thought, in which to weigh her words, Mary added, "But it was nothing that I was not fully prepared to expect from him." Again the women studied each other fervently. "So you think as I do that our titled globetrotter may be—" began Nina. "I know just as you do," interrupted Mary, with the increasing emphasis on each word, "that Sir Arthur Cumberland is playing a part for a purpose. I think even you will admit he plays it badly." Nina tucked a drooping lock of her raven hair into place and toyed with a powder puff before answering. "You're quite right," she said at last. "Sir Arthur would play any game rather badly, I imagine. Very differently from you, my dear." "And from you also," added Mary, following the words with a look that accentuated their inner meaning. "Does that mean necessarily that we, you and I, Must play at cross purposes on the Humboldt? Asked Nina. You can answer your own question far better than I, said Mary. Thanks, replied Nina. You have clarified the atmosphere for both of us, I think. Anyway, in 72 hours, we will be in Seattle. And then... Mary, without replying, threw herself on her berth and switched off the lights to save herself the ordeal of parrying Nina Francisco's coldly analyzing eyes. In 72 hours, the Humboldt would be in Seattle, she had said pointedly. In Seattle, with detectives waiting on the dock, she meant, and a prison looming large and certainly in the background. Mary's clenched hands bit into her palms at the thought. Her fears were not for herself, but for the man she loved. For, in the light of the information she had given him, she had no thought that Blackie would persevere in his attempt to secure the gold. Mary knew that there would be little or nothing on the Humboldt that could justify a prison term. But she knew, too, that with a man of Boston Blackie's crook world prestige in their toils, the police would find or invent something for which he could be imprisoned. Without realizing she had slept, Mary was suddenly wakened to full consciousness by a stealthy movement near her in the pitch-dark cabin. She listened with every sense keyed to superlative alertness. The sound, a soft, slippered step, was repeated, and she felt a faint breeze stir her hair. Instantly she realized its significance. The door of the stateroom, locked when she retired, now was ajar. Suddenly she raised herself and stared into the darkness. Her eyes detected a blacker blotch just within the cabin door, crouching furtively, like an animal ready to spring. Now and then, in the faint light that flickered in through the open porthole, she caught a reflected glint of bright metal near the figure at the doorway. She recognized that changing, intermittent flash. A person within the cabin, watching the companionway, down which, 20 steps distant, was the door to the treasure room, held a revolver. Noiselessly as an Indian, Mary drew herself over the side of the berth till her feet touched the floor. She slipped into her dark-colored dressing gown, and with eyes still fixed on the figure in the doorway, felt beneath her pillow until her fingers grasped the butt of a revolver. As she rose with slow caution, a faint sound reached her from the companionway, the gentle creak of a heavy door moving on little-used hinges. As if that were an awaited signal, the form in the doorway straightened and glided silently as a shadow out of the cabin into the pitch-dark companionway. Mary followed, a second shadow, silent as the first. With eyes accustomed now to the darkness, Mary detected 2 forms in the narrow passageway which branched at a right angle just beyond the treasure room. One, the one that had been within the door of her cabin, was slinking inch by inch along the wall with the stealth of a jungle cat stalking its prey. The other was bent over the lock of the treasure room door. In the absolute silence, Mary heard the man's fingers gently moving over the steel plate. A faint ejaculation of astonishment came from the man before the strong room. Then a tiny ray of light illuminated the door for a fraction of a second. By its flash, Mary saw that the massive padlock that should have guarded the gold was gone. As the light winked out into absolute blackness, the figure stalking the man by the door moved quickly forward. Mary followed close behind. Then a dozen amazing things happened at once. From the cross companionway beyond the strong room, a third figure rose apparently from the floor and seized the man before the door. There was a fierce struggle, followed by a deafening splinter of wood as they crashed against the cabin partitions and fell to the floor. From between the struggling forms, a sharp crack of a revolver followed a brilliant flash of flame, which for a second lighted the faces of the fighting men. By the flash, Mary saw them clearly. The attacker who had risen from the floor beyond the strong room, wore a crook's mask. The man who had fired the revolver, for which both were now struggling desperately, was Sir Arthur Cumberland. As the shot reverberated down the narrow passageway, the figure that had stolen from the doorway of Mary's cabin leapt to the center of the melee with club gun held high, as if to end the battle with a single deadly blow. Mary sprang forward to intercept that blow in midair, but with her gun upraised to strike, she shrank back against the shattered woodwork in dazed perplexity. The one whose upraised arm she would have crushed had struck, but not at the masked man. Instead, Nina Francisco's gun butt, Mary recognized her now, struck the revolver from Sir Arthur Cumberland's hand. Instantly, his opponent seized it and crashed it solidly against the Englishman's temple. Cumberland fell back, limp and senseless. What followed seemed a nightmare of unreality. A fourth form, appearing apparently from nowhere, passed swiftly down the companionway and vanished. The masked victor staggered to his feet and, seemingly intent on making more noise and confusion, raised the unconscious Englishman and dashed him against the door of the purser's cabin, which burst open. Screams and shouts came from behind stateroom doors. Mary darted back to her own cabin, slipped her revolver beneath her pillow, and switched on the lights, just as the door was thrown open and Miss Nina Francisco entered, her clubbed revolver still in her hand. The girl shot the bolt in the door while the uproar in the companionway increased and running men poured down from the upper deck. Without a glance toward Mary, Nina opened a grip, dropped the revolver into it, and locked it. Then she drew on a pair of stockings, slipped her feet into shoes, and with a calm, quick glance round the room, as if to make sure she had forgotten nothing essential, threw open the door of the cabin and began to scream hysterically. The companionway was lighted now, and the ship's officers and seamen, aided by the shaken and white-faced secretary, were raising the senseless form of Sir Arthur Cumberland. Mary, peering over Nina's shoulder, saw that the door of the strong room was open. Blood splotches were everywhere, and Purser Jensen was loudly calling for the ship's surgeon. The doctor and the captain arrived together. "What's happening here, Mr. Jensen?" demanded McNaughton, gazing dumbfoundedly at the bloody, unconscious passenger, the open door of the strong room, and the splintered woodwork. "Blamed if I know, sir," gasped his subordinate. "I was asleep when I heard a crash in the companionway. There was a shot, then another crash, then this man came through the door of my cabin, tearing away the hinges." The captain turned to his first officer. "Put a guard before every stateroom in the steamer," he commanded. "Let no one leave a cabin until I give permission. Move this crowd back, each to his stateroom," motioning to the half-dressed passengers who were pouring out of a dozen doors. "Doctor, take the injured man into Mr. Jensen's cabin and attend him while I find out what's happening on this ship." As the passageway was cleared, the captain picked up from the floor the padlock that had hung on the treasure room door. It had been opened without leaving a mutilating scratch. "The strong room padlock unlocked!" he gasped. "Look!" cried Jensen, pointing to an object that lay beneath a fragment of splintered wood. The captain picked it up, turned it over and over in his hand. It was an exact duplicate of the strong room lock. Nearby lay a revolver with blood-stained handle. "Follow me, Mr. Jensen," McNaughton commanded. Together they entered the strong room, piled high with the treasure chests, and studied it. Walls, ceiling, and floor. Nothing appeared amiss. One by one they examined the seals on the chests. All were intact. "They must have been interrupted by Sir Arthur as they were entering," suggested the purser. "Not as they were entering, but after they had entered," corrected the captain, sniffing the air. Why, sir? Inquired Jensen. Cigarette smoke inside, explained McNaughton, still sniffing. They've broken into the Humboldt strong room, though it can't be done, and they even dared to keep their cigarettes going while they did it. Thank heavens Cumberland heard them, for it is evident he must have interrupted the thieves, or they would not have struck him down. McNaughton pushed his way into Jensen's room, where the surgeon was dressing an ugly wound over Cumberland's temple, with the secretary aiding him. Is he badly hurt, doctor? McNaughton demanded. The surgeon shook his head doubtfully. I can't say yet, he replied. He took a hard blow. He may come around all right shortly, and he may have a fractured skull, which, from a blow just there, might mean cerebral hemorrhage. He may be unconscious for hours, or even days, said the doctor. What do you know of this? McNaughton asked, turning to MacDonald. I was asleep, the little Scotsman answered readily. I heard nothing till a shot awakened me. When I got the lights on and the door opened, Sir Arthur was in the purser's arms, wounded. I didn't hear him leave our cabin, and I don't know who struck him, though it is plain he interrupted a robbery in your strong room. One by one, the captain visited the nearby cabins, questioning the passengers. None gave information of real value. All had been awakened by the noise in the companionway or the subsequent shot. As they rushed from their staterooms, they had seen the purser raising the injured man within the wrecked cabin door. No one else was in sight except the injured man's secretary, who appeared from his cabin after the trouble was over. McNaughton came finally to the stateroom of Miss Francisco and Mary. What did you ladies see of this? He inquired. I saw more than she did, Captain, for I was the first at the door, interrupted Miss Francisco quickly. I was awake when I heard the crash in the passageway. Then there was a shot. I jumped from my berth and turned on our lights. I heard the stateroom door near ours bang shut as I threw open our door. I saw the purser with the injured man in his arms. I'm afraid that's all I know. Is poor Sir Arthur badly hurt, Captain? She spoke with such well-feigned solicitude that Mary, remembering the blow struck in the dark, wondered at the perfection of her duplicity. Was the door you heard closed to the left or the right of yours? Asked the captain, seizing the one important bit of information in the girl's story. I don't know. I only know it was very close, almost adjoining ours, I'll judge. Can you add anything to what Miss Francisco has told? Asked McNaughton of Mary. I heard the shot and the noise, and I think, as Miss Francisco told you, that I heard a cabin door nearby close immediately afterward, Mary said, following the other's story with exactness. That's all I can tell you. As she heard Nina Francisco's glib invention, Mary, knowing that Blackie's stateroom was far away and around the turn in the companionway, decided instantly to corroborate it. Wittingly or unwittingly, that untruth furnished an alibi for the one man whose safety mattered to her. Why Miss Francisco had struck the blow that ended the battle, Mary could not tell. Why she now imperiled herself by a bold fabrication was an even deeper mystery. Thank you, ladies. I've work before me that can't wait, said the captain, bowing himself out hurriedly. As the door closed behind him, Nina and Mary looked at each other with silent lips but questioning eyes. Well, that's over, thank goodness, said Nina at last, sighing with relief. She turned to the dressing table and dabbed her powder puff over her nose. You're not a bad sport after all, Miss Whitney, she continued after a long silence. I beg your pardon for what I was thinking about you. And you're... I don't know what, said Mary. Just a woman, my dear, said Nina with a softened voice. A woman willing to dare anything for the man for whom she can't stop caring. They smiled across the table at each other, and though neither asked a question or offered further explanation, the strange events of the night dissipated, for the first time, the hostility that had divided them. Morning found Captain McNaughton sitting in his cabin, perplexed furrows wrinkling his brow. The steamer had been searched from hurricane deck to keel, without result. Not the slightest additional wisp of evidence came to light to justify even suspicion. The duplicate padlock, the revolver with one empty chamber, and the injured passenger, still unconscious, were the only bits of evidence left by those who had attempted the daring raid on the treasure. Investigation showed that the electric alarm wires leading to the strong room had been cut, and the wainscoting that had hidden them replaced, without leaving even a betraying speck of sawdust. The lead offered by the closing cabin door, heard by Miss Francisco, proved absolutely barren, for the most minute search of all the cabins on the treasure room companionway revealed absolutely nothing. The duplicate padlock was a duplicate in outward appearance only. It could be opened with the simplest of master keys. At daylight, a seaman found a pocket flash lamp rolling on the upper deck with the movement of the ship. It might have been tossed from any one of a dozen cabins. McNaughton locked it away with the padlock and the gun, ascended to the wireless room, where he dictated a message to his company managers telling all that had happened. Until Sir Arthur Cumberland recovered his senses, the injured man's condition was unchanged. The captain had done all that seemed possible. One thought comforted him. The treasure room gold had not been disturbed, for, in the search of the Humboldt, which had included the personal baggage of the passengers, officers, and members of the crew, no possible hiding place for great yellow bars 2 feet long and weighing 30 or more pounds each had been overlooked. In addition, the sealed chests were all intact. The Humboldt was backing away slowly from the dock at Victoria, a special stop necessitated by a shipment of British Columbian freight, and had begun the short run down the Sound to Seattle, when Mary received a message that brought color back to her white face. A man passed behind her as she sat in her deck chair, and deftly dropped a slip of paper into her lap. Turning, as she hid the note with her hand, she recognized Blackie's pal K.Y. Lewis. Concealing the note in her book, she read, at a glance, its 5 words, words that lifted the load that burdened her heart. Follow original instructions. Don't worry, was written, and the writing was Boston Blackie's. Somehow, inconceivably, but surely, she knew he had solved the problem of escape at the Seattle wharf. She sprang to her feet, and, unutterably content, tossed the now twisted piece of paper overboard, and watched it float away on the waters of the Sound, as she gaily joined the throng on the decks. During that last day at sea, Purser David Jensen watched in vain for an opportunity to speak alone with Miss Marie Whitney, to tell her he loved her, and ask her to be his wife. Though he admitted to himself his presumption in hoping that she might feel for him even a tithe of the great tenderness in his heart, he did hope, for he was a man in love. But never for an instant during the day was Miss Whitney alone. Among the score of vacation trippers who had boarded the Humboldt at Victoria for the return trip to Seattle was a party of 5, 4 modestly dressed girls chaperoned by an agreeable white-haired mother, one of whom proved to be a former schoolmate of Miss Whitney. All day the newfound friends monopolized her attention, and it was not until the nearing lights of Seattle threw their glare against the southern sky that Jensen found the opportunity he sought. He was distributing the passengers' baggage which had been entrusted to the safety of the strong room, baggage that was removed from that stronghold under the personal supervision of Captain Macnaughton. Accompanied by subordinates carrying her trunk, he knocked at the girl's door and found her alone. The man deposited the trunk and departed, but Jensen lingered in the open doorway. Mary looked up interrogatively. "Marie," he said, stepping to her side with a longing, half-fearful look into the face upturned to his. "I love you. Forgive me, only a poor sailor, for daring to tell you, for even daring to hope that you would listen. But because I love you, and you are leaving the Humboldt tonight, I must speak now. Marie, will you be my wife?" There was simple sincerity and great love in the words, the voice, and the frank eyes that looked into hers as she slowly shook her head. "Don't, Mr. Jensen," Mary said gently. The bronze face paled under its tan, and the blue eyes contracted under the numbing pain of a precious hope suddenly uprooted. "Is there somebody else?" he asked unsteadily. "Yes," said Mary, truly sorry she must so wound the love offered her. "Forgive me, Mr. Jensen," she added, laying a small hand on the man's arm. Jensen caught and pressed it, and hurried with averted face from the cabin as the woman's voice sounded in the companionway. With a final whining of the taut hawsers and the gentle jolt against the long Seattle pier, the Humboldt had reached the end of her voyage. The gangplank was raised to the deck. The eager passengers thronged there, shoulder to shoulder, pressing backward to let a stretcher precede them to the dock. By the stretcher walked MacDonald, grave and silent. On it lay Sir Arthur Cumberland, his head swathed in bandages. He had neither spoken nor given a turning consciousness since the night of the attempted robbery. On the wharf, an ambulance, summoned by wireless, waited to hurry him to a hospital. The injured man was carried down the gangplank and along the passageway to the customs house shed. Just inside the entrance, 4 men, 2 on each side at the doorway, were waiting, keen-eyed and vigilant. Mary, following the stretcher in the van of crowding passengers, recognized them at once as police detectives. With an apprehensive glance, she looked back over her shoulder. Nearby, pushing forward and chatting together, as imperturbable as though danger were miles removed from them instead of at arm's length, came Boston Blackie and Lewis. Captain Macnaughton, with President Clandy of the steamship company beside him, was in the custom house shed. The stretcher was lowered to one of the long tables, and the passengers grouped themselves silent and expectant about the locked shed as the seamen carried in the Englishman's baggage, to which the need of hurrying him to a hospital had given priority of inspection. "That's Cumberland, the one who saved our gold," the captain said in a low voice to the steamship official. "He has an ugly wound and is still unconscious." "Too bad, but the men who wounded him are enjoying their final moments of freedom," Clancy growled. "The chief has 4 men here who will know these crooks the moment they lay eyes on them. They must be bold fellows. The mythical detectives I invented for your wireless didn't appear to even have made them nervous, did they?" "Scarcely, as they broke into the strong room, notwithstanding the fact that I made it my business to let the news that we had been warned become common forecastle and saloon gossip," the captain replied sourly. The inspector ran through Cumberland's trunks and grips rapidly as MacDonald unlocked them. The chief inspector watched attentively. The detectives grouped themselves by the side of the litter. Inspection revealed nothing but the ordinary equipment of a traveling gentleman. MacDonald was eager to be off to the hospital. "Come on, my men," he said to the stretcher-bearers. "Where's the ambulance? I'll send down later for our baggage." "Wait," said the chief inspector curtly. Selecting 2 of the Cumberland trunks, he emptied them, then drew a measuring stick from his pocket and took the outside dimensions of the trunks. As he comprehended what was being done, the secretary's jaw sagged, and with a furtive glance over his shoulder, he began to edge toward a window. At his first movement, one of the detectives laid a hand on his arm. "Don't be in such a hurry, bro," said the officer. "Anyway, that window's locked." The inspector jotted down the outside measurements of the trunks, then applied his rule to the inner surfaces. "Just as I thought," he remarked. "These trunks have double bottoms, with a secret compartment between them. Give me that hand axe." MacDonald's face grew ghastly. A single blow shattered the false bottom, and the inspector dragged it from its place. In the compartment, now revealed, lay a tiny oxyacetylene torch. Nothing else. "Queer luggage for a titled English gentleman," said the chief inspector, with a glance toward the chief detective. "Titled English fiddlesticks!" cried the officer, stepping toward the stretcher and raising the bandages that concealed the man's face. Then he called to his comrades with a chuckle of satisfaction. "Look here, boys," he called. "This man calls himself Sir Arthur Cumberland, does he? Well, I've another name for him. I call him English Bill Tatman, and that's how he looks in the clothes he's used to. Stripes." He drew out a photograph of a convict and displayed it to the captain. Except that it lacked the mustache, it was a perfect likeness of Sir Arthur. "And you," continued the detective with a grimace upon the secretary, "I've got your mug here too, Mr. McTavish, alias Mac the Scot. A fine pair, you two, parading around the country wearing handles to your names in place of prison numbers." "It ain't true," shouted the unmasked MacDonald. "We'll sue." "Stow it, Scotty. The blasted bobbies have us right as a bloomin' whistle," interrupted a voice from the stretcher, as Sir Arthur Cumberland sat up and staggered wearily to his feet. "I'm fit for an hospital right enough, but I'd have been missing with my buddy when the ambulance got here if you bobbies had given me half a chance," he remarked ruefully, but with perfect good humor. "Let's go," he said, holding out his wrists for handcuffs with the easy nomenclature of a man well used to such situations. "My head's uncommon sore where that ship chappie sliced it with his gun. Cheer up, Scotty. We've less than nothing to worry over, my lad," he added comfortingly to his companion, and dropping naturally into the broadest Cockney. "The bobbies can't keep us under for being willing to turn a neat trick, and they can't say their bloomin' gold ain't just where they put it in the little iron tubs. We didn't lay hands near it." "Cumberland and MacDonald!" ejaculated Captain McNaughton. "I never would have guessed it." Then, as a new thought came to him, "But if they're the crooks we've been looking for, where's the man who stepped in and saved our treasure?" "It's all a Chinese puzzle," declared the manager. "Just one thing interests me now. I want to see those chests safely into the bank, and I want to see the gold that should be in them. Accompany us to the bank, officers, and bring your prisoners." While the customs men went through the baggage of the remaining passengers with unusual care, and the crowd in the shed gradually vanished in search of hotels and late suppers, bank messengers supported by armed guards loaded the treasure chests into the waiting auto truck, and with Captain McNaughton, the steamship official, the detectives with their prisoners, and a dozen newspaper men following in autos, the Humboldt's gold was hauled to the bank vaults for which it had been destined. English Bill Tatman, once Sir Arthur Cumberland, looked on with a grim humor and a running fire of comments as the boxes were unpacked, one by one, in the sanctuary of First National's gold room. "Look at it, Scotty," he said to his morose pal with a wave of his hand at the steadily growing pile of gold bars. "There's enough tin to make honest churchmen of us, and bobbies too. Deuced lucky, however, that we didn't have any of the stuff in our luggage." As the even-tempered prisoner rambled on with his monologue, the bank messenger threw back the lid of another chest. As it opened, they uttered a cry of dismay. Inside, replacing the gold that should have been there, was a neat pile of bars, half of them pig iron, half of them lead. Before dawn, flaring newspaper extras told the city of Seattle that $60,000 in gold bars had been stolen from the strong room of the Humboldt, and that though 2 known crooks had been taken at the dock and were safely locked in the cells, the missing gold inexplicably had been spirited safely away, although every piece of luggage on the ship was searched inside and out. As the enthusiastic police reporters informed their city editors, the story was turning out to be a whale of a mystery yarn. While the gloomy conference at the bank was still in progress, Boston Blackie's Mary admitted herself to a modest bungalow on the outskirts of the city. Within was a white-haired, motherly woman who, with her daughters, had been passengers on the Humboldt from Victoria. "All here?" Mary inquired eagerly. "All but Blackie and Louis," answered the woman. "There was no rumble at the dock, was there?" "None. Blackie was through the gate and safely away before I left. It was a wonderful job, wonderfully pulled," asserted Mary, relaxing from the long strain. "Blackie should be here any minute now. Then we have only to put the gold in a safe place and drop out of sight for a while. You have given up this house regularly, without risking possible suspicion. I arranged it all yesterday before we left for Victoria, and exactly as Blackie directed me," the woman returned. "The rental agent knows I'm moving in the morning. The girls are gone already. They caught the night train from the south." The doorbell rang. "That's Blackie now," cried Mary, rushing to the door. She flung it open unhesitatingly, an eager, welcoming smile on her face. Then, as she glimpsed the form outside, she stepped quickly forward and barred the entrance. On the doorstep stood Miss Nina Francisco. "You!" cried Mary, startled beyond further speech. "Miss Whitney!" ejaculated the woman, amazed. Then she began to laugh, but with a strange, false note in her merriment. "How stupid of me not to have guessed who you really are during all those hours we spent together on shipboard," she said with a shake of her dark head. "Why are you here? Where did you get this address?" demanded Mary. Nina drew a slip of paper from her pocket and handed it to her frankly suspicious friend. On it was written in Blackie's well-known hand the street number, and these words added immediately upon landing. "Come in," invited Mary reluctantly. "I don't understand all this, but Blackie's notes seem to make it all right. Who are you, Miss Francisco? Have we ever met?" "Never," said the visitor with an elusive half-smile. "I never saw you before I boarded the Humboldt, though you must have seen a letter I once wrote, I believe. A letter written long ago, Mary Dawson, when your Blackie was risking his life to save a pal from death on the scaffold at Folsom Prison, California. Do you remember that letter? It was signed by a woman called Rita, and it told how she had done for Boston Blackie's sake the one thing he couldn't do himself for his pal, because Fred the Count betrayed him. Do you remember now?" "Rita?" cried Mary. "The woman who saved the Cushion's kid? The woman who—" She stopped, a quick flush dyeing her face. "Yes," continued Rita, taking up the interrupted sentence and meeting Mary's eyes with a level, unflinching glance. "The woman who wasn't afraid to admit that she would give everything in this world for what she knows you have and will never lose. Boston Blackie's love." Another ring at the doorbell ended in an awkward silence. Mary recognized Louis and Blackie in the 2 forms on the step. As she opened the door, Blackie caught her arm in his arms and held her to his breast. "We've won, little sweetheart," he cried joyously. "All here and everything okay, little girl?" As Mary nodded, he caught sight of the visitor within. "Rita," he exclaimed, "you lost no time in finding the house, which is well, for we're leaving before dawn." He dropped into a chair and began to laugh. "Share the joke," demanded Mary. "I can't help laughing," he cried, "when I think of the paper you wasted warning me against Miss Nina Francisco, detective, while Miss Francisco was equally busy writing notes warning me against the dangerous machinations of Miss Marie Whitney, also a detective. It was better than a farce. I saw you on the night you boarded the Humboldt at Nome, and when I saw parts of the note Mary wrote, with wireless and treasure room detectives so suggestively appearing in it, I suspected her, for the ship's people had managed to let everyone know that there were detectives aboard. I knew you wouldn't travel to Alaska for your health. I knew we carried a fortune in gold in the strong room, and putting two and two, I guess it was you they were planning to trap," the girl exclaimed. "But I was a fool not to know you could and would protect yourself." "Never," denied Blackie promptly. "You proved yourself true blue, particularly when you risked everything to knock that revolver from Cumberland's hand. You did do it, didn't you?" "Yes," said Nina without enthusiasm. "And Mary was just behind, ready to knock my gun from my hand if I hadn't attacked the right man." "Rita," said Blackie seriously, "we owe you something for that timely blow. It entitles you to a bit with the rest of us. You've earned a share of the gold." The woman shook her head. "Not me, Blackie," she said soberly. "I didn't want money from you." Her mood changed with the words, and she smiled up at him. "There's something I do want, Blackie," she said. "I want to know how it was done. If you'll trust me." "Trust you? Of course I do," Blackie assured her. "You're one of us since that night in Sacramento when you saved my pal from the rope. How did we do it? Rita, it was as simple as taking eggs from a hen's nest. Mary was the only difficult part, getting the wax impressions of the two keys. I led the purser on to show me the strong room on the northbound trip while it was empty. And there was no reason why anybody mightn't be admitted," said Mary in response to Blackie's nod to begin. "I pretended to be amazed that his two tiny keys could protect such a vast treasure as he said the Humboldt would be carrying back to Nome. I picked them up as they lay in his hand, and accidentally, of course, dropped one. As I fumbled about my feet for it, I took impressions of both keys on a circlet of locksmith's wax, which was ready on my wrist." "Of course," said Rita, then turning to Blackie. "But how did you get the gold out of the strong room? How did you get it ashore?" "Oh, much simpler than getting the keys," Blackie said. "On the night of the battle outside the strong room, I had been inside with the treasure since the previous night. Lewis let me in and locked the door behind me. He had just removed the padlock to release me when the Englishman appeared to try his luck at the game. His idea, evidently, must have been to saw or burn off the original padlock and substitute the duplicate for which he had keys. He could then have entered the treasure room whenever he pleased and removed the gold at his leisure. Lewis jumped him, and with your help put him out of the game. Meanwhile, I slipped back to my stateroom." "But the gold! Surely you couldn't have carried it with you, and besides, they searched all the cabins immediately afterward and found nothing." "They didn't find any gold outside the strong room because there wasn't any outside. It was still in the strong room, and there it stayed until the Humboldt was docked." "I can't guess the answer to that," said Rita. "No? Well, Perhaps you remember my little pal Mary was on the steamer, and being a woman, naturally she had trunks with her. One of those trunks was turned over to the purser for safekeeping. So, having been stored in the strong room, so it was inside with me and the gold during the 24 hours I spent there. Beastly dull 24 hours, too, for it didn't take but one to empty a chest, transferring the gold bars to Mary's trunk, and substitute in the chest with iron and lead bars that had been in her trunk. Then I replaced the broken seal with a duplicate Lewis made in Nome, as soon as he saw the kind used on the treasure chests. So all the time they were hunting the ship for gold, it was still in the strong room, but in Mary's trunk, cried Rita in rapt apprehension. That's worthy of even you, Blackie. But how did you get it ashore? They searched Mary's trunk with all the rest. Certainly, but they found nothing because the gold was no longer in the trunk when it reached the customs house men, Blackie said. Tell her, Mary. Do you remember the girls I met on the ship after we left Victoria? My old school friends, you know, to whom I introduced you, began Mary. Well, those young ladies didn't carry any baggage except ordinary one-night traveling bags. And when they came off the Humboldt, each of them, even including their nice, white-haired old mother, had one of these contrivances strapped round her waist under her clothes. Mary opened a closet and dragged from the floor a canvas belt in which, bent to fit snugly against a woman's body, was one of the missing gold bars for which the Seattle police were combing the city. I bent them to a proper shape while I was in the strong room, reproaching myself that I could only allow myself 150 pounds from the tons of old Clancy's gold that lay there, mine for the taking, said Blackie. That's the whole story, Rita, except that when I got Mary's warning that a woman in Seattle had tipped off our plan to the coppers, I knew that we hadn't been tipped off, for no one, not even old Mother Archer or the 4 girls with her, knew what was wanted of them or what we planned to do until Mary told them today on the Humboldt. Therefore, naturally, I concluded that there must be another mob on board the Humboldt on the same errand as ourselves, and that when we reached the dock at Seattle, the detectives would be waiting for them, not us. And so it turned out. Now you know it all, Rita. He rose and beckoned Lewis. We've work to do, he said. This stuff has to be taken to the safe place I've prepared for it, immediately too, for it never pays to take unnecessary chances. You'd better do as I suggest and take a share of it for yourself, Rita. No, Blackie, nothing for me. Goodbye then, and good luck, he answered as he and Lewis staggered out, each laden with belts of gold. As the men disappeared, Mary and Rita eyed each other throughout a silence palpably heavy with thoughts neither cared to utter. I'm going now, said Rita finally, rising and moving quickly toward the door. Mary made no comment or protest. As she stood in the doorway, Rita turned and laid both hands on Mary's shoulders. Goodbye, dear, she said gently. If you were not Boston Blackie's Mary, and I were not Rita, a woman who would give her soul to have his love, we could be good pals. But as it is, I imagine the only word we may say to each other in friendship is goodbye. Goodbye, Rita, said Mary, watching her guest pass swiftly into the street to vanish in the darkness. Mary locked the door and began making coffee for Blackie. The end of A Problem in Grand Larceny by Jack Boyle.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. Mrs. Addis by Sheila K. Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Ben Tucker. Mrs. Addis, by Sheila K. Smith. In northeastern Sussex, a great tongue of land runs into Kent by Scotney Castle. It is a land of woods, the old hammer woods of the Sussex iron industry, and among the woods gleam the hammer ponds, holding in their mirrors the sunsets and sunrises. Owing to the thickness of the woods, great masses of oak and beech and a dense undergrowth of hazel and chestnut and frail sallow, the road that passes Mrs. Addis's cottage is dark before the twilight has crept away from the fields beyond. That night there was no twilight moon, only a few pricks of fire in the black sky above the trees. But what the darkness hid, the silence revealed. In the absolute stillness of the night, windless and clear with the first frost of October, every sound was distinct, intensified. The distant bark of a dog at Delmondon sounded close at hand, and the man who walked on the road could hear the echo of his own footsteps following him like a knell. Every now and then he made a futile effort to go quietly, but the roadside was a mass of brambles, and their cracking and rustling sounded nearly as loud as the thud of his feet on the marl. Besides, they made him go slowly, and he had no time for that. When he came to Mrs. Addis's cottage, he paused a moment. Only a small patch of grass lay between it and the road. He went stealthily across it, and looked in at the lighted, uncurtained window. He could see Mrs. Addis stooping over the fire, taking off some pot or kettle. He hesitated, and seemed to ponder. He was a big, hulking man with reddish hair and freckled face, evidently of the laboring class, though not successful judging by the vague grime and poverty of his appearance. For a moment he made as if he would open the window. Then he changed his mind, and went to the door instead. He did not knock, but walked straight in. The woman at the fire turned quickly. "What, you, Peter Crouch?" she said. "I didn't hear you knock." "I didn't knock, ma'am. I didn't want anybody to hear." "How's that?" "I'm in trouble." His hands were shaking a little. "What you done?" "I shot a man, Mrs. Addis." "You?" "Yes, I shot him." "You killed him?" "I don't know." For a moment there was a silence in the small, stuffy kitchen. Then the kettle boiled over, and Mrs. Addis sprang for it, mechanically putting it at the side of the fire. She was a small, frail-looking woman with a brown, hard face, on which the skin had dried in innumerable small hair-like wrinkles. She was probably not more than 42, but life treats some women hard in the agricultural districts of Sussex, and Mrs. Addis's life had been harder than most. "What do you want me to do for you, Peter Crouch?" she said a little sourly. "Let me stay here a bit. Is there nowhere you can put me till they've gone?" "Who's they?" "The keepers." "Oh, you've had a shine with the keepers, have you?" "Yes, I was down by Cinder Woods seeing if I could pick up anything, and the keepers found me. There was 4 to 1, so I used my gun. Then I ran for it. They're after me. Reckon they aren't far off now." Mrs. Addis did not speak for a moment. Crouch looked at her searchingly, beseechingly. "You might do it for Tom's sake," he said. "You haven't been an over-good friend to Tom," snapped Mrs. Addis. "But Tom's been an unaccountable good friend to me. Reckon he would want you to stand by me tonight." "Well, I won't say he wouldn't, seeing as Tom always thought better of you than you deserved, and maybe you can stay till he comes home tonight. Then we can hear what he says about it." "That'll serve my turn, I reckon. He'll be up at Iron Latch for an hour yet, and the coast will be clear by then, and I can get away out of the county." "Where'll you go?" "I don't know. There's time to think of that." "Well, you can think of it in here," she said dryly, opening a door which led from the kitchen into the small lean-to of the cottage. "They'll never guess you're there, especially if I tell 'em I ain't seen you tonight." "You're a good woman, Mrs. Addis." She did not speak, but shut the door, and he was in darkness save for a small ray of light that filtered through one of the cracks. By this light he could see her moving to and fro, preparing Tom's supper. In another hour Tom would be home from Iron Latch Farm, where he worked every day. Peter Crouch trusted Tom not to revoke his mother's kindness, for they had been friends since they went together to the National School at Lamberhurst, and since then the friendship had not been broken by their very different characters and careers. Peter Crouch huddled down upon the sacks that filled one corner of the lean-to, and gave himself up to the dreary and anxious business of waiting. A delicious smell of cooking began to filter through the kitchen, and he hoped Mrs. Addis would not deny him a share of the supper when Tom came home, for he was very hungry and he had a long way to go. He had fallen into a kind of helpless doze, haunted by the memories of the last 2 hours, recast in the form of dreams when he was roused by the sound of footsteps on the road. For a moment his poor heart nearly choked him with its beating. They were the keepers. They had guessed for a certainty where he was, with Mrs. Addis, his old pal's mother. He had been a fool to come to the cottage. Nearly losing his self-control, he shrank into the corner, shivering, half sobbing. But the footsteps went by. They did not even hesitate at the door. He heard them ring away into the frosty stillness. The next minute Mrs. Addis stuck her head into the lean-to. "That was them," she said shortly. "A party from the castle. I saw them go by. They had lanterns, and I saw old Crotch and the 2 Boormans. Maybe it'd be better if you slipped out now and went toward Cancerun. You'd miss them that way and get over into Kent. There's a London train comes from Tunbridge Wells at 10 tonight." "That'd be a fine thing for me, ma'am, but I haven't the price of a ticket on me." She went to one of the kitchen drawers. "Here's 7 shillin'. It's all I've got, but it'll be your fare to London and a bit over." For a moment he did not speak. Then he said, "I don't know how to thank you, ma'am." "Oh, you needn't thank me. I'm doing it for Tom. I know how unaccountable set he is on you, and always was." "I hope you won't get into any trouble because of me." "There ain't much fear. No one's ever likely to know you've been in this cottage. That's why I'd sooner you went before Tom came back, for maybe he'd bring a pal with him, and that'd make trouble. I won't say I shan't have it on my conscience for having helped you to escape the law, but shooting a keeper ain't the same as shooting an ordinary sort of man, as we all know, and maybe he ain't so much the worse, so I won't think no more about it." She opened the door for him, but on the threshold they stood still, for again footsteps could be heard approaching, this time from the far south. "Maybe it's Tom," said Mrs. Addis. "There's more than one man there, and I can hear voices." "You'd better go back," she said shortly. "Wait till they've passed anyway." With an unwilling shrug he went back into the little lean-to, which he had come to hate, and she shut the door upon him. The footsteps drew nearer. They came more slowly and heavily this time. For a moment he thought they also would pass, but their momentary dulling was only the crossing of the strip of grass outside the door. The next minute there was a knock. It was not Tom, then. Trembling with anxiety and curiosity, Peter Crouch put his eye to one of the numerous cracks in the door of the lean-to, and looked through into the kitchen. He saw Mrs. Addis go to the cottage door, but before she could open it, a man came quickly in and shut it behind him. Crouch recognized Vidler, one of the keepers of Scotney Castle, and he felt his hands and feet grow leaden cold. They knew where he was then. They had followed him. They had guessed that he had taken refuge with Mrs. Addis. It was all up. He was not really hidden. There was no place for him to hide. Directly they opened the inner door, they would see him. Why couldn't he think of things better? Why wasn't he clever at looking after himself like other men? His legs suddenly refused to support him, and he sat down on the pile of sacks. The man in the kitchen seemed to have some difficulty in saying what he wanted to Miss Addis. He stood before her silently, twisting his cap. "Well, what is it?" she asked. "I want to speak to you, ma'am." Peter Crouch listened, straining his ears, for his thudding heart nearly drowned the voices in the next room. Oh no, he was sure she would not give him away, if only for Tom's sake. She was a game sort, Mrs. Addis. "Well," she said sharply as the man remained tongue-tied. "I've brought you bad news, Mrs. Addis." Her expression changed. "What? It ain't Tom, is it?" "He's outside," said the keeper. "What do you mean?" said Mrs. Addis, and she moved toward the door. "Don't, ma'am. Not till I told you." "Told me what? Oh, be quick, man, for mercy's sake." And she tried to push past him to the door. "There's been a row," he said, "down by Cinderwood. There was a chap there snaring rabbits, and Tom was walking with the Boormans and me and old Crotch down from the castle. We heard a noise in the spinney in there. It was too dark to see who it was, and directly he saw us, he made off. But we'd scared him, and he let fly with his gun." He stopped speaking and looked at her, as if beseeching her to fill in the gaps of his story. In his corner of the lean-to, Peter Crouch was as a man of wood and sawdust. "Tom?" said Mrs. Addis. The keeper had forgotten his guard, and before he could prevent her, she had flung open the door. The men outside had evidently been waiting for the signal, and they came in, carrying something on a hurdle, which they put down in the middle of the kitchen floor. "Is he dead?" asked Mrs. Addis, without tears. The men nodded. They could not find a dry voice like hers. In the lean-to, Peter Crouch had ceased to sweat and tremble. Strength had come with despair, for he knew he must despair now. Besides, he no longer wanted to escape from this thing that he had done. "Oh, Tom, and I thinking it was one of them damned keepers. Tom, and it was you that got it from me. Reckon I don't want to live." And yet life was sweet. Mrs. Addis was sitting in the old basket armchair by the fire. One of the men had helped her into it. Another, with rough kindness, had poured her out something from a flask he carried in his pocket. "Here, ma'am, take a drop of this. It'll give you strength. We'll go around to Iron Latch Farm and ask Mrs. Gain to come down to you. Reckon this is a terrible thing to have come to you, but it's the will of Providence, as some folks say. And as for the man who did it, we've a middling good guess who he is, and he shall swing." "We didn't see his face," said Vidler, "but we've got his gun. He threw it into an alder when he bolted, and I swear that gun belongs to Peter Crouch, who's been up to no good since the day when Muscales got shut of him for stealing his corn." "Reckon, though, he didn't know it was Tom when he did it," said the other man. He and Tom always been better friends than Crouch deserved. Peter Crouch was standing up right now, looking through the crack of the door. He saw Mrs. Addis struggle to her feet, and standing by the table looking down on the dead man's face. A whole eternity seemed to roll by as she stood there. He saw her put her hand into her pocket where she had thrust the key of the lean-to. "The Bormans have gone after Crouch," said Vidler, nervously breaking the silence. "They'd a notion as he'd broken through the woods Iron Latch way. There's no chance of his having been by here. You haven't seen him tonight, have you, ma'am?" There was a pause. "No," said Mrs. Addis. "I haven't seen him, not since Tuesday." She took her hand out of her pocket. "Well, we'll be getting around and fetch Mrs. Gain. Reckon you'd be glad to have her." Mrs. Addis nodded. "Will you carry him in there first?" she said, and pointed to the bedroom door. The men picked up the hurdle and carried it into the next room. Then, silently, each wrung the mother by the hand and went away. She waited until they had shut the door. Then she came toward the lean-to. Crouch once more fell a-shivering. He couldn't bear it. No, he'd rather swing than face Mrs. Addis. He heard the key turn in the lock, and he nearly screamed. But she did not come in. She merely unlocked the door, then crossed the kitchen with a heavy, dragging footstep, and shut herself into the room where Tom was. Peter Crouch knew what he must do. The only thing she wanted him to do. The only thing he could possibly do. He opened the door and silently went out. End of Mrs. Addis by Sheila K. Smith.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. The Oblong Box by Edgar Allan Poe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Some years ago, I engaged passage from Charleston, South Carolina to the city of New York in the fine packet ship Independence, Captain Hardy. We were to sail on the 15th of the month, June, weather permitting, and on the 14th I went on board to arrange some matters in my stateroom. I found that we were to have a great many passengers, including a more than usual number of ladies. On the list were several of my acquaintances, and among other names I was rejoiced to see that of Mr. Cornelius Wyatt, a young artist for whom I entertained feelings of warm friendship. He had been with me a fellow student at University, where we were very much together. He had the ordinary temperament of genius, and was a compound of misanthropy, sensibility, and enthusiasm. To these qualities he united the warmest and truest heart which ever beat in a human bosom. I observed that his name was carded upon 3 staterooms, and upon again referring to the list of passengers, I found that he had engaged passage for himself, wife, and 2 sisters, his own. The staterooms were sufficiently roomy, and each had 2 berths, one above the other. These berths, to be sure, were so exceedingly narrow as to be insufficient for more than one person. Still, I could not comprehend why there were 3 staterooms for these 4 persons. I was, just that epoch, in one of those moody frames of mind which make a man abnormally inquisitive about trifles. and I confess, with shame, that I busied myself in a variety of ill-bred and preposterous conjectures about this matter of the supernumerary's stateroom. It was no business of mine, to be sure, but with none the less pertinacity did I occupy myself in attempts to resolve the enigma. At last I reached a conclusion which wrought in me great wonder why I had not arrived at it before. "It is a servant, of course," I said. "What a fool I am, not sooner to have thought of so obvious a solution." And then I again repaired to the list. But here I saw distinctly that no servant was to come with the party, although, in fact, it had been the original design to bring one, for the words "and servant" had been first written and then overscored. Oh, extra baggage, to be sure, I now said to myself. Something he wishes not to be put in the hold, something to be kept under his own eye. Ah, I have it, a painting or so. And this is what he has to be bargaining about with Nicolino, the Italian Jew. This idea satisfied me, and I dismissed my curiosity for the nonce. Wyatt's two sisters I knew very well, and most amiable and clever girls they were. His wife he had newly married, and I had never yet seen her. He had often talked about her in my presence, however, and in his usual style of enthusiasm. He described her as of surpassing beauty, wit, and accomplishment. I was, therefore, quite anxious to make her acquaintance. On the day in which I visited the ship, the 14th, Wyatt and party were able to visit it, so the captain informed me, and I waited on board an hour longer than I had designed in hope of being presented to the bride. But then an apology came. Mrs. W. was a little indisposed and declined coming on board until tomorrow, at the hour of sailing. The morrow having arrived, I was going from my hotel to the wharf when Captain Hardy met me and said that, owing to circumstances, a stupid but convenient phrase, he rather thought the Independence would not sail for a day or two, and that when all was ready, he would send up and let me know. This I thought strange, for there was a stiff southerly breeze, but as the circumstances were not forthcoming, although I pumped for them with much perseverance, I had nothing to do but return home and digest my impatience at leisure. I did not receive the expected message from the captain for nearly a week. It came at length, however, and I immediately went on board. The ship was crowded with passengers, and everything was in the bustle attendant upon making sail. Wyatt's party arrived in about 10 minutes after myself. They were the two sisters, the bride, and the artist, the latter one of his customary fits of moody misanthropy. I was too well used to these, however, to pay them any special attention. He did not even introduce me to his wife, this courtesy devolving, perforce, upon his sister Marian, a very sweet and intelligent girl who, in a few hurried words, made us acquainted. Mrs. Wyatt had been closely veiled, and when she raised her veil, in acknowledging my bow, I confess I was very profoundly astonished. I should have been much more so, however, had not long experience advised me not to trust, with too implicit a reliance, the enthusiastic descriptions of my friend, the artist, when indulging in comments upon the loveliness of woman. When beauty was the theme, I knew well with what facility he soared into the regions of the purely ideal. The truth is, I could not help regarding Mrs. Wyatt as a decidedly plain-looking woman. If not positively ugly, she was not, I think, very far from it. She was dressed, however, in exquisite taste, and then I had no doubt that she had captivated my friend's heart by the more enduring graces of the intellect and soul. She said very few words, and passed at once into her stateroom with Mr. W. My old inquisitiveness now returned. There was no servant, that was a settled point. I looked, therefore, for the extra baggage. After some delay, a cart arrived at the wharf with an oblong pine box, which is everything that seemed to be expected. Immediately upon its arrival we made sail, and in a short time were safely over the bar and standing out to sea. The box in question was, as I say, oblong. It was about 6 feet in length by 2.5 in breadth. I observed it attentively. Now this shape was peculiar, and no sooner had I seen it than I took credit to myself for the accuracy of my guessing. I had reached the conclusion, it will be remembered, that the extra baggage of my friend, the artist, would prove to be pictures, or at least a picture, for I knew he had been for several weeks in conference with Nicolino. And now here was a box, which, from its shape, could possibly contain nothing in the world but a copy of Leonardo's Last Supper, and a copy of this very Last Supper done by Rubini the Younger at Florence, I had known for some time to be in the possession of Nicolino. This point, therefore, I considered as sufficiently settled. I chuckled excessively when I thought of my acumen. It was the first time I had ever known Wyatt to keep from me any of his artistical secrets, but here he evidently intended to steal a march upon me, and smuggle a fine picture to New York under my very nose, expecting me to know nothing of the matter. I resolved to quiz him well, now and hereafter. One thing, however, annoyed me not a little. The box did not go into the extra stateroom. It was deposited in Wyatt's own, and there too it remained, occupying very nearly the whole of the floor, no doubt to the exceeding discomfort of the artist and his wife. This the more especially as the tar or paint with which it was lettered in sprawling capitals emitted a strong, disagreeable, and, to my fancy, a peculiarly disgusting odor. On the lid were painted the words, Mrs. Adelaide Curtis, Albany, New York, charge of Cornelius Wyatt, Esquire, this side up, to be handled with care. Now, I was aware that Mrs. Adelaide Curtis of Albany was the artist's wife's mother, but then I looked upon the whole address as a mystification, intended especially for myself. I made up my mind, of course, that the box and contents would never get farther north than the studio of my misanthropic friend in Chambers Street, New York. For the first 3 or 4 days we had fine weather, although the wind was dead ahead, having chopped round to the northward immediately upon our losing sight of the coast. The passengers were, consequently, in high spirits and disposed to be social. I must except, however, Wyatt and his sisters, who behaved stiffly, and I could not help thinking, uncourteously to the rest of the party. Wyatt's conduct I did not so much regard. He was gloomy, even beyond his usual habit. In fact, he was morose. But in him I was prepared for eccentricity. For the sisters, however, I could make no excuse. They secluded themselves in their staterooms during the greater part of the passage, and absolutely refused, although I repeatedly urged them, to hold communication with any person on board. Mrs. Wyatt herself was far more agreeable. That's to say, she was chatty, and to be chatty is no slight recommendation at sea. She became excessively intimate with most of the ladies, and to my profound astonishment evinced no equivocal disposition to coquette with the men. She amused us all very much. I say amused, and scarcely know how to explain myself. The truth is, I soon found that Mrs. W. was far oftener left at than with. The gentlemen said little about her, but the ladies, in a little while, pronounced her a good-hearted thing, rather indifferent-looking, totally uneducated, and decidedly vulgar. The great wonder was, how Wyatt had been entrapped into such a match. Wealth was a general solution, but this I knew to be no solution at all. For Wyatt had told me that she neither brought him $1 nor had any expectations from any source whatever. He had married, he said, for love, and for love only, and his bride was far more than worthy of his love. When I thought of these expressions on the part of my friend, I confess that I felt indescribably puzzled. Could it be possible that he was taking leave of his senses? What else could I think? He, so refined, so intellectual, so fastidious, with so exquisite a perception of the faulty, and so keen an appreciation of the beautiful. To be sure, the lady seemed especially fond of him, particularly so in his absence, when she made herself ridiculous by frequent quotations of what had been said by her beloved husband, Mr. Wyatt. The word husband seemed forever, to use one of her own delicate expressions, forever on the tip of her tongue. In the meantime, it was observed by all on board that he avoided her in the most pointed manner, and for the most part shut himself up alone in his stateroom, where, in fact, he might have been said to live altogether, leaving his wife at full liberty to amuse herself as she thought best in the public society of the main cabin. My conclusion, from what I saw and heard, was that the artist, by some unaccountable freak of fate, or perhaps some fit of enthusiastic and fanciful passion, had been induced to unite himself with a person altogether beneath him, and that the natural result, entire and speedy disgust, had been ensued. I pitied him from the bottom of my heart, but could not, for that reason, quite forgive his incommunicativeness in the matter of the Last Supper. For this I resolved to have my revenge. One day he came upon deck, and, taking his arm as had been my wont, I sauntered with him backward and forward. His gloom, however, which I considered quite natural under the circumstances, seemed entirely unabated. He said little, and that moodily and with evident effort. I ventured a jest or two, and he made a sickening attempt at a smile. Poor fellow! As I thought of his wife, I wondered that he could have heart to put on even the semblance of mirth. I determined to commence a series of covert insinuations or innuendos about the Oblong Box, just to let him perceive, gradually, that I was not altogether the butt or victim of his little bit of pleasant mystification. My first observation was by way of opening a masked battery. I said something about the peculiar shape of that box, and as we spoke the words, I smiled knowingly, winked, and touched him gently with my forefinger in the ribs. The manner in which Wyatt received this harmless pleasantry convinced me at once that he was mad. At first he stared at me as if he found it impossible to comprehend the witticism of my remark, but at its point seemed slowly to make its way into my first observation was by way of opening a masked battery. I said something about the peculiar shape of that box, and as I spoke the words, I smiled knowingly, winked, and touched him gently with my forefinger in the ribs. The manner in which Wyatt received this harmless pleasantry convinced me at once that he was mad. At first he stared at me as if he found it impossible to comprehend the witticism of my remark, but as its point seemed slowly to make its way into his brain, his eyes, in the same proportion, seemed protruding from their sockets. Then he grew very red, then hideously pale, Then, as if highly amused with what I had insinuated, he began a loud and boisterous laugh, which, to my astonishment, he kept up, with gradually increasing vigor, for 10 minutes or more. In conclusion, he fell flat and heavily upon the deck. When I ran to uplift him, to all appearance he was dead. I called assistance, and with much difficulty we brought him to himself. Upon reviving, he spoke incoherently for some time. At length we bled him and put him to bed. The next morning he was quite recovered, so far as regarded his mere bodily health. Of his mind I say nothing, of course. I avoided him during the rest of the passage, by advice of the captain, who seemed to coincide with me altogether in my views of his insanity, but cautioned me to say nothing on this head to any person on board. Several circumstances occurred immediately after this fit of Wyatt which contributed to heighten the curiosity with which I was already possessed. Among other things, this. I have been nervous, drank too much strong green tea, and slept ill at night. In fact, for 2 nights I could not be properly said to sleep at all. Now my stateroom opened into the main cabin, or dining room, as did those of all the single men on board. Wyatt's 3 rooms were in the after cabin, which was separated from the main one by a slight sliding door, never locked even at night. As we were almost constantly on a wind, and the breeze was not a little stiff, the ship heeled to leeward very considerably, and whenever her starboard side was to leeward, the sliding door between the cabins slid open, and so remained, nobody taking the trouble to get up and shut it. But my berth was in such a position that when my own stateroom door is open, as well as the sliding door in question, and my own door is always open on account of the heat, I could see into the after cabin quite distinctly, and just at that portion of it too, where were situated the staterooms of Mr. Wyatt. Well, during 2 nights, not consecutive, while I lay awake I clearly saw Mrs. W., about 11 o'clock upon each night, steal cautiously from the stateroom of Mr. W., and enter the extra room, where she remained until daybreak, when she was called by her husband and went back. They had separate apartments, no doubt in contemplation of a more permanent divorce, and here, after all I thought was the mystery of the extra stateroom. There was another circumstance, too, which interested me much. During the 2 wakeful nights in question, and immediately after the disappearance of Mrs. Wyatt into the extra stateroom, I was attracted by certain singular, cautious, subdued noises in that of her husband. After listening to them for some time, with thoughtful attention, I at length succeeded perfectly in translating their import. They were sounds occasioned by the artist in prying open the oblong box, by means of a chisel and mallet, the latter being apparently muffled, or deadened by some soft woolen or cotton substance in which its head was enveloped. In this manner I fancied I could distinguish the precise moment when he fairly disengaged the lid, also that I could determine when he removed it altogether, and when he deposited it upon the lower berth in his room. This latter point I knew, for example, by certain slight taps which the lid made in striking against the wooden edges of the berth, as he endeavored to lay it down very gently, there being no room for it on the floor. After this there was a dead stillness, and I heard nothing more, upon either occasion, until nearly daybreak, unless, perhaps, I may mention a low sobbing or a murmuring sound, so very much suppressed as to be nearly inaudible, if indeed the whole of this latter noise were not rather produced by my own imagination. I'd say it seemed to resemble sobbing or sighing, but, of course, it could not have been either. I rather think it was a ringing in my own ears. Mr. Wyatt, no doubt, according to custom, was merely giving the rein to one of his hobbies, indulging in one of his fits of artistic enthusiasm. He had opened his oblong box in order to feast his eyes on the pictorial treasure within. There was nothing in this, however, to make him sob. I repeat, therefore, that it must have been simply a freak of my own fancy, distempered by good Captain Hardy's green tea. Just before dawn, on each of the 2 nights of which I speak, I distinctly heard Mr. Wyatt replace the lid upon the oblong box, and force the nails into their old places by means of the muffled mallet. Having done this, he issued from his stateroom, fully dressed, and proceeded to call Mrs. W. from hers. We had been at sea 7 days, or now off Cape Hatteras, when there came a tremendously heavy blow from the southwest. We were, in a measure, prepared for it, however, as the weather had been holding out threats for some time. Everything was made snug, alow and aloft, and as the wind steadily freshened, we lay to, at length, under spanker and fore topsail, both double-reefed. In this trim we rode safely enough for 48 hours, the ship proving herself an excellent sea-boat in many respects, and shipping no water of any consequence. At the end of this period, however, the gale had freshened into a hurricane, and our aftersails split into ribbons, bringing us so much in the trough of the water that we shipped several prodigious seas, one immediately after the other. By this accident we lost 3 men overboard of the caboose, and nearly the whole of the larboard bulwarks. Scarcely had we recovered our senses before the foretopsail went into shreds, when we got up a storm staysail, and with this did pretty well for some hours, the ship heading the sea much more steadily than before. The gale still held on, however, and we saw no signs of it abating, the rigging was found to be ill-fitted and greatly strained, and on the third day of the blow, about 5 in the afternoon, our mizzenmast, in a heavy lurch to windward, went by the board. For an hour or more we tried in vain to get rid of it, on account of the prodigious rolling of the ship, and before we had succeeded, the carpenter came aft and announced 4 feet of water in the hold. To add to our dilemma, we found the pumps choked and nearly useless. All was now confusion and despair, but an effort was made to lighten the ship by throwing overboard as much of her cargo as could be reached, and by cutting away the 2 masts that remained. This we at last accomplished, but we were still unable to do anything at the pumps, and in the meantime the leak gained on us very fast. At sundown the gale had sensibly diminished in violence, and as the sea went down with it, we still entertained faint hopes of saving ourselves and the boats. At 8 p.m. the clouds broke away to windward, and we had the advantage of a full moon, a piece of good fortune which served wonderfully to cheer our drooping spirits. After incredible labor we succeeded, at length, in getting the longboat over the side without material accident, and into this we crowded the whole of the crew and most of the passengers. This party made off immediately, and, after undergoing much suffering, finally arrived in safety at Ocracoke Inlet, on the 3rd day after the wreck. 14 passengers, with the captain, remained on board, resolving to trust their fortunes to the jolly boat at the stern. We lowered it without difficulty, although it was only by a miracle that we prevented it from swamping as it touched the water. It contained, when afloat, the captain and his wife, Mr. Wyatt and party, a Mexican officer, wife, 4 children, and myself, with a Negro valet. We had no room, of course, for anything except a few positively necessary instruments, some provisions, and the clothes upon our backs. No one had thought of even attempting to save anything more. What must have been the astonishment of all, then, when having proceeded a few fathoms from the ship, Mr. Wyatt stood up in the stern sheets and coolly demanded of Captain Hardy that the boat should be put back for the purpose of taking in his oblong box. "Sit down, Mr. Wyatt," replied the captain, somewhat sternly. "You will capsize us if you do not sit quite still. Our gunwale is almost in the water now." "The box!" vociferated Mr. Wyatt, still standing. "The box, I say! Captain Hardy, you cannot, you will not refuse me. Its weight will be but a trifle. It is nothing, mere nothing. By the mother who bore you, for the love of heaven, by your hope of salvation, I implore you to put back for the box." The captain, for a moment, seemed touched by the earnest appeal of the artist, but he regained his stern composure and merely said, "Mr. Wyatt, you are mad. I cannot listen to you. Sit down, I say, or you will swamp the boat. Stay, hold him, seize him. He's about to spring overboard. There, I knew it, he's over." As the captain said this, Mr. Wyatt, in fact, sprang from the boat and, as we were yet in the lee of the wreck, succeeded, by almost superhuman exertion, in getting hold of a rope which hung from the forechains. In another moment he was on board and rushing frantically down to the cabin. In the meantime we had been swept astern of the ship, and being quite out of her lee, were at the mercy of the tremendous sea which was still running. We made a determined effort to put back, but our little boat was like a feather in the breath of the tempest. We saw at a glance that the doom of the unfortunate artist was sealed. As our distance from the wreck rapidly increased, the madman, for as such only could we regard him, was seen to emerge from the companion, way up which by dint of strength that appeared gigantic, he dragged bodily the oblong box. While we gazed in the extremity of astonishment, he passed rapidly several turns of a 3-inch rope, first round the box and then round his body. In another instant both body and box were in the sea, disappearing suddenly, at once, and forever. We lingered a while sadly upon our oars, with our eyes riveted upon the spot. At length we pulled away. The silence remained unbroken for an hour. Finally I hazarded a remark. "Did you observe, Captain, how suddenly they sank? Was that not an exceedingly singular thing? I confess I entertained some feeble hope of his final deliverance, when I saw him lash himself to the box and commit himself to the sea." "They sank as a matter of course," replied the captain, "and that like a shot. They will soon rise again, however, but not till the salt melts." "The salt!" I ejaculated. "Hush!" said the captain, pointing to the wife and sisters of the deceased. "We must talk of these things at some more appropriate time." We suffered much and made a narrow escape, but fortune befriended us, as well as our mates in the longboat. We landed, in fine, more dead than alive, after 4 days of intense distress, upon the beach opposite Roanoke Island. We remained here a week, were not ill-treated by the wreckers, and at length obtained a passage to New York. About a month after the loss of the Independence, I happened to meet Captain Hardy in Broadway. Our conversation turned, naturally, upon the disaster, and especially upon the sad fate of poor Wyatt. I thus learned the following particulars. The artist had engaged passage for himself, wife, 2 sisters, and a servant. His wife was, indeed, as she had been represented, a most lovely and most accomplished woman. On the morning of the 14th of June, the day in which I first visited the ship, The lady suddenly sickened and died. The young husband was frantic with grief, but circumstances imperatively forbade the deferring his voyage to New York. It was necessary to take to her mother the corpse of his adored wife, and, on the other hand, the universal prejudice which would prevent him doing so openly was well known. 9/10 of the passengers would have abandoned the ship rather than take passage with the dead body. In this dilemma, Captain Hardy arranged that the corpse, being first partially embalmed and packed with a large quantity of salt in a box of suitable dimensions, should be conveyed on board as merchandise. Nothing was to be said of the lady's decease, and, as it was well understood that Mr. White had engaged passage for his wife, it became necessary that some person should personate her during the voyage. This the deceased lady's maid was easily prevailed on to do. The extra stateroom, originally engaged for this girl during her mistress's life, was now merely retained. In this stateroom the pseudo-wife slept, of course, every night. In the daytime she performed, to the best of her ability, the part of her mistress, whose person, it had been carefully ascertained, was unknown to any of the passengers on board. My own mistake arose, naturally enough, through too careless, too inquisitive, and too impulsive a temperament. But of late it is a rare thing that I sleep soundly at night. There is a countenance which haunts me, turn as I will. There is an hysterical laugh which will forever ring within my ears. End of The Oblong Box by Edgar Allan Poe.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. The Redheaded League. From the book The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Redheaded League. I had called upon my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes one day in the autumn of last year and found him in deep conversation with a very stout, florid-faced, elderly gentleman with fiery red hair. With an apology for my intrusion, I was about to withdraw when Holmes pulled me abruptly into the room and closed the door behind me. "You could not possibly have come at a better time, my dear Watson," he said cordially. "I was afraid that you were engaged." "So I am, very much so." "Then I can wait in the next room." "Not at all. This gentleman, Mr. Wilson, has been my partner and helper in many of my most successful cases, and I have no doubt that it will be of the utmost use to me in yours also." The stout gentleman half rose from his chair and gave a bob of greeting, with a quick little questioning glance from his small, fat, encircled eyes. "Try the settee," said Holmes, relapsing into his armchair and putting his fingertips together, as was his custom when in judicial moods. "I know, my dear Watson, that you share my love for all that is bizarre and outside the conventions and humdrum routine of everyday life. You have shown your relish for it by the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and, if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish so many of my own little adventures. Your cases have indeed been of the greatest interest to me," I observed. "You will remember that I remarked the other day, just before we went into the very simple problem presented by Miss Mary Sutherland, that for strange effects and extraordinary combinations we must go to life itself, which is always far more daring than any other effort of imagination. A proposition which I took the liberty of doubting." "You did, Doctor, but none the less you must come round to my view, for otherwise I shall keep on piling fact upon fact on you until your reason breaks down under them and acknowledges me to be right. Now, Mr. Jabez Wilson here has been good enough to call upon me this morning and to begin a narrative which promises to be one of the most singular which I have listened to for some time. You have heard me remark that the strangest and most unique things are often connected not with the larger but with the smaller crimes, and occasionally indeed where there is room for doubt whether any positive crime has been committed. As far as I have heard, it's impossible for me to say whether the present case is an instance of crime or not, but the course of events is certainly among the most singular that I have ever listened to. Perhaps, Mr. Wilson, you would have the great kindness to recommence your narrative. I ask you not merely because my friend Dr. Watson has not heard the opening part, but also because the peculiar nature of the story makes me anxious to have every possible detail from your lips. As a rule, when I have heard some slight indication of the course of events, I am able to guide myself by the thousands of other similar cases which occur to my memory. In the present instance, I am forced to admit that the facts are, to the best of my belief, unique. The portly client puffed out his chest with an appearance of some little pride and pulled a dirty and wrinkled newspaper from the inside pocket of his greatcoat. As he glanced down the advertisement column, with his head thrust forward and the paper flattened out upon his knee, I took a good look at the man and endeavoured, after the fashion of my companion, to read the indications which might be presented by his dress or appearance. I did not gain very much, however, by my inspection. Our visitor bore every mark of being an average, commonplace British tradesman, obese, pompous, and slow. He wore rather baggy grey shepherd's check trousers, a not overclean black frock coat unbuttoned in the front, and a drab waistcoat with a heavy, brassy Albert chain and a square pierced bit of metal dangling down as an ornament. A frayed top hat and a faded brown overcoat with a wrinkled velvet collar lay upon a chair beside him. Altogether, look as I would, there was nothing remarkable about the man save his blazing red head and the expression of extreme chagrin and discontent upon his features. Sherlock Holmes' quick eyes took in my occupation, and he shook his head with a smile as he noticed my questioning glances. Beyond the obvious facts that he has at some time done manual labor, that he takes snuff, that he is a Freemason, that he has been in China, and that he has done a considerable amount of writing lately, I can deduce nothing else. Mr. Jabez Wilson started up in his chair with his forefinger upon the paper, but his eyes upon my companion. "How in the name of good fortune did you know all that, Mr. Holmes?" he asked. "How did you know, for example, that I did manual labor? It's as true as gospel, for I began as a ship's carpenter. Your hands, my dear sir. Your right hand is quite a size larger than your left. You have worked with it, and the muscles are more developed. Well, the snuff then, and the Freemasonry? I won't insult your intelligence by telling you how I read that, especially as, rather against the strict rules of your order, you use an arc and compass breastpin. Ah, of course, I forgot that. But the writing? What else can be indicated by that right cuff so very shiny for 5 inches, and the left one with a smooth patch near the elbow where you rest it upon the desk? Well, but China? The fish that you have tattooed immediately above your right wrist could only have been done in China. I have made a small study of tattoo marks, and have even contributed to the literature of the subject. That trick of staining the fish's scales of a delicate pink is quite peculiar to China. When, in addition, I see a Chinese coin hanging from your watch chain, the matter becomes even more simple. Mr. Jabez Wilson laughed heavily. Well, I never, said he. I thought at first you had done something clever, but I see that there was nothing in it after all. I begin to think, Watson, said Holmes, that I make a mistake in explaining. Omne ignotum pro magnifico, you know, and my poor little reputation, such as it is, will suffer shipwreck if I am so candid. Can you not find the advertisement, Mr. Wilson? Yes, I've got it now, he answered with his thick red finger planted halfway down the column. Here it is. This is what began it all. You just read it for yourself, sir. I took the paper from him and read as follows. To the Redheaded League. An account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA. There is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men were sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street. What on earth does this mean? I ejaculated after I had twice read over the extraordinary announcement. Holmes chuckled and wriggled in his chair, as was his habit when in high spirits. It is a little off the beaten track, isn't it? Said he. And now, Mr. Wilson, off you go at scratch and tell us all about yourself, your household, and the effect which this advertisement had made upon your fortunes. You will first make a note, Doctor, of the paper and the date. It's a Morning Chronicle of April 27, 1890, just 2 months ago. Very good. Now, Mr. Wilson? Well, it's just as I have been telling you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, said Jabez Wilson, mopping his forehead. I have a small pawnbroker's business at Coburg Square near the city. It's not a very large affair, and of late years it has not done more than just give me a living. I used to be able to keep 2 assistants, but now I only keep 1. And I would have a job to pay him, but that he is willing to come for half wages so as to learn the business." "What's the name of this obliging youth?" asked Sherlock Holmes. "His name is Vincent Spaulding, and he's not such a youth either. It's hard to say his age. I should not wish a smarter assistant, Mr. Holmes, and I know very well that he could better himself and earn twice what I am able to give him. But after all, if he is satisfied, why should I put ideas in his head?" "Why, indeed? You seem most fortunate in having an employee who comes under the full market price. It's not a common experience among employees in this age. I don't know that your assistant is not as remarkable as your advertisement." "Oh, he has his faults too," said Mr. Wilson. "Never was such a fellow for photography, snapping away with the camera when he ought to be improving his mind, and then diving down into the cellar like a rabbit into its hole to develop his pictures. That's his main fault. But on the whole, he is a good worker. There's no vice in him." "He is still with you, I presume?" "Yes, sir. He and a girl of 14 who does a bit of simple cooking and keeps the place clean. That's all I have in the house, for I'm a widower and never had any family. We live very quietly, sir, the 3 of us, and we keep a roof over our heads and pay our debts if we do nothing more. The first thing that put us out was that advertisement. Spaulding, he came down into the office just this day 8 weeks with this very paper in his hand, and he says, 'I wish to the Lord, Mr. Wilson, that I was a red-headed man.' 'Why that?' I asks. 'Why,' says he, 'here's another vacancy on the League of the Red-Headed Men. It's worth quite a little fortune to any man who gets it, and I understand that there are more vacancies than there are men, so that the trustees are at their wits' end what to do with the money. If my hair would only change color, here's a nice little crib all ready for me to step into.' 'Why, what's it then?' I asked. 'You see, Mr. Holmes, I'm a very stay-at-home man, and as my business came to me instead of my having to go to it, I was often weeks on end without putting my foot over the doormat. In that way, I didn't know much of what was going on outside, and I was always glad by a bit of news.' 'Have you never read of the League of the Red-Headed Men?' he asked with his eyes open. 'Never. Why, I wonder at that, for you are eligible yourself for one of the vacancies.' 'And what are they worth?' I asked. 'Oh, merely a couple of hundred a year, but the work is slight, and it need not interfere very much with one's other occupations.' Well, you can easily think that made me prick up my ears, for the business has not been over good for some years, and an extra couple of hundred would have been very handy. 'Tell me about it,' said I. 'Well,' said he, showing me the advertisement, 'you can see for yourself that the League has a vacancy, and there is the address where you should apply for particulars. As far as I can make out, the League was founded by an American millionaire, Ezekiel Hopkins, who was very peculiar in his ways. He was himself red-headed, and he had a great sympathy for all red-headed men. So when he died, it was found that he had left his enormous fortune in the hands of trustees, with instructions to apply the interest to the providing of easy berths to men whose hair is of that color. From all I hear, it is splendid pay and very little to do.' 'But,' said I, 'there would be millions of red-headed men who would apply.' 'Not so many as you might think,' he answered. 'You see, it's really confined to Londoners and to grown men. This American had started from London when he was young, and he wanted to do the old town a good turn. Then again, I've heard it is no use your applying if your hair is light red or dark red or anything but real bright, blazing, fiery red. Now, if you care to apply, Mr. Wilson, you would just walk in. But perhaps it would hardly be worth your while to put yourself out of the way for the sake of a few £100. Now, it's a fact, gentlemen, as you may see for yourselves, that my hair is of a very full and rich tint, so that it seemed to me that if there was to be any competition in the matter, I stood as good a chance as any man that I had ever met. Vincent Spaulding seemed to think so much about it that I thought he might prove useful, so I just ordered him to put up the shutters for the day and to come right away with me. He was very willing to have a holiday, so we shut the business up and started off for the address that was given us in the advertisement. I never hope to see such a sight as that again, Mr. Holmes. From north, south, east and west, every man who had a shade of red in his hair had tramped into the city to answer the advertisement. Fleet Street was choked with red-headed folk, and Pope's Court looked like a coster's orange barrow. I should not have thought there were so many in the whole country as were brought together by that single advertisement. Every shade of colour they were: straw, lemon, orange, brick, Irish setter, liver, clay. But as Spaulding said, there were not many who had the real vivid flame-coloured tint. When I saw how many were waiting, I would have given it up in despair, but Spaulding would not hear of it. How he did it, I could not imagine, but he pushed and pulled and butted until he got me up through the crowd and right up to the steps which led to the office. There was a double stream upon the stair, some going up in hope and some coming back dejected. But we wedged in as well as we could and soon found ourselves in the office. "Your experience has been a most extraordinary one," remarked Holmes as his client paused and refreshed his memory with a huge pinch of snuff. "Pray continue your very interesting statement." There was nothing in the office but a couple of wooden chairs and a deal table, behind which sat a small man with a head that was even redder than mine. He said a few words to each candidate as he came up, and then he always managed to find some fault in them which would disqualify them. Getting a vacancy did not seem to be such a very easy matter after all. However, when our turn came, the little man was much more favourable to me than to any of the others, and he closed the door as we entered so that he might have a private word with us. "This is Mr. Jabez Wilson," said my assistant, "and he is willing to fill a vacancy in the League." "And he is admirably suitable for it," the other answered. "He has every requirement. I cannot recall when I have seen anything so fine." He took a step backward, cocked his head to one side, and gazed at my hair until I felt quite bashful. Then suddenly he plunged forward, wrung my hand, and congratulated me warmly on my success. "It would be injustice to hesitate," said he. "You will, however, I am sure, excuse me for taking an obvious precaution." With that he seized my hair in both hands and tugged until I yelled with pain. "There is water in your eyes," said he as he released me. "I perceive that all is as it should be. But we have to be careful, for we have twice been deceived by wigs and once by paint. I should tell you tales of cobbler's wax which would disgust you with human nature." He stepped over the window and shouted through it at the top of his voice that the vacancy was filled. A groan of disappointment came up from below, and the folk all trooped away in different directions until there was not a red head to be seen except my own and that of the manager. "My name," said he, "is Mr. Duncan Ross, and I am myself one of the pensioners upon the fund left by our noble benefactor. Are you a married man, Mr. Wilson? Have you a family?" I answered that I had not. His face fell immediately. "Dear me," he said gravely, "that's very serious indeed. I'm sorry to hear you say that. The fund was, of course, for the propagation and spread of the redheads as well as for their maintenance. It is exceedingly unfortunate that you should be a bachelor." My face lengthened at this, Mr. Holmes, for I thought that I was not to have the vacancy after all. But after thinking it over for a few minutes, he said that it would be all right. "In the case of another," said he, "the objection might be fatal, but we must stretch a point in favour of a man with such a head of hair as yours. When shall you be able to enter upon your new duties?" "Well, it's a little awkward, for I have a business already," said I. "Oh, never mind about that, Mr. Wilson," said Vincent Spaulding. "I should be able to look after that for you." "What would be the hours?" I asked. 10 to 2. Now, a pawnbroker's business is mostly done of an evening, Mr. Holmes, especially Thursday and Friday evening, which is just before payday, so it would suit me very well to earn a little in the mornings. Besides, I knew that my assistant was a good man, and that he would see to anything that turned up. "That would suit me very well," said I. "And the pay?" "Is £4 a week." "And the work?" "Is purely nominal." "What do you call purely nominal?" "Well, you have to be in the office, or at least in the building, the whole time. If you leave, you forfeit your whole position forever. The will is very clear upon that point. You don't comply with the conditions if you budge from the office during that time. It's only 4 hours a day, and I should not think of leaving," said I. "No excuse will avail," said Mr. Duncan Ross. "Neither sickness, nor business, nor anything else. There you must stay, or you lose your billet. And the work is to copy out the Encyclopedia Britannica. There's a first volume of it in that press. You must find your own ink, pens, and blotting paper, but we provide this table and chair. Will you be ready tomorrow? Certainly, I answered. Then goodbye, Mr. Jabez Wilson, and let me congratulate you once more on the important position which you have been fortunate enough to gain. He bowed me out of the room, and I went home with my assistant, hardly knowing what to say or do. I was so pleased at my own good fortune. Well, I thought over the matter all day, and by evening I was in low spirits again, for I had quite persuaded myself that the whole affair must be some great hoax or fraud, though what its object might be I could not imagine. It seemed altogether past belief that anyone could make such a will, or that they would pay such a sum for doing anything so simple as copying out the Encyclopedia Britannica. Vincent Spaulding did what he could to cheer me up, but by bedtime I had reasoned myself out of the whole thing. However, in the morning I determined to have a look at it anyhow, so I bought a penny bottle of ink, and with a quill pen and 7 sheets of foolscap paper I started off for Pope's Court. Well, to my surprise and delight, everything was as right as possible. The table was set out ready for me, and Mr. Duncan Ross was there to see that I got fairly to work. He started me off upon the letter A, and then he left me, but he would drop in from time to time to see that all was right with me. At 2 o'clock he bade me good day, complimented me upon the amount that I had written, and locked the door of the office after me. This went on day after day, Mr. Holmes, and on Saturday the manager came in and planked down 4 golden sovereigns for my week's work. It was the same next week, and the same the week after. Every morning I was there at 10, and every afternoon I left at 2. By degrees Mr. Duncan Ross took to coming in only once of a morning, and then after a time he did not come in at all. Still, of course, I never dared to leave the room for an instant, for I was not sure when he might come, and the billet was such a good one and suited me so well that I would not risk the loss of it. 8 weeks passed away like this, and I had written about abodes and archery and armor and architecture and Attica, and hoped with diligence that I might get on to the bees before very long. It cost me something in foolscap, and I had pretty nearly filled a shelf with my writings. And then suddenly the whole business came to an end. To an end? Yes, sir, and no later than this morning. I went to my work as usual at 10 o'clock, but the door was shut and locked with a little square of cardboard hammered on to the middle of the panel with a tack. Here it is, and you can read for yourself. He held up a piece of white cardboard about the size of a sheet of notepaper. It read in this fashion: The Redheaded League is dissolved. October 9, 1890. Sherlock Holmes and I surveyed the curt announcement and the rueful face behind it until the comical side of the affair so completely overtopped every other consideration that we both burst out into a roar of laughter. I cannot see that there is anything very funny, cried our client, flushing up to the roots of his flaming head. If you can do nothing better than laugh at me, I can go elsewhere. No, no, cried Holmes, shoving him back into the chair from which he had half risen. I really wouldn't miss your case for the world. It is most refreshingly unusual. But there is, if you will excuse my saying so, something just a little funny about it. Pray, what steps did you take when you found the card upon the door? I was staggered, sir. I did not know what to do. Then I called at the offices round, but none of them seemed to know anything about it. Finally, I went to the landlord, who is an accountant living on the ground floor, and I asked him if he could tell me what had become of the Redheaded League. He said that he had never heard of any such body. Then I asked him who Mr. Duncan Ross was. He answered that the name was new to him. Well, said I, the gentleman at number 4. What? The red-headed man? Yes. Oh, said he, his name was William Morris. He was a solicitor, and was using my room as a temporary convenience until his new premises were ready. He moved out yesterday. Where could I find him? Oh, at his new offices. He did tell me his address. Yes, 17 King Edward Street, near St. Paul's. I started off, Mr. Holmes, but when I got to that address, it was a manufactory of artificial kneecaps, and no one in it had ever heard of either Mr. William Morris or Mr. Duncan Ross. And what did you do then? Asked Holmes. I went home to Saxe Coburg Square, and I took the advice of my assistant, but he could not help me in any way. He could only say that if I waited, I should hear by post. But that was not quite good enough, Mr. Holmes. I did not wish to lose such a place without a struggle, so as I had heard that you were good enough to give advice to poor folk who were in need of it, I came right away to you." "And you did very wisely," said Holmes. "Your case is an exceedingly remarkable one, and I shall be happy to look into it. From what you have told me, I think that it is possible that graver issues hang from it than might at first sight appear." "Grave enough," said Mr. Jabez Wilson. "Why, I have lost £4 a week." "As far as you are personally concerned," remarked Holmes, "I do not see that you have any grievance against this extraordinary league. On the contrary, you are, as I understand, richer by some £30, to say nothing of the minute knowledge which you have gained on every subject which comes under the letter A. You have lost nothing by them." "No, sir, but I want to find out about them, and who they are, and what their object was in playing this prank, if it was a prank, upon me." It was a pretty expensive joke for them, for it cost them £230. "We shall endeavour to clear up these points for you. And first, one or two questions, Mr. Wilson. This assistant of yours, who first called your attention to the advertisement, how long had he been with you?" "About a month then." "How did he come?" "In answer to an advertisement." "Was he the only applicant?" "No, I had a dozen." "Why did you pick him?" "Because he was handy and would come cheap." "At half wages, in fact." "Yes." "What is he like, this Vincent Spaulding?" "Small, stout built, very quick in his ways, no hair on his face, though he is not short of 30. Has a white splash of acid upon his forehead." Holmes sat up in his chair in considerable excitement. "I thought as much," said he. "Have you ever observed that his ears are pierced for earrings?" "Yes, sir. He told me that a gypsy had done it for him when he was a lad." Said Holmes, sinking back in deep thought. "He is still with you?" "Oh, yes, sir. I've only just left him." "And has your business been attended to in your absence?" "Nothing to complain of, sir. There is never very much to do of a morning." "That'll do, Mr. Wilson. I shall be happy to give you an opinion upon the subject in the course of a day or two. Today is Saturday, and I hope that by Monday we may come to a conclusion." "Well, Watson," said Holmes, when our visitor had left us, "what do you make of it all?" "I make nothing of it," I answered frankly. "It's a most mysterious business." "As a rule," said Holmes, "the more bizarre a thing is, the less mysterious it proves to be. It is your commonplace, featureless crimes which are really puzzling, just as a commonplace face is the most difficult to identify. But I must be prompt over this matter." "What are you going to do then?" I asked. "To smoke," he answered. "It's quite a three-pipe problem, and I beg that you won't speak to me for 50 minutes. He curled himself up in his chair, with his thin knees drawn up to his hawk-like nose, and there he sat with his eyes closed and his black clay pipe thrusting out like the bill of some strange bird. I had come to the conclusion that he had dropped asleep, and indeed was nodding myself, when he suddenly sprang out of his chair with the gesture of a man who has made up his mind, and put his pipe down upon the mantelpiece. "Sarah said place at the St. James Hall this afternoon," he remarked. "What do you think, Watson? Could your patients spare you for a few hours?" "I have nothing to do today. My practice is never very absorbing." "Then put on your hat and come. I am going through the city first, and we can have some lunch on the way. I observe that there is a good deal of German music on the program, which is rather more to my taste than Italian or French. It is introspective, and I want to introspect. Come along." We travelled by the Underground as far as Aldersgate, and a short walk took us to Saxe Coburg Square, the scene of the singular story which we had listened to in the morning. It was a poky little shabby genteel place, where 4 lines of dingy 2-storied brick houses looked out into a small railed-in enclosure, where a lawn of weedy grass and a few clumps of faded laurel bushes made a hard fight against a smoke-laden and uncongenial atmosphere. 3 gilt balls and a brown board with Jabez Wilson in white letters upon a corner house announced the place where our red-headed client carried on his business. Sherlock Holmes stopped in front of it with his head on one side and looked it all over, with his eyes shining brightly between puckered lids. Then he walked slowly up the street and then down again to the corner, still looking keenly at the houses. Finally, he returned to the pawnbroker's, and having thumped vigorously upon the pavement with his stick 2 or 3 times, he went up to the door and knocked. It was instantly opened by a bright-looking, clean-shaven young fellow who asked him to step in. "Thank you," said Holmes. "I only wish to ask you, how would you go from here to the Strand?" "Third right, fourth left," answered the assistant, promptly closing the door. "Smart fellow that," observed Holmes as we walked away. "He is, in my judgment, the fourth smartest man in London, and for daring, I am not sure that he has not a claim to be the third. I have known something of him before." "Evidently," said I, "Mr. Wilson's assistant counts for a good deal in this mystery of the Redheaded League. I am sure that you inquired your weight merely in order that you might see him." "Not him." "What then?" "The knees of his trousers." "And what did you see?" "What I expected to see." "Why did you beat the pavement?" "My dear doctor, this is a time for observation, not for talk. We are spies in an enemy's country. We know something of Saxe-Coburg Square. Let us now explore the parts which lie behind it." The road in which we found ourselves as we turned around the corner from the retired Saxe-Coburg Square presented as a great contrast to it as the front of a picture does to the back. It was one of the main arteries which conveyed the traffic of the city to the north and west. The roadway was blocked with immense stream of commerce flowing in double tide inward and outward, while footpaths were black with a hurrying swarm of pedestrians. It was difficult to realize, as we looked at the line of fine shops and stately business premises, that they really abutted on the other side upon the faded and stagnant square which we had just quitted. "Let me see," said Holmes, standing at the corner and glancing along the line. "I should like just to remember the order of the houses here. It's a hobby of mine to have an exact knowledge of London. There is Mortimer's the tobacconist, the little newspaper shop, the Coburg branch of City and Suburban Bank, the vegetarian restaurant, and McFarlane's carriage building depot. That carries us right on to the other block. And now, doctor, we have done our work. It's time we had some play. A sandwich and a cup of coffee, and then off to Violin Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony, and there are no red-headed clients to vex us with their conundrums." My friend was an enthusiastic musician, being himself not only a very capable performer, but a composer of no ordinary merit. All the afternoon he sat in the stalls wrapped in the most perfect happiness, gently waving his long, thin fingers in time to the music, while his gently smiling face and his languid, dreamy eyes were as unlike those of Holmes the sleuth hound, Holmes the relentless, keen-witted, ready-handed criminal agent, as it was possible to conceive. In his singular character, the dual nature alternately asserted itself, and his extreme exactness and astuteness represented, as I have often thought, the reaction against the poetic and contemplative mood which occasionally predominated in him. The swing of his nature took him from extreme languor to devouring energy, and, as I knew well, he was never so truly formidable as when, for days on end, he had been lounging in his armchair amid his improvisations and his black-letter editions. Then it was that the lust of the chase would suddenly come upon him, and that his brilliant reasoning power would rise to the level of intuition, until those who were unacquainted with his methods would look askance at him as on a man whose knowledge was not that of other mortals. When I saw him that afternoon, so enwrapped in the music at St. James' Hall, I felt that an evil time might be coming upon those whom he had set himself to hunt down. "You want to go home, no doubt, doctor," he remarked as we emerged. "Yes, it would be as well. And I have some business to do which will take some hours. This business at Coburg Square is serious." "Why serious?" "A considerable crime is in contemplation. I have every reason to believe that we shall be in time to stop it. But today, being Saturday, rather complicates matters. I shall want your help tonight." "At what time?" 10 will be early enough. I shall be at Baker Street at 10. "Very well. And I say, doctor, there may be some little danger, so kindly put your army revolver in your pocket." He waved his hand, turned on his heel, and disappeared in an instant among the crowd. I trust that I am not more dense than my neighbors, but I was always oppressed with a sense of my own stupidity in my dealings with Sherlock Holmes. Here I had heard what he had heard, I had seen what he had seen, and yet from his words it was evident that he saw clearly not only what had happened, but what was about to happen, while to me the whole business was still confused and grotesque. As I drove home to my house in Kensington, I thought over it all, from the extraordinary story of the red-headed copier of the encyclopedia down to the visit to Saxe-Coburg Square and the ominous words with which he had parted from me. What was this nocturnal expedition, and why should I go armed? Where were we going, and what were we to do? I had the hint from Holmes that this smooth-faced pawnbroker's assistant was a formidable man, a man who might play a deep game. I tried to puzzle it out, but gave it up in despair and set the matter aside until night should bring an explanation. It was 9:15 when I started from home and made my way across the park and so through Oxford Street to Baker Street. 2 hansoms were standing at the door, and as I entered the passage, I heard the sound of voices from above. On entering his room, I found Holmes in animated conversation with 2 men, one of whom I recognized as Peter Jones, the official police agent, while the other was a long, thin, sad-faced man with a very shiny hat and an oppressively respectable frock coat. "Ah, our party is complete," said Holmes, buttoning up his pea-jacket and taking his heavy hunting crop from the rack. "Watson, I think you know Mr. Jones of Scotland Yard? Let me introduce you to Mr. Merryweather, who is to be our companion in tonight's adventure." "We are hunting in couples again, Doctor, you see," said Jones in his consequential way. "Our friend here is a wonderful man for starting a chase. All he wants is an old dog to help him to do the running down." "I hope a wild goose may not prove to be the end of a chase," observed Mr. Merryweather gloomily. "You may place considerable confidence in Mr. Holmes, sir," said the police agent loftily. "He has his own little methods, which are, if you won't mind my saying so, just a little too theoretical and fantastic, but he has the makings of a detective in him. It is not too much to say that once or twice, as in that business of the Sholto murder and the Agra treasure, he has been more nearly correct than the official force." "Oh, if you say so, Mr. Jones, it is all right," said the stranger with deference. "Still, I confess that I miss my rubber. It is the first Saturday night for 27 years that I have not had my rubber." "I think you will find," said Sherlock Holmes, "that you will play for a higher stake tonight than you have ever done yet, and that the play will be more exciting. For you, Mr. Merryweather, the stake will be some £30,000, and for you, Jones, it will be the man upon whom you wish to lay your hands. John Clay, the murderer, thief, smasher, and forger. He is a young man, Mr. Merryweather, but he is at the head of his profession, and I would rather have my bracelets on him than on any criminal in London. He is a remarkable man, is young John Clay. His grandfather was a royal duke, and he himself has been at Eton and Oxford. His brain is as cunning as his fingers, and though we meet signs of him at every turn, we never know where to find the man himself. He'll crack a crib in Scotland one week, and be raising money to build an orphanage in Cornwall the next. I've been on his track for years, and I've never set eyes on him yet. I hope that I may have the pleasure of introducing you tonight. I've had 1 or 2 little turns with Mr. John Clay, and I agree with you that he is at the head of his profession. It's past 10, however, and quite time that we started. If you two will take the first hansom, Watson and I will follow in the second." Sherlock Holmes was not very communicative during the long drive and lay back in the cab, humming the tunes which we had heard in the afternoon. We rattled through an endless labyrinth of gas-lit streets until we emerged into Farrington Street. "We are close there now," my friend remarked. "This fellow Merryweather is a bank director and personally interested in the matter. I thought it is as well to have Jones with us also. He is not a bad fellow, though an absolute imbecile in his profession. He has one positive virtue. He is as brave as a bulldog and as tenacious as a lobster if he gets his claws upon anyone. Here we are, and they are waiting for us." We had reached the same crowded thoroughfare in which we had found ourselves in the morning. Our cabs were dismissed, and following the guidance of Mr. Merryweather, we passed down a narrow passage and through a side door, which he opened for us. Within there was a small corridor which ended in a very massive iron gate. This also was opened and led down a flight of winding stone steps which terminated at another formidable gate. Mr. Merryweather stopped to light a lantern and then conducted us down a dark, earth-smelling passage, and so, after opening a third door, into a huge vault or cellar which was piled all round with crates and massive boxes. "You're not very vulnerable from above," Holmes remarked as he held up the lantern and gazed about him. "Nor from below," said Mr. Merryweather, striking his stick upon the flags which lined the floor. "Why, dear me, it sounds quite hollow," he remarked, looking up in surprise. "I must really ask you to be a little more quiet," said Holmes severely. "You have already imperiled the whole success of our expedition. Might I beg you that you would have the goodness to sit down upon one of those boxes and not to interfere?" The solemn Mr. Merryweather perched himself upon a crate with a very injured expression upon his face, while Holmes fell upon his knees upon the floor and, with a lantern and a magnifying glass, began to examine minutely the cracks between the stones. A few seconds sufficed to satisfy him, for he sprang to his feet again and put his glass in his pocket. "We have at least an hour before us," he remarked, "for they can hardly take any steps until the good pawnbroker is safely in bed. Then you will not lose a minute, for the sooner they do their work, the longer time they will have for their escape. We are at present, Doctor, as no doubt you have divined, in the cellar of the city branch of one of the principal London banks. Mr. Merryweather is the chairman of directors, and he will explain to you that there are reasons why the more daring criminals of London should take a considerable interest in this cellar at present." "It's a French gold," whispered the director. "We have had several warnings that an attempt might be made upon it." "Your French gold?" "Yes. We had occasion some months ago to strengthen our resources, and borrowed for that purpose 30,000 Napoleons from the Bank of France. It had become known that we have never had occasion to unpack the money, and that it is still lying in a cellar. The crate upon which I sit contains 2,000 Napoleons packed between layers of lead foil. Our reserve of bullion is much larger at present than is usually kept in a single branch office, and the directors have had misgivings upon the subject." "Which were very well justified," observed Holmes. "And now it is time that we arranged our little plans. I expect that within an hour matters will come to a head. In the meantime, Mr. Merryweather, we must put the screen over the dark lantern." "And sit in the dark?" "I'm afraid so. I had brought a pack of cards in my pocket, and I thought that, as we were a partie carré, you might have your rubber after all. But I see that the enemy's preparations have gone so far that we cannot risk the presence of a light. And first of all, we must choose our positions. These are daring men, and though we shall take them at a disadvantage, they may do us some harm unless we are careful. I shall stand behind this crate, and do you conceal yourselves behind those. Then, when I flash light upon them, close in swiftly. If they fire, Watson, have no compunction about shooting them down." I placed my revolver, cocked, upon the top of the wooden case behind which I crouched. Holmes shot the slide across the front of his lantern and left us in pitch darkness, such an absolute darkness as I have never before experienced. The smell of hot metal remained to assure us that the light was still there, ready to flash out at a moment's notice. To me, with my nerves worked up to a pitch of expectancy, there was something depressing and subduing in the sudden gloom and in the cold, dank air of the vault. "They have but one retreat," whispered Holmes. "That is back through the house into Saxe-Coburg Square. I hope that you have done what I asked you, Jones. I have an inspector and 2 officers waiting at the front door. Then we have stopped all the holes, and now we must be silent and wait." What a time it seemed! From comparing notes afterwards, it was but an hour and a quarter, yet it appeared to me that the night must have almost gone and the dawn be breaking above us. My limbs were weary and stiff, for I feared to change my position, yet my nerves were worked up to the highest pitch of tension, and my hearing was so acute that I could not only hear the gentle breathing of my companions, but I could distinguish the deeper, heavier in-breath of the bulky Jones from the thin, sighing note of the bank director. From my position, I could look over the case in the direction of the floor. Suddenly, my eyes caught the glint of a light. At first, it was but a lurid spark upon the stone pavement. Then it lengthened out until it became a yellow line, and then, without any warning or sound, a gash seemed to open, and a hand appeared, a white, almost womanly hand, which felt about in the center of the little area of light. For a minute or more, the hand, with its writhing fingers, protruded out of the floor. Then it was withdrawn as suddenly as it appeared, and all was dark again, save the single lurid spark which marked a chink between the stones. Its disappearance, however, was but momentary. With a rending, tearing sound, one of the broad white stones turned over upon its side and left a square, gaping hole through which streamed the light of a lantern. Over the edge there peeped a clean-cut, boyish face, which looked keenly about it, and then, with a hand on either side of the aperture, drew itself shoulder-high and waist-high until one knee rested upon the edge. In another instant, he stood at the side of the hole and was hauling after him a companion, lithe and small like himself, with a pale face and a shock of very red hair. "It's all clear," he whispered. "Have you the chisel and the bags?" "Great Scott! Jump, Archie, jump, and I'll swing for it." Sherlock Holmes had sprung out and seized the intruder by the collar. The other dived down the hole, and I heard the sound of rending cloth as Jones clutched at his skirts. The light flashed upon the barrel of a revolver, but Holmes's hunting crop came down on the man's wrist, and the pistol clinked upon the stone floor. "It's no use, John Clay," said Holmes blandly. "You have no chance at all." "So I see," the other answered with the utmost coolness. "I fancy that my pal is all right, though I see that you have got his coat-tails." "There are 3 men waiting for him at the door," said Holmes. "Oh, indeed. You seem to have done the thing very completely. I must compliment you." "And I you," Holmes answered. "Your red-headed idea was very new and effective." "You'll see your pal again presently," said Jones. "He's quicker at climbing down holes than I am. Just hold out while I fix the debris." "I beg that you will not touch me with your filthy hands," remarked the prisoner as the handcuffs clattered upon his wrists. "You may not be aware that I have royal blood in my veins. Have the goodness also, when you address me, always to say 'sir' and 'please.'" "All right," said Jones with a stare and a snigger. "Well, would you please, sir, march upstairs where we can get a cab to carry your highness to the police station?" "That is better," said John Clay serenely. He made a sweeping bow to the 3 of us and walked quietly off in the custody of the detective. "Really, Mr. Holmes," said Mr. Merryweather as we followed them from the cellar, "I do not know how the bank can thank you or repay you. There is no doubt that you have detected and defeated in the most complete manner one of the most determined attempts at a bank robbery that I have ever come within my experience." "I have had 1 or 2 little scores of my own to settle with Mr. John Clay," said Holmes. "I have been at some small expense over this matter, which I shall expect the bank to refund. But beyond that, I am amply repaid by having had an experience which is in many ways unique, and by hearing the very remarkable narrative of the Redheaded League. You see, Watson," he explained in the early hours of the morning, as we sat over a glass of whisky and soda in Baker Street, "it was perfectly obvious from the first that the only possible object of this rather fantastic business of the advertisement of the League and the copying of the encyclopedia must be to get this not overbright pawnbroker out of the way for a number of hours every day. It was a curious way of managing it, but really it would be difficult to suggest a better. The method was no doubt suggested to Clay's ingenious mind by the color of his accomplice's hair. The £4 a week was a lure which must draw him, and what is to them, who were playing for thousands? They put in the advertisement, 1 rogue has a temporary office, the other rogue incites a man to apply for it, and together they managed to secure his absence every morning in the week. From the time that I heard of the assistant having come for half wages, it was obvious to me that he had some strong motive for securing the situation. But how could you guess what the motive was? Had there been women in the house? I should have suspected a mere vulgar intrigue. That, however, was out of the question. The man's business was a small one, and there was nothing in his house which could account for such elaborate preparations and such an expenditure as they were at. It must then be something out of the house. What could it be? I thought of the assistant's fondness of photography and his trick of vanishing into the cellar. The cellar. There was the end of this tangled clue. Then I made inquiries as to this mysterious assistant and found that I had to deal with one of the coolest and most daring criminals in London. He was doing something in the cellar, something which took many hours a day for months on end. What could it be once more? I could think of nothing save that he was running a tunnel to some other building. So far I had got when we went to visit the scene of action. I surprised you by beating upon the pavement with my stick. I was ascertaining whether the cellar stretched out in front or behind. It was not in the front. Then I rang the bell, and as I hoped, the assistant answered. We have had some skirmishes, but we had never set eyes upon each other before. I hardly looked at his face. His knees were what I wished to see. You must yourself have remarked how worn, wrinkled, and stained they were. They spoke of those hours of burrowing. The only remaining point was what they were burrowing for. I walked round the corner, saw the City and Suburban Bank abutted on our friend's premises, and felt that I had solved my problem. When you drove home after the concert, I called upon Scotland Yard and upon the chairman of the bank directors with the result that you have seen." "And how could you tell that they would make their attempt tonight?" I asked. "Well, when they closed their league offices, that was a sign that they cared no longer about Mr. Jabez Wilson's presence. In other words, that they had completed their tunnel. But it was essential that they should use it soon, as it might be discovered, or the bullion might be removed. Saturday would suit them better than any other day, as it would give them 2 days for their escape. For all these reasons, I expected them to come tonight." "You reasoned it out beautifully," I exclaimed in unfeigned admiration. "It is so long a chain, and yet every link rings true." "It saved me from ennui," he answered, yawning. "Alas, I already feel it closing in upon me. My life is spent in one long effort to escape from the commonplaces of existence. These little problems help me to do so." "And you are a benefactor of the race," said I. He shrugged his shoulders. "Well, perhaps after all it is of some little use," he remarked. "L'homme c'est rien, l'or c'est tout," as Gustave Flaubert wrote to George Sand. The end of the Redheaded League.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. A Remarkable Case of Arrest for Murder, or the Trailer Murder Mystery by Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paula Messina. A Remarkable Case of Arrest for Murder, or the Trailer Murder Mystery by Abraham Lincoln. In the year 1841, there resided, at different points in the state of Illinois, 3 brothers by the name of Trailer. Their Christian names were William, Henry, and Archibald. Archibald resided at Springfield, then as now the seat of government of the state. He was a sober, retiring, and industrious man of about 30 years of age, a carpenter by trade, and a bachelor, boarding with his partner in business, a Mr. Myers. Henry, a year or 2 older, was a man of like retiring and industrious habits, had a family, and resided with it on a farm at Clary's Grove, about 20 miles distant from Springfield in a northwesterly direction. William, still older and with similar habits, resided on a farm in Warren County, distant from Springfield something more than 100 miles in the same northwesterly direction. He was a widower with several children. In the neighborhood of William's residence there was, and had been for several years, a man by the name of Fisher, who was somewhat above the age of 50, had no family, and no settled home, but who boarded and lodged a while here and a while there, with persons for whom he did little jobs of work. His habits were remarkably economical, so that an impression got about that he had accumulated a considerable amount of money. In the latter part of May, in the year mentioned, William formed the purpose of visiting his brothers at Clary's Grove in Springfield, and Fisher, at the time having his temporary residence at his house, resolved to accompany him. They set out together in a buggy with a single horse. On Sunday evening, they reached Henry's residence and stayed overnight. On Monday morning, being the first Monday of June, they started on to Springfield, Henry accompanying them on horseback. They reached town about noon, met Archibald, went with him to his boarding house, and there took up their lodgings for the time they should remain. After dinner, the 3 Trailers and Fisher left the boarding house in company, for the avowed purpose of spending the evening together and looking about the town. At supper, the Trailers had all returned, but Fisher was missing, and some inquiry was made about him. After supper, the Trailers went out professedly in search of him. One by one they returned, the last coming in after late tea time, and each stating that he had been unable to discover anything of Fisher. The next day, both before and after breakfast. They went professedly in search again, and returned at noon, still unsuccessful. Dinner again being had, William and Henry expressed a determination to give up the search and start for their homes. This was remonstrated against by some of the boarders about the house, on the ground that Fisher was somewhere in the vicinity, and would be left without any conveyance, as he and William had come in the same buggy. The remonstrance was disregarded, and they departed for their homes respectively. Up to this time, the knowledge of Fisher's mysterious disappearance had spread very little beyond the few boarders at Myers, and excited no considerable interest. After the lapse of 3 or 4 days, Henry returned to Springfield for the ostensible purpose of making further search for Fisher. Procuring some of the boarders, he, together with them and Archibald, spent another day in ineffectual search, when it was again abandoned, and he returned home. No general interest was yet excited. On the Friday, week after Fisher's disappearance, the postmaster at Springfield received a letter from the postmaster nearest William's residence in Warren County, stating that William had returned home without Fisher, and was saying, rather boastfully, that Fisher was dead and had willed him his money, and that he had got about $1,500 by it. The letter further stated that William's story and conduct seemed strange, and desired the postmaster at Springfield to ascertain and write what was the truth in the matter. The postmaster at Springfield made the letter public, and at once excitement became universal and intense. Springfield, at that time, had a population of about 3,500, with a city organization. The Attorney General of the state resided there. A purpose was forthwith formed to ferret out the mystery, in putting which into execution, the mayor of the city and the Attorney General took the lead, to make search for, and if possible, find the body of the man supposed to be murdered, was resolved on as the first step. In pursuance of this, men were formed into large parties and marched abreast in all directions, so as to let no inch of ground in the vicinity remain unsearched. Examinations were made of cellars, wells, and pits of all descriptions, where it was thought possible the body might be concealed. All the fresh or tolerably fresh graves in the graveyard were pried into, and dead horses and dead dogs were disinterred, where, in some instances, they had been buried by their partial masters. This search, as has appeared, commenced on Friday. It continued until Saturday afternoon without success, when it was determined to dispatch officers to arrest William and Henry at their residences, respectively. The officers started on Sunday morning. Meanwhile, the search for the body was continued, and rumors got afloat of the trailers having passed, at different times and places, several gold pieces, which were readily supposed to have belonged to Fisher. On Monday, the officers sent for Henry, having arrested him, arrived with him. The mayor and attorney general took charge of him and set their wits to work to elicit a discovery from him. He denied, and persisted in denying. They still plied him in every conceivable way till Wednesday, when, protesting his own innocence, he stated that his brothers, William and Archibald, had murdered Fisher, that they had killed him without his, Henry's, knowledge at the time, and made a temporary concealment of his body. That immediately preceding his and William's departure from Springfield for home on Tuesday, the day after Fisher's disappearance, William and Archibald communicated the fact to him, and engaged his assistance in making a permanent concealment of the body. That at the time he and William left professedly for home. They did not take the road directly, but meandering their way through the streets, entered the woods at the northwest of the city, 200 or 300 yards to the right of where the road they should have traveled entered them. That penetrating the woods some few hundred yards, they halted and Archibald came a somewhat different route on foot and joined them. That William and Archibald then stationed him, Henry, on an old and disused road that ran nearby, as a sentinel, to give warning of the approach of any intruder. That William and Archibald then removed the buggy to the edge of a dense brush thicket, about 40 yards distant from his, Henry's, position, where, leaving the buggy, they entered the thicket, and in a few minutes returned with the body, and placed it in the buggy. That from his station he could and did distinctly see that the object placed in the buggy was a dead man, of the general appearance and size of Fisher. That William and Archibald then moved off with the buggy in the direction of Hickok's mill pond, and after an absence of half an hour returned, saying they had put him in a safe place. That Archibald then left for town, and he and William found their way to the road and made for their homes. At this disclosure, all lingering credulity was broken down, and excitement rose to an almost inconceivable height. Up to this time, the well-known character of Archibald had repelled and put down all suspicions as to him. Till then, those who were ready to swear that a murder had been committed were almost as confident that Archibald had had no part in it. But now he was seized and thrown into jail, and indeed his personal security rendered it by no means objectionable to him. And now came the search for the brush thicket and the search of the mill pond. The thicket was found, and the buggy tracks at the point indicated. At a point within the thicket, the signs of a struggle were discovered, and a trail from thence to the buggy track was traced. In attempting to follow the track of the buggy from the thicket, it was found to proceed in the direction of the mill pond, but could not be traced all the way. At the pond, however, it was found that a buggy had been backed down to and partially into the water's edge. Search was now to be made in the pond, and it was made in every imaginable way. Hundreds and hundreds were engaged in raking, fishing, and draining. After much fruitless effort in this way, on Thursday morning the mill dam was cut down, and the water of the pond partially drawn off, and the same processes of search again gone through with. About noon of this day, the officer sent for William returned, having him in custody, and a man calling himself Dr. Gilmore came in company with them. It seems that the officer arrested William at his own house early in the day on Tuesday, and started to Springfield with him. That after dark a while, they reached Lewiston in Fulton County, where they stopped for the night. That late in the night, this Dr. Gilmore arrived, stating that Fisher was alive at his house, and that he had followed on to give the information, so that William might be released without further trouble. That the officer, distrusting Dr. Gilmore, refused to release William, but brought him on to Springfield, and the doctor accompanied them. On reaching Springfield, the doctor reasserted that Fisher was alive and at his house. At this, the multitude for a time were utterly confounded. Gilmore's story was communicated to Henry Traylor, who, without faltering, reaffirmed his own story about Fisher's murder. Henry's adherence to his own story was communicated to the crowd, and at once the idea started, and became nearly, if not quite universal, that Gilmore was a confederate of the Traylors and had invented the tale he was telling to secure their release and escape. Excitement was again at its zenith. About 3:00 the same evening, Myers, Archibald's partner, started with a 2-horse carriage for the purpose of ascertaining whether Fisher was alive, as stated by Gilmore, and if so, of bringing him back to Springfield with him. On Friday, a legal examination was gone into before 2 justices on the charge of murder against William and Archibald. Henry was introduced as a witness by the prosecution, and on oath reaffirmed his statements, as heretofore detailed, and at the end of which he bore a thorough and rigid cross-examination without faltering or exposure. The prosecution also proved, by a respectable lady, that on the Monday evening of Fisher's disappearance, she saw Archibald, whom she knew well, and another man whom she did not then know, but whom she believed at the time of testifying to be William, then present, and still another, answering the description of Fisher, all enter the timber at the northwest of town, the point indicated by Henry, and after 1 or 2 hours saw William and Archibald return without Fisher. Several other witnesses testified that on Tuesday, at the time William and Henry professedly gave up the search for Fisher's body and started for home, they did not take the road directly, but did go into the woods, as stated by Henry. By others also it was proved that since Fisher's disappearance, William and Archibald had passed rather an unusual number of gold pieces. The statements heretofore made about the thicket, the signs of a struggle, the buggy tracks, etc., were fully proven by numerous witnesses. At this the prosecution rested. Dr. Gilmore was then introduced by the defendants. He stated that he resided in Warren County, about 7 miles distant from William's residence, that on the morning of William's arrest, he was out from home and heard of the arrest, and of its being on a charge of the murder of Fisher. That on returning to his own house, he found Fisher there, that Fisher was in very feeble health, and could give no rational account as to where he had been during his absence, that he, Gilmore, then started in pursuit of the officer, as before stated, and that he should have taken Fisher with him, only that the state of his health did not permit. Gilmore also stated that he had known Fisher for several years, and that he had understood he was subject to temporary derangement of mind, owing to an injury about his head received in early life. There was about Dr. Gilmore so much of the air and manner of truth that his statement prevailed in the minds of the audience and of the court, and the trailers were discharged, although they attempted no explanation of the circumstances proven by the other witnesses. On the next Monday, Myers arrived in Springfield, bringing him the now famed Fisher, in full life and proper person. Thus ended this strange affair, and while it is readily conceived that a writer of novels could bring a story to a more perfect climax, it may well be doubted whether a stranger affair ever really occurred. Much of the matter remains in mystery to this day. The going into the woods with Fisher and returning without him by the trailers, their going into the woods at the same place the next day, after they professed to have given up the search, the signs of a struggle in the thicket, the buggy tracks at the edge of it, and the location of the thicket and the signs about it, corresponding precisely with Henry's story, are circumstances that have never been explained. William and Archibald have both died since. William in less than a year, and Archibald in about 2 years after the supposed murder. Henry is still living, but never speaks of the subject. It is not the object of the writer of this to enter into the many curious speculations that might be indulged upon the facts of this narrative. Yet he can scarcely forbear a remark upon what would almost certainly have been the fate of William and Archibald, had Fisher not been found alive. It seems he had wandered away in mental derangement, and had he died in this condition, and his body been found in the vicinity, it is difficult to conceive what could have saved the trailers from the consequence of having murdered him. Or if he had died, and his body never found, the case against them would have been quite as bad, for although it is a principle of law that a conviction for murder shall not be had unless the body of the deceased be discovered, it is to be remembered that Henry testified that he saw Fisher's dead body. End of a remarkable case of arrest for murder.